The following programs were originally aired live, long before the advent of high fidelity, and they were recorded using a variety of means, from direct recording onto early audio tape and glass records, to simply placing the microphone of a wire recorder in front of the speakers of a radio playing the program. I hope, however, that any variance in audio quality will not take away from your pleasure in listening to these, some of the all-time favorite shows. This is Matt from the past, welcoming you to the February 11th, 2024 broadcast of Nightly Old-Time Radio Shows. As is tradition, let's start with this day in history. In 1858, first vision of the Virgin Mary to 14-year-old Bernadette of Landers, France. In 1929, Vatican City, the world's smallest country, is made an enclave of Rome. In 1975, Margaret Thatcher defeats Edward Heath for leadership of the British Conservative Party. In 1990, Nelson Mandela released after 27 years imprisonment in South Africa. In 2011, Egyptian Republican revolution culminates in the resignation of Hosseini Mubarak and the transfer of power to the Supreme Military Council after 18 days of protests, also called the Arab Spring. In 1938, world's first science fiction TV program broadcast of a play R.U.R. by Karl Čapek. In 1949, Lovesick Blues single released by Hank Williams. Cashbox Best Hillbilly Record of the Year, Billboard Song of the Year 1949. Back when hillbilly records had their own listings. In 1878, first U.S. bicycle club, Boston Bicycle Club, forms. And that was this day in history, and now let's get on with the shows. Who's on first? Why, it's Bud Abbott and Lou Costello. Coming up next.
Hey, Abbott, what time is it?
It's time for the Abbott and Costello Show.
Well, what are we waiting for? Let's go with the Abbott and Costello Show.
It's the Abbott and Costello Show, produced and transcribed in Hollywood tonight for your listening pleasure. So, hold on to your chairs, folks, for here they are, Bud Abbott and Lou Costello.
Costello, where have you been? I haven't seen you all week. Oh, Abbott, I've been moving. Moving? I bought a house way out in the country. It's about a mile from my Uncle Artie Stebbins' place. What a beautiful ranch, Abbott. I call it the Lumbago Ranch.
Lumbago Ranch?
Yep.
Why did you name it Lumbago?
Because it's got a creek in the back.
Costello, you tell me, what do you want with a ranch?
I'm going to raise monkeys.
Yeah, you bought a ranch to raise monkeys?
Sure.
You're a nut.
Well, what's better for a nut than a monkey ranch?
Oh, come on.
You watch me, folks. Well, with that line I had to continue. Thank you.
What is that? What is that there?
Hey, Abbott.
Is that a picture of the ranch?
You took the words right out of my mouth.
Let me see it. Let's see it. Wait a minute.
Over here.
What's that little house in the back?
That's the garage. I'll bet you thought I was going to say the smokehouse.
So you bought yourself a new house, eh? What condition is it in?
What?
What condition is it in?
Oh, wonderful condition.
Well, that's swell.
I just had it painted, and it didn't cost me a cent. A doctor painted it for nothing.
A doctor painted your house for nothing?
Right.
Well, wait a minute. How do you know it was a doctor?
He signed his name on the roof in big red letters. It says Dr. Pepper.
Just a minute, Costello. Who
Would that
sold
be
you?
an ad?
No, I don't know. Listen, who sold you this house?
Well, I got the house through a Mr. Crow.
Mr. Crow?
Yeah. In order to get the house, they told me I'd have to go through E.S. Crow.
Please, that's escrow. That means you bought it through with the bank. Does the bank have a lien on your house?
Does the bank have a what?
A lien on your house.
No, if the bank ever leaned on my house, it would fall down.
No, I'm talking about a mortgage. Who holds the paper on your house?
Nobody holds the paper in my house. The paper's stuck on the wall with glue.
All right, look, never mind that. Well, what kind of a place did you buy? Do you have a patio?
I beg your pardon?
You have a patio.
It's much better. Now, let's not get personal.
Well, now, listen, please. I mean, a patio with a barbecue. I do all my cooking in my patio.
I knew you when you didn't have a patio to cook in.
Look, Costello, don't you know anything about your new house? Didn't you even have it inspected?
Inspected for what?
For floors. You might have floors in your house.
Of course I got floors. First floor to second floor.
No.
What, do you think I walk on a ceiling?
No, look.
Have I got floors in
All
my
right,
house?
never mind that. Look, what period is your house?
What period?
Yes. Did you buy a period house?
No, I bought a house, period.
Costello, I'm trying to find out if your house is Spanish or French or English.
It's early American.
How do you know?
I found a couple of dead Indians in a cellar.
Look, Costello, you can generally tell what kind of a house it is by the roof. Is the roof shingle or tiled?
Oh, sure. It's one of those... What did you say?
Is your roof shingle?
Certainly a shingle. Whoever heard of a married roof?
Costello, will you please talk sense? Is your roof shingle or did you have it tiled?
Abbott, what are you saying? When you're shingled, you can't have a tile.
Now, wait a minute.
Only married people can have a tile.
Now, Costello, please. I'm talking about your rooftop.
My what top?
Rooftop. Roof.
I can't hear you. That's a dog barking someplace.
Will you cut it out? Look, Costello, did you notice if it was tile on top of your roof?
No, what would a tile be doing on top of my house?
No. I'm not talking about a tile roof. A tile roof is held together by mortar.
By what?
By mortar. Mortar. Don't you know what mortar is?
Certainly. My mortar is the woman that married my father.
Now, you dummy, the tile and the mortar keeps the house dry.
At my house, it's my mortar that keeps her tile dry.
Costello, I'm trying to tell you that the mortar holds the tile on the roof.
What kind of a mortar would hold a tile on a roof?
Of all the stupid idiots, I'm trying to tell you that the tile is plastered on the roof.
Now, there's a pretty picture. A little tile plastered on the roof. Where did he get the stuff from?
What stuff?
It's against the law to sell that stuff to children.
Costello, the tile is plastered on the roof with mortar.
What kind of family is that? The mortar and the little tiles plastered on the roof. Where is the father?
Costello.
He ought to be looking after his mortar and...
Just a minute, please. Let me explain. Now, I have a tile roof on my house.
You also have a tiled head on your totem.
No. Don't interrupt. Now, when the roof is tiled, they spread the tile on the roof and then plaster it with mortar. The tile runs across the roof and down to the gutter, so that in case of a shower, the tile drains into a pipe or spout and keeps everybody in the house from getting soaked.
That's enough. I am certainly glad I found you out.
Found me out?
You heard me.
What do you mean?
I didn't mind so much when you said a shingle roof could have a tile. I didn't even care when you said the tile was up on top of my house. But when you have the nerve and you said that poor little tile was taking a shower with a pipe in his mouth and running down the gutter to get plastered with his mortar, not only have you attacked the American home, but you have impugned on the Bill of Rights and cast asparagus on the Atlantic Charter. Well, here we are, Abbott. This is my new home. Oh, boy, Abbott. Since you and me has been pals for so many years, I'm going to ask you to move in here with me.
Well, Costello, that's mighty sweet of you. And I want to know that I'll be very happy to live here with you the rest of my life.
You will?
Yes.
Now will you carry me across the threshold?
Oh, please, come on. Get down and stop acting silly. Let's go in and look the house over. Come on. Now, the first thing I want to see is my room. Have you got a room for me with a bath?
Abbott, we're in the country. Way out in the country. All we got is a room with a path.
Costello, are you crazy? Do you mean to tell me that you bought a house without a bathtub?
Why do we need a bathtub? We're only going to stay here during the winter.
Costello, I have to have a bath.
Well, you can take a bath in the sink. It'll save us the cost of a maid.
Oh, how can I save the cost of a maid by taking a bath in the sink?
You can wash yourself and the dishes at the same time.
Look, Costello, you can count me out. I'm not going to live in a house without a bathtub. You haven't even got a bathroom.
Don't get excited, Abbott. We'll put the bathtub at the end of the dining room.
But you won't have any wall between. What if people are sitting at the table?
Let them turn their backs.
No. Look, please, talk sense, Costello. In the first place, you can't get a bathtub without priority. The head of the OPA has frozen tubs.
He has frozen tubs?
Absolutely.
Poor man, he should wear heavier underwear.
No. I mean, you can't buy a tub without an okay from the ration board.
Abbott, that's easy. I'll call them right up. Nothing to it.
Good afternoon, OPA, ration board. If you haven't got it, try and get it.
Look, lady, I just bought a house out in the country, and it ain't got no bathroom.
Well, why don't you bathe in the spring?
I can't wait till the spring. I'm going to a dance Saturday night.
Well, I don't know whether you can get a priority for plumbing or not. I'll let you talk to our Mr. Fawcett. But I'm afraid you'll find him pretty cold.
Hot or cold? Connect me with Fawcett.
One moment, please.
Hello, faucet leaking. Speaking.
Get him right, will you, Niles? Get him right. Hello, this is Lou Costello. I'd like to have a bath.
How long has it been since you had one?
Hey, wait a minute. I didn't call up to hear you dribble, Fawcett. I'm trying to get a new tub.
Well, I'm sorry. The only tubs we're releasing are for commercial purposes. Do you take in washing?
What do you mean, taking washings? I never washed in my life.
Well, in that case, it's nice of you to make this call by phone. Goodbye.
See, Costello, I told you couldn't get a bathtub.
That's what you think. Now, just watch this. I'll get something. Hello, is this the Acme Junkyard?
Yeah?
Are you alive, brother? Am I talking to somebody?
Yes.
Thank you. I know you're there. I hear you breathing. I'd like to get a second-hand bathtub.
You'd like to get a second-hand bathtub? Oh, you mad, impetuous fool, you!
All right, brother, don't knock yourself out. All I want is a second-hand tub.
All you want is a second-hand tub. Are you sure that's all? Why don't you ask me for a date with my wife?
Okay, but one thing at a time.
Costello, I tell you, you'll never get a tub.
I gotta try just once more. Stick around.
Ajax Plumbing Company.
Oh, this is a dead cast tonight, ain't it? Is this the plumber?
No, this is a plumber's friend.
That's all right, brother. I'll talk to you. I'm a plunger myself. Have you got a used bathtub down there?
No, we haven't. Why don't you look in this morning's paper?
Why? Did somebody advertise a bathtub?
No, but Dick Tracy's in a terrible mess.
Oh, come on, Costello. Look, I'll get you a bathtub. We're going downtown to the swap shop. Well, here's the swap shop, Costello. Let's go in and buy a bathtub. Come on.
Iron Sugarandi, at swapping I am dandy.
Hello, friend Kitzel.
Yes, sir, comrade and gentlemen. Welcome to Kitzel's ye old swappy shop here. Could I interest you in a beautiful imported painting that came all the way from Buffalo, Rome?
Just a minute, Kitzel. Buffalo is in New York. There is no Buffalo Rome.
You mean you never heard? Oh, give me a Rome where the Buffalo roam. Oh, where the deer and the antelope play, where seldom is heard an encouraging word, and they break you an income tax day. What a slight.
All right, please. Cut it out. Kitzel, have you got an old tub around here?
Yes, but she's busy doing my ironing. You ought to get her to iron you, Kitzel. You're all washed up.
I'm all washed up. Could be.
Listen, Kitzel, Costello needs a bathtub for his new house. Do you happen to have one?
Have I got a bathtub? Gentlemen, just step over here and gaze on this beautiful piece of merchandise. What's a bathtub?
Wait a minute, Kitzel. You mean that broken down thing over there?
Yes.
That tub must be 100 years old.
Costello, how can you tell the age of a bathtub?
I counted the rings around it.
Oh, no, Costello, that's a very nice tub.
Oh, it is it? Well, look at those funny-looking legs on it.
Oh, Pish-Posh, funny-looking legs on it. Funny-looking legs. Are you going to wash in it or dance with it? This tub is a genuine antique, and it was handed down from the Revolutionary War.
Just a minute, Kitzel. There's a big crack in the enamel.
Well, that crack proves that it's an antique.
How did it happen?
George Washington slipped here. But don't worry. The lady who owns the tub said she'll have the crack fixed.
Cemented?
Of course cemented, or she wouldn't have said it.
My line, thank you. Kitzel, I used to think you were a dope, but I've changed my mind.
What do you think of me now?
You're a full-fledged apprentice moron. Junior grade.
No, Costello, we're wasting time. Look, how much do you want for the tub, Kitzel?
$14.
I'll give you $8.
$8 for this magnificent tub? Why, I wouldn't even sell it to my own brother for $8.
Just a second. I'll give you $8 for that tub.
Positively no.
Who is that?
My brother.
How come he talks with such an accent?
I can't understand it. I never leave him out of my sight. Well, come, kiddies. I said $14 for the tub, and 14 it is. You see, I have only one price.
I'll give you 10.
That's my price. Sold for $10. And there will be $35 for delivery.
$35 for delivery?
Yes.
No, you don't, Kitzel. I'll take the tub home myself on top of my car. Come on, Abbott, help me carry it out to the car.
Costello, how can we carry this tub out to the car? It weighs over 1,000 pounds.
We'll make 2 trips.
Oh, please.
And now back to Abbott and Costello. Costello has just bought a second-hand bathtub, and in order to save himself the cost of delivery, he's hauling it home on top of his car. As we find them now, Abbott is at the wheel, and Costello is on top of the car, sitting in the bathtub to balance it. What a picture. One tub sitting in another.
Hey, how are you getting along up there, Costello? Are you having trouble holding the tub on the top of the car?
Yeah, Abbott, don't drive so fast. The tub is liable to fall off. I don't want to put another crack in my enamel.
Never mind that. Are you comfortable sitting in the tub?
No, it's awfully chilly up here. Hand me up the stopper for the tub.
Stopper? What for?
Feels a little drafty around the drain. Hey, Abbott! What's the idea of driving over all those bumps?
Oh, I'm trying to knock the ashes off my Camel cigarette.
Abbott,
What?
will you watch where you're driving? Look out! Look out! Oh!
What happened?
Low bridge. Now, will you watch where you're going?
All right, you two pull over there to the curb.
Loud, isn't he? What's the trouble, officer?
And what's the trouble, is it? What do you think you're doing riding around the street sitting on top of your car in a bathtub?
Have you tried to find an apartment lately?
Don't get fresh with me, young man, or I'll come up there and scrub your back with this club.
Oh, yeah? Just because you got a uniform on, you think you're tough? Take your coat off just once, brother.
All right, turn my coat off. What about it?
Much cooler that way, isn't it?
Look, officer, we just bought a bathtub, and we're in a hurry to get it home. I can't help that. I'll have to give your fat friend a ticket for indecent exposure.
What do you mean? I'm sitting in a tub, but all you can see is my face.
That's what I said, indecent exposure. Now get along with you. Well, here we are, Costello. Home at last. Now, how are you going to get this big tub into the house?
Abbott, you leave it to me. I'll back across my neighbor's lawn and put the tub in through the dining room window.
But that tub is too big. It won't go through the window.
Abbott, will you please let me handle this? wasn't it?
What do you mean?
I told you I'd get it through.
Just a minute. What do you two hoodlums think you're doing? Driving across my lawn with that car. Why, look at you. You ripped up my grass, crushed my petunias, and shattered my gladiolas.
Get back in the house before I fracture your hollyhocks.
Now, Costello. Please don't talk like that. This woman is your neighbor. Remember the old saying, you should love your neighbor.
Okay.
Oh, you brute, put me down.
Costello.
Do you want me to call my father?
No, thanks. I don't think he'd appeal to me.
No. Come on, Costello. Let's go in the house and connect the tub. Now, the first thing we have to do is to connect the pipes to the main.
The main what?
The water main. Where's the water main?
I don't know, but the milk main will be here tomorrow.
I'm talking about the water main. What runs under the ground from the street to your house?
Gophers.
Hello, fellas.
Now, what do you want, Niles? We're busy.
No, I heard you bought a bathtub, Costello, and I thought I'd help you install it. You know, I come from a mechanical family.
Mechanical family is right. They're all wound up and jerky.
Oh, break it up. Break it up, Costello. I'm going down in the basement and connect the pipes from the tub to the hot water heater. You bore a hole in the floor and shove the pipes down through.
Okay, Niles. You heard him. Now you're going to help me. Hand me that drill. I got to bore this hole.
Say, you must do a lot of this work, Costello.
Oh, I wouldn't say a great deal.
Oh, I don't know. People say they always find you boring.
Hey, Costello, what are you doing up there? Bore that hole and put the pipe through.
I don't have to bore a hole, Abbott. I found a couple of holes in the floor already.
Oh, wait a minute. You can't use those. Those are not holes.
What do you mean they're not holes? They look like holes to me.
Costello, they are holes, but they're not holes.
How can they be holes if they're not holes?
Look, Costello, a knot hole is a hole, but it's not like a hole that's not a knot hole.
This guy can't even go down in the basement without starting a routine. Hey, Abbott, who's on first?
Oh, no.
I like that routine better than the one you started.
Now, look, Costello. Look, will you please shove those pipes down through the hole in the floor?
Where are you, Abbott?
Look through the hole. You can see me.
Hey, Abbott,
What?
how you've changed. Where did you get those little beady eyes and that mustache?
You're looking in the wrong hole. That's a rat.
Well, there is a strong family resemblance. Here comes the pipes, Abbott.
Okay. I'll connect them to the hot water heater. You can get ready to take your bath.
Oh, boy, just think of it. My first bath in my new house. Excuse me, Ken, while I get in the tub and turn on the shower. Are you ready, Abbott?
All ready. You can turn the water on.
Oh, boy, I'm singing in the rain. I'm sliding down the drain. Oh, what? Oh! Niall! Hand me a towel!
Yeah, but I can't see you, Costello. Everything has suddenly gone black.
The black is me! Abbott connected the tub to the oil furnace! Get me out of here!
Now let's join a true legend of American comedy who also entertained troops for nearly 60 years, Bob Hope.
Ladies and gentlemen, the radio season is opened officially. Fibber, McGee, and Molly are back on the air. Welcome home, you kids.
For the safety of your smile, use Pepsodent twice a day. See your dentist twice a year. Again this week, the Pepsodent Company presents another in its series of broadcasts to our men in the armed forces throughout the United States. Tonight, for the men of naval aviation at Terminal Island, California, the Pepsodent Show, starring Bob Hope and his guest star, Orson Welles.
Thank you. How do you do, ladies and gentlemen? This is Bob broadcasting from fragrant Terminal Island off the beautiful Pacific Hope, telling you pilots who fly the supplies from the Solomons to Iran to use Pepsodent on your teeth and you'll never have any hollow ones in your pan. Yes, sir. This has been a great week getting back home and on the air. Since I was just back from England, I walked down Hollywood Boulevard with a monocle in my eye. And a little kid said to his mother, "Hey, Ma, get a load of that wolf for the windshield." Then I walked into the Brown Derby, and I noticed they had my picture facing the wall. So I said to the manager, what's the idea? He said, well, we can't serve ham these days, so why tantalize the people? And everybody was excited because I was back. When Gypsy Rose Lee heard about it, she dropped everything. She was doing at the time. And Gypsy Rose Lee, that's the star of the picture, the watch and the spine. But I was so glad to be back, I went down to the blood bank and gave a pint of blood. After a few minutes, the doctor came out and said, have you kissed Hedy Lamarr lately? I said, yes, why? He said, we can't get your corpuscles to stop fanning themselves. Edward Arnold was there. He doesn't give a pint. He just asks them what they need. And W.C. Fields was there, too. He donated a fifth. I went over to Paramount and started to give Dorothy Lamour a hello hug, but it doesn't look nice to do that to a married woman. I discovered the next day when her husband mailed my arms back to me. But here we are broadcasting for the Navy at Terminal Island. Terminal Island, that's a body of men surrounded by pinup girls. And there's so many naval officers here. You know what, a naval officer, that's the only gob I've seen who can bend over with his pants on. And I want to tell you, it's really busy at this base. Every 2 minutes, a plane takes off with supplies, and every 2 minutes, one comes in with Eleanor's luggage. And I want to tell you, these naval aviators here can really find beautiful girls here in San Pedro. Then, of course, there's the one they got for me. But I went out with a couple of the sailors here last night, and you should see the nice girl they got for me. She was a pistol-packing mama, and all she wanted to do was get loaded. Boy, what a girl. She'd been out with so many Navy men, she had bilge water on the knee. But we had a nice time. We made the rounds of San Pedro. San Pedro, that's an old Spanish phrase meaning you take the high road and I'll take the low road, and I'll be in the shore patrol wagon before you. Well, we had a great time, and these Navy men are real gentlemen. I want to tell you, a Marine cut in while one of them was dancing, and he smiled, bowed, stepped back, and gave him the whole floor, a board at a time. What a night and what a dancer I had. She tripped the light fantastic and everybody else on the floor. And I saw a sailor with a pretty girl, and I tried to figure out how I could get her away from him. So I sneaked up behind the sailor and whispered, I'm from the FBI. The girl you're with is a Japanese agent. And he said, brother, I'm from the USS Arkansas, and what I'm telling you ain't no secret. From the Picture Dixie, and I'm going to help. A little thing called...
By the way, have you tried going out for a little buggy ride?
With a girl by your side and a horse that knows the way back home.
Summer sky, rosy lane, while a lark in the meadow entertains.
And you can drop the rein with a horse that knows the way back home.
And between all the farms, you can then use your arms to express what you long to say.
And you won't mind at all if the horse wants to stall just to try out some new mown hay.
So if you should decide to go out for a little buggy ride
and perhaps win a bride,
get a horse that knows the way, either black or brown or gray, but a horse that knows the way back home.
Well, here we are out in an open buggy all alone.
Yes, here we are, all alone.
Well, how about it? Let's neck.
Okay.
Oh, not so quick. You'll mix me up.
You really like me, Robert?
Yeah, I like you a lot.
Why?
I don't know. I guess it's because you're a girl.
Did you like the movie, Robert?
Sure I did. Oh, I love that Betty Grable.
Robert, why do you like Betty Grable better than me?
I don't know. It's like farms. Some of them have better crops.
But don't you think I'm pretty? Look at my hair. It's as fine and golden as ripe corn silk.
Yep, it sure is. Just like corn silk.
Robert, quit putting it in your pipe. Robert, you're so different from the other boys. All they want to do is neck. You're more of the quiet, studious type.
Yep. I do a lot of deep thinking.
What do you think about?
Necking.
Gee, you got your hair all slicked down nice tonight, Robert. What'd you put on it?
Oleomargarine.
You put oleomargarine on your hair?
Well, there's a war on. You can't get butter. But we'll have some soon. Pa just bought us a cow.
Does your cow eat a lot?
Yeah, but we don't mind. She's got her own points.
Robert.
Yeah, Francie.
Robert, I feel a little chilly.
Yeah, winter's coming.
Robert, I feel cold. Put your arms around me. Now, kiss me.
Okay.
Well, how'd you like it?
You know, I think we got the answer to the fuel shortage. Let's try it again. More exciting than bubble gum, isn't it?
Gosh, Robert, where'd you ever learn to kiss that way?
Getting corks out of jugs.
I thought you used your nose for that.
Oh, Fran. You talk like I was a freak, like I had 11 toes or something.
Well, haven't you?
Of course not. I only have 10, like everybody sees. 7 on my right foot and 3 on my left.
Well, here we are at my house, Robert. You've been a perfect gentleman all the way home.
Yeah, now put away that flamethrower. Let's sit here in the buggy and say goodnight, huh?
All right, but be quiet. Father's asleep upstairs. Now, Robert. Robert!
He Dad, every night the same thing. Say, who is it down there?
It's me, Father. I brought home one of my boyfriends.
Did you bring home one of your girlfriends, too?
No.
Wait till you have a slow night. Who are you with?
Father, I'm down here with a nice young man.
Good. Are you making hay with that nice Smith boy?
No.
Are you making hay with that nice Johnson boy?
No, I'm with Robert Hope.
Oh, in the cornfield, eh?
You know, Robert, you and I have been going together for a long time. All our friends are getting married.
That's right.
Well, Robert, you're 28 years old now. Haven't you ever thought of children?
Yep, but I like you better.
Say, Hope, are you necking with my daughter?
Oh, no, sir.
Are you kissing her?
Oh, no, sir.
Are you holding hands with her?
No, sir.
What do you hear from the rest of the campfire girls?
So if you should decide to go out for a little buggy ride
and perhaps win a bride, just get a horse that knows the way back, either black or brown or sway back.
Get a horse that knows the way back home.
Poor Miriam, neglected using Irium. So she waited for a thing for the phone to ring.
Hello.
Wrong number.
Uh-oh. Hello.
Wrong number.
Uh-oh.
So girls, don't be like Miriam. Use Irium.
It's the film you feel on your teeth that makes your teeth look dull. Pepsodent toothpaste with Irium removes that film, uncovers the natural brightness of your smile. You see, Pepsodent, and only Pepsodent, contains Irium. It loosens film and floats it away, quickly, easily, safely. And when film is gone, Pepsodent toothpaste brings new brightness to your teeth. No wonder more people than ever before use Pepsodent toothpaste today. No wonder it's number one with men in the service. Try Pepsodent toothpaste for just 1 week. See if your teeth don't feel cleaner, look brighter. See if it doesn't uncover that natural brilliance of your smile. Get a tube of Pepsodent toothpaste, and remember, Pepsodent, and only Pepsodent, contains irium.
Dear Miriam, now she's heard of Miriam, so the telephone ring is a busy thing.
Hello.
Some number.
Oh. Hello.
Some number.
Oh.
So girls, just be like Miriam. Use Miriam.
Oh, very nice. Thank you, choir. Thank you. And say, by the way, thank you, Stan Kenton. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like you to meet our new band leader, Stan Kenton, right here. How about that?
Thank you, Bob.
Sorry I didn't have a chance to introduce you last week. Now, listen, let's get started right, Stan. I want to know one thing. Did you go to see Road to Morocco and they got me covered? And did you go to see my new picture, Let's Face It?
No, I didn't see any of them, Bob. Why should I?
I think this guy knows he's the only band leader left. I understand you're quite a hit with the gals, too. What's your technique?
Oh, that's a secret.
Well, you can tell me, can't you?
Listen, Bob, does Crosby tell Sinatra?
Oh, Stan, don't think those two boys are jealous of each other. They're not. They're very friendly.
They are?
Yeah, Crosby likes Sinatra, and Sinatra thinks Crosby's one, too. But, Stan, you really like the girls, don't you?
Yes, Bob, I do.
Well, here she is coming in with a ring and a prayer.
Oh, hello, Mr. Hope.
Cannot resist.
Oh, my goodness, who's this handsome creature?
Well, Miss Vague, I want you to meet our new orchestra leader, Stan Kenton.
Oh, it's a pleasure to meet you, tall, dark, and scarce.
Oh, Stan, this is Miss Vera Vague.
I got to get more money.
Oh, well, bless your heart. I can see you and Luke Snoot here will get along fine.
Miss Vague, Stan is our new orchestra leader.
Well, I'm musically inclined.
Well, Stan also paints.
I'm artistically inclined.
Bob, she's leaning all over me.
She's inclined that way, too.
Pay no attention to Trout Snout, Mr. Kenton. And so you've taken the job as band leader on Mr. Hope's program.
Well, it's a living.
You want to bet?
Tell me, Miss Vague, are you married?
No, you see, I never met Tommy Manville. Oh, you're so good-looking and young, Mr. Kenton. So different from anybody else on this program. Why, you're the very flower of youth.
But, Miss Vague, how about me?
Quiet century plant. Tell me, what's your favorite instrument, Mr. Kenton?
The piano.
Oh, is that so? Well, you know, I've had a lot of experience with pianos myself.
Yes, Miss Vague, but playing on them is different from moving them.
Oh, you dear boy, you. You have an answer for everything, haven't you? Too bad nobody's ever been able to explain you. Anyway, I don't care. I just love music. Beethoven, you know, was my favorite.
I bet you were his, too.
Mr. Hope, why don't you come over to my house someday? I want to try out a new booby trap. But really, I am very musical. Just last night, you know, I wrote a song.
You wrote a song?
Yes, it was just a matter of inspiration. I was out canoeing with a handsome naval aviator in the moonlight. And just as he put his arm around me, I thought of this beautiful melody.
So you left the naval aviator and ran home and wrote it down?
He's stupid, isn't he?
Here's Stan Kenton in the orchestra. old Stan Kenton in the band. Come in, Wendell. Come into the office. Sell it, boy.
It's the film you feel on your teeth that makes teeth look dull. Pepsodent toothpaste with Irium removes that film, uncovers the natural brightness of your smile. You see, Pepsodent, and only Pepsodent, contains Irium. It loosens film and floats it away, quickly, easily, safely. And when film is gone, Pepsodent toothpaste brings new brightness to your teeth. No wonder more people than ever before use Pepsodent toothpaste today. No wonder it's number one with men in the service. Try Pepsodent toothpaste for just 1 week. See if your teeth don't feel cleaner, look brighter. See if it doesn't uncover that natural brilliance of your smile. Get a tube of Pepsodent toothpaste. Remember, Pepsodent, and only Pepsodent, contains Irium.
So girls, don't be like Miriam. Use Irium.
Thank you. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to introduce one of the real geniuses of the theater, Mr. Orson Welles. Here he is, right here.
Thank you very much. I presume you're Bob Hope.
Why, yes, I am.
Well, go sit down somewhere. I'll call you if I need you.
Yeah. Wait a minute. This is my show. I'm supposed to be right here. What do you think Pepsodent is paying me for?
Mr. Hope, there are some questions even a genius can't answer.
Yeah. I'll bet somewhere in his family tree there's an ensign. But I want to tell you, Orson, we're very glad to have you with us tonight. I've always wanted to meet you. You know, people say that you resemble me.
Yes. In fact, I'm becoming known as the Bob Hope of this generation.
Yeah. That's a fine thing to say to the youngest man in this room, mentally. Say, by the way, Orson, what do you do?
Well, I'm a producer, director, writer, and actor.
Well, what do you do for a living? Say, they tell me, was that me?
That's you, yeah.
Me next. I had that egg all to myself, didn't I? Oh, thanks.
I'm glad it was you.
Say. Wasn't that cute? I was standing there scrambling that little kid all by myself. And I looked at you. I thought you were next, and I followed that kid. I'll fix that for now. Say, they tell me you got an early start in this business, Mr. Welles.
Bob, I was so young when I went on the stage, they had to change me more often than the scenery.
And you're still a pin-up boy to me. But tell me, what are you doing these days, Orson?
I'm going to England very soon to make a picture.
Oh, you're pulling my leg.
I wouldn't dream of it, old man. At your age, those things come apart.
Now, wait a minute.
I am going to England, Bob. I am going to England.
Tell me, let me know when you're leaving for England. I'll give you a note to the king.
Oh, are you and the king good friends?
Good friends. Orson, do you know where I slept in Buckingham Palace?
Yes, damp down there, wasn't it?
Well, when you go to England, I suppose you'll do your magician act for the boys over there.
Yes, I will, Bob.
Well, you know, Orson, I think you're the greatest magician in the world.
You really think I'm a great magician?
I certainly do. 50,000 bachelors in the country, and you make Rita Hayworth disappear. Hey, tell me, what did you do? Pull her out of your sleeve?
There is a limit to what you can do with magic, Bob. I couldn't any more pull Rita out of my sleeve than you could pull Mussolini out of your baggy pants. Or whoever that is hiding in there.
Well, where do you keep your butter? Say, but, You know, Orson, I'm a little jealous. After all, I was going with Rita first. It was a pretty steady thing.
You were going with Rita?
Well, I wasn't exactly going with her. I danced with her once at the Hollywood Canteen until the cops made me take off the uniform. But, you know, before she married you, some gossip was spreading a story around town that Rita was sweet on me.
I know, Bob, but I think you went too far when you had it mimeographed and dropped it from aeroplanes.
Well, while we're on the subject, Orson, you know, I gave Rita a necklace.
Isn't this rather an odd time to bring that up?
Well, I want it back, that's all.
Now, don't get excited about it, Bob. After all, how expensive could it have been? 10 Pepsodent tubes strung together.
Well, a week's pay is a week's pay. But, Orson, your romance with Rita started when she was in your magic show, and you cut her in half, didn't it?
Yes, Bob, I knew it was love the first time I saw her.
Drop the net.
The first time I saw her. Why do I stand here reading this tripe when I could get a good job at Lockheed?
Well, my agent was going to get me a job there, but I refused to let him eat 10% of my lunch. But tell me, do you actually believe in magic and psychic stuff, Orson? Can you read people's minds?
Why, yes, Bob. I might say I'm an amateur mind reader.
Well, can you read my mind?
Bob, I said amateur, not immature. However, I'll try. Give me a minute and I'll transform myself into a mystic. I am now my real self, Swami Wells. I am the great Swami. I see all. I know all.
I'm Bob Hope.
I smell all, too. I will give you a reading. Here, let us sit in front of the crystal ball.
Is this your crystal ball? Why has it got 2 holes drilled in it?
On Thursday nights, I go bowling. Sit down, Bob. I'll read your future.
Now, wait a minute. That ain't a crystal ball. You're reading my future from a grapefruit.
Well, that's the one I use for squirts. I can look in a crystal ball and tell you happenings for the future. I can tell you who's going to be in the White House in 1950.
You need a crystal ball to see who's going to be in the White House in 1950?
Yes.
Republican.
We'll hold a seance. Put the lights out. Ready? We are now entering the spirit world.
Can I ask you a question?
All right, Hope. Oh, great spirit, are you there? There's someone here who wants to ask you some questions.
Okay, but make it snappy. I'm in 1A.
Hope, you may now speak to the spirit. He is ready to obey your order.
Fine. Spirit, I'd like to speak to my old granddad.
What was your order?
Old granddad.
Sorry, it's after curfew.
Cologne, are you a spirit now?
That's right, Hope. I am a spirit who sees all, knows all, past, present, future. I have great psychic powers because the ghosts of the great beyond have made me their lieutenant. J.G.
Kelowna, why have you got so many screws loose?
Well, I don't know, Hope. Yes, there was absenteeism on the assembly line.
Kelowna, I don't believe you're in the great beyond at all.
Don't be silly, Hope. Of course I am. I'm sitting here with Cleopatra on my lap.
Kelowna, Cleopatra's been dead for 400 years.
She has?
Yes.
Well, I'll take back my fraternity pin.
Come over here, Kelowna. Come over here right away.
Now, wait a minute. Hope, I'm going to perform my greatest trick. You've heard how Orson Welles saws girls in half? Well, I am going to saw Orson Welles in half. Come here, Orson.
Kelowna, that's my trick. You've never done it before. I'm afraid that there might be a slip-up.
Quit horsing, Orson. I'll bet you $1,000 I can do it. $1,000.
I'll bet. Let's go.
Okay.
Oh!
Well, which end should I pay it to?
For the memory, you Navy men who fly for freedom in the sky, a nation's heart goes with you like your ground crew standing by. We thank you so much, and thanks for the memory of every bond you bought. Folks, these boys bought a lot. Not only do they give their dough, but everything they've got. Let's thank them so much. Folks, let's help these men's great endeavor to bring the world freedom forever. And they'll do it if we pull together. Back their attack with all our jack. Well, we've had a fine day here at Terminal Island. Thanks to Captain McGinnis, Lieutenant Hooper, and a wonderful bunch of boys here. Bunch of great boys. You know, in the art galleries, they have paintings that symbolize America, a farm in Ohio, or Coney Island on Sunday, and smokestacks above Pittsburgh. But the best action picture of America today is the Navy doing its stuff on the road to victory. It's a long road that leads from New York to Berlin, from the Golden Gate to Tokyo, and there's water on both sides and air above it. And that's where you'll find the Navy night and day. Like the Army throws a bridge across a river, Navy throws a bridge of ships and planes across an ocean. And the men in blue work with the men in khaki, not only hand in hand, but heart to heart, for they've been through part of hell together. Yes, sir, and if we work in the factory and on the farm like our sailor boy worked to cover that first beachhead on the fortress of Europe, they'll come back from that hell a lot sooner. You know, George Washington said, without a decisive naval force, we can do nothing definite. But with it, we can do everything honorable and glorious. Good night, fellas.
Next week, we'll be back at the same time broadcasting for the men of the Army Air Force at Bitter Field. Since the Navy Department has not endorsed any product, this broadcast is not intended as an endorsement or product by the Navy Department.
You folks up around Seattle, we'll be up there to see you Sunday. Seattle, Washington.
Beginning Friday, October 1st, your druggist will celebrate Wartime Health Week. Drop in early for your free copy of Health Rules for Wartime and get several packages of Pepsodent antiseptic and other health products participating in this nationwide event. This broadcast came to you from Pasadena, California. This is Wendell Niles speaking. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
You're listening to KFI Los Angeles.
Orson Welles and his supporting cast of Academy Award-winning actors present yet another classic tale in the Campbell's Playhouse, coming up next.
The makers of Campbell Soups present The Campbell Playhouse. Orson Welles, producer.
Good evening, this is Orson Welles. 16 weeks ago tonight, I joined the Campbell Playhouse, and if you remember, we dramatized Rebecca. Well, I'm pretty sure if you remember Rebecca, you will never forget Margaret Sullivan. And I know you're glad that Margaret Sullivan is back with us again. With us this evening to play Magnolia in Showboat. Now, I've tried to make our radio version of Showboat as true to its original as possible, but don't worry, the Campbell Playhouse wouldn't dream of being so different as to do Showboat without Helen Morgan. Helen Morgan as Julie. Wonderful, wonderful Helen Morgan with an old song which is new to her, new to Showboat, and maybe even new to you. And then there's William Johnstone, who's playing Gaylord Ravenel, Ray Collins, who's playing Windy, and I'm playing Captain Andy Hawks. Finally, Edna Ferber herself, Edna Ferber, who wrote Showboat, comes to our microphone and begins tonight her career as an actress. Begins it in the service of one of her finest stories and in the character of one of her most famous creations, Parthy Hawks. Ladies and gentlemen, the big show will start in just 1 minute. Come one, come all. It's the rage of the river. To quote Captain Andy, it's the sensation of the century. In 1 minute, ladies and gentlemen, Showboat. Just before we start, a word from Ernest Chappell.
Up to a comparatively short time ago, vegetable soup, more than any other, had been associated with the traditional home soup kettle. For years, many housewives followed the old-time custom of making this soup in their own kitchens until one by one they discovered Campbell's. They found that Campbell's vegetable soup had the same good flavor, the same nourishing quality they themselves had always striven to get. Now, if it happens that you are one of those who haven't made this discovery, and if you still think good vegetable soup can only be made at home, may I suggest that you try Campbell's vegetable soup? I'm sure its convenience will appeal to you immediately. It's ready to serve in almost no time at all. But what is even more important is this. You will find in Campbell's vegetable soup the same good homemade character and the same homey flavor that you'd look for in the finest kettle of soup you ever made in your own kitchen. Campbell's have kept faith with time-honored home traditions in making this soup. You can tell that in the taste of your first few spoonfuls. Expert home cooks sipping this soup critically nod their approval. So won't you give Campbell's vegetable soup a trial? Make a note of it in planning tomorrow's meals. And now Margaret Sullivan and Orson Welles with Helen Morgan and authoress Edna Ferber in Showboat.
If you were an habitué of Old South Clark Street in Chicago's gay 90s, you may remember her still. Nola Ravenel, soubrette. And that amazing, slow smile that's still talked about among the older writers on the dramatic pages. Some of the same men who today print 4-column pictures of her daughter Kim Ravenel, on the front pages of the Sunday sections. To Magnolia, it all seemed like a vague dream now. Those long years in Chicago with Ravenel, months of heartbreak and failure after he'd gone away. The years of success. Playing Chicago, playing the Circus, playing the East. And then at 60, retired, living with Kim in New York. Watching Kim's success. Knowing all the right people, going to the right places. A strange dream world in which she'd been living all these years. And now, suddenly back. Reality in that piece of yellow paper delivered to Kim's dressing room the night before. Crumpled now from being held in her hand all day as the train carried her south. Back towards the river. Back home. Parthenia Ann Hawks died suddenly 8 o'clock before evening show. Cotton Blossom playing Cold Spring, Tennessee. Sympathy. Company. George Doc Bernato.
You've just gone gaga, Mother, that's all. Staying on this miserable boat all these weeks and making me come all the way down here to get you. We're going back to New York on the night train, and on the 10th we sail for London.
No, you do, Kim. I don't. I'm staying here.
You're what?
I'm staying here, Kim, with the Showboat.
You can't mean it, Mother. Flopping up and down those wretched rivers in this heat and the flies and the mud. You could be with me in London or on the island, or even in New York when we're talking. It's cool there.
Kim.
Yes, Mother?
Kim, listen to me. I've made up my mind. I'm staying here.
Mother, I don't understand.
No, of course you don't. How could you? Listen, Kim. Listen to that. I can hear the calliope playing for miles around, up and down the river. In a little while, it'll be twilight. That's the most exciting hour of the day. I begin to light the lamps inside the auditorium and the searchlights along the bluff. And people will start coming in, down to the landing, along the river banks, down the roads. The farmers and their wives, river folk, hangers-on. And by 7, they'll all be here. There won't be an empty seat. Crops have been good along the river this year. Even the boxes will be filled. And then presently, the show will start. Oh, it hasn't changed, Kim. It hasn't changed at all.
It's been years since Nola Ravenel was Magnolia Hawks, the rage of the river, the sensation of the century, the queen of the cotton blossoms. The cotton blossom. That's what Captain Andy's Showboat was called. Green trimmings and gold letters a foot high, Captain Andy Hawks, Cotton Blossom, Floating Palace Theater. There were 8 in the company, not counting the crew. Andy Hawks himself, captain and owner, with 35 years' experience on keelboats, steamboats, packets, and showboats. A little nervous, wiry man with a horrible habit of clawing and scratching at his whiskers that hung like brushes just below his white canvas cap. There was his wife, Parthenia Ann Hawks, a bulky, frigid female with a long, hoarse face and a New England passion for discipline. There was Julie Dozier with her rich, deep voice. There was old Windy, Pilot, and George Schultz, and the rest of them. And year after year, the cotton blossom floated down the rivers. They started out in April and got back in September, and year after year they gave the same plays. East Lynne, Lady Audley's Secret, Tempest and Sunshine, Madcap Marjorie, Uncle Tom's Cabin. Year after year, they grew more successful. And then one morning at Mobile, Captain Andy made a shocking discovery. In the night, his ingenue lead had packed her trunks and left with a black-mustached gambler who had followed her down the river from Paducah, Kentucky. And that afternoon, in the captain's cabin, a great battle was fought over the fate of the girl with a pale face and a large mouth whom America years later was to applaud under the name of Magnolia Ravenel. At this time, she was just 16, and her name was Maggie Hawks.
My own daughter, an actress, over my dead body, Hawks.
Fancy new leads ain't hanging around on trees. No, sir. Take us a week to get one from Chicago, another week for her to learn her parts, and then maybe she won't be no gang good. Maggie could go in there tonight. She'd be great.
I won't hear of it.
Now, Party, you're just working yourself out. Ought to be proud her stepping in, saving us money. We got to close up if she don't.
Rather have her in her grave.
Well, she knows all the parts.
Why I ever allowed her to step foot on this filthy scow with a lot of riff-raff that I wouldn't touch with a 10-foot pole.
Now, listen here, Parthenia Hawks. We got the biggest advance sale we had this season. Yes, Doc's downstairs raking it in with both hands. If you had the least bit of gumption in you, instead of sitting there whining and carrying on,
What's the advance?
Well, 300, not anywhere near 4 o'clock.
Oh, well, have it your own way then. It's no use arguing with you. But remember, it's against my wishes and over my dead body. And if any harm comes of it, I'll know where the blame lays. Magnolia, why ain't you on the stage rehearsing? Now, how do you think you'll be able to go on tonight if you don't do no rehearsing?
Magnolia, the mysterious comedy, tragedy, and Sia de Believer, the rage of the river, the sensation of the century. You can see her tonight, folks, in the Parsons Bride, set forth in unrivaled scenery and costumes. By her side, Mr. George Schultz, favorite from Duluth to New Orleans, for 10 years leading player with Mr. Booth, Mr. and Mrs. Means, and a score of other luminaries. After the show, there's a concert with singing and dancing. It'll cost you 15 cents extra, but it's worth it. It's worth it, ladies and gentlemen. I can tell you to hear Miss Julie Dozier, fresh from Triumph's East, in the latest numbers from her repertory. Bring the children. Come one, come all. The Cotton Blossom Troopy is just one big happy family.
What? Have all your friends deserted you?
No, but friendship is too cold a passion to stir my heart now.
Oh, give me a friend in preference to a sweetheart.
My dear Miss Brown, Miss Lucy.
Oh, please don't call me Miss Brown.
Lucy.
Defender of the fatherless.
Will you be a poor man's bride?
Oh, yes, Henry, yes.
Lucy, my own.
Bravo, bravo. Now, folks, for them that paid their 15 cents, we got a first-rate concert. First on the program, ladies and gentlemen, the one, the only, the inimitable Julie Dozier will render her latest triumph from the East, the song that stopped the show in New York, that brought them cheering to the feet in Baltimore, the song that they're still crying at in Boston. Why No One to Love, composed and written by Mr. Stephen Foster. Ladies and gents, Miss Julie Dozier.
Strange woman, Julie Dozier, with her white face and her deep-set, dark, dead eyes. In the 4 years she was on the Cotton Blossom, Magnolia got to like her better than anybody else in the world, except Captain Andy, maybe. In a way, she had a lot to do with what happened to Magnolia in later years.
Julie. Who is it? Oh, Magnolia.
Can I come in?
couldn't go to sleep. I was so excited. And I heard you singing.
Come in and shut the door.
Julie, listen. I want to tell you something. And I want to ask you, do you think I can ever be an actress? A real actress, I mean.
Why, sure, honey. You were wonderful tonight. A little scared, maybe, but, oh, gee, they loved you.
Oh, Mama doesn't want me to be an actress, not really. Besides, I'm not pretty. Mama says I'm not.
Oh, when you smile, you are. You've got the loveliest smile I ever saw.
Have I, Julie?
Listen to me, Magnolia. I'm going to tell you something. Only, it's a secret.
Yes, what?
When you grow up, don't smile too often. But whenever you want anything very much, or like anyone, or want them to like you, smile. I guess maybe you'll learn that without me telling you. Well, good night, honey.
Oh, Julie, I don't want to go yet.
They'll be wondering where you are, and then Parthy will be after us. Good night.
Good night, Julie.
A year later, Julie was gone. She left in a way that Magnolia never forgot. One morning, they put in at Lemoyne, Mississippi. It was late April. The Cotton Blossom was only a few weeks out of St. Louis, on her way down the river.
Hey, Julie! Julie! Julie!
Yes? It's Papa and me, Julie. Can we come in? Hello, Julie.
Jiminy, it's dark in here, and them shades down. Say, Julie, guess you got an admirer in this town.
What do you mean?
Somebody stole your picture, frame and all, right up out in the layout lobby. I put up another, now that's going. Julie, what's the matter?
Yeah, you sick, Julie?
Well, are you now, Julie? Well, now, ain't that a shame? You can play all right tonight, though, can't you?
No, I can't play tonight. Don't ask me.
Well, if you're sick as all that, you better see a doctor.
I'll be all right after a while.
Hawks! Andy Hawks!
Oh, here I am, Parthy, down here in Julie's room. Come on
What
down.
you doing down there, sitting around gabbing, I'll wager, with the best advance sale we've had since we started out? Here it is, 11 o'clock, and half the house gone already.
I never played this town before. License always too high. They're starved for some play acting.
What's the matter with her?
Well, she's sick.
Well, so long as you're all right but tonight, Julie.
Says she won't be.
Won't be? Why, she ain't sick, is she? I mean, sick?
Yes, she is, Mama.
Well, what you doing sitting here for, Maggie? Go fetch a doctor.
I don't want a doctor.
Person's too sick to play. They're sick enough to have a doctor. Playing Xenia tomorrow. Goodest stands we got. Probably won't be able to open there neither if you're sick as all that.
Oh, I'll be able to play tomorrow.
How do you know?
I'll be all right as soon as I get out of this town.
That's funny.
Well, what is?
Just come over me. Julie.
Yes?
You took sick at this very town time we came down river last year.
Well, nothing so funny about that.
Soon she heard we wasn't opening here because the license was too high. She got well all of a sudden.
Oh, leave me alone, can't you?
Well, I may not know much.
Why do you think a girl didn't have the right to feel bad? Now, Parthy, you get along, tend to that ticket office. We can't show tonight. We got to leave them know.
Sure you won't be feeling better by night time, Julie?
Oh, leave me alone, can't you?
Oh, sure, Julie. Now, Parthy, scat, you
Hey,
hear?
Captain Hawks! Hawks down there?
Now, what's that?
Doc, Captain. Seems like there's something up.
How do you mean?
Sheriff's outside on deck.
What is it? Our license plate? He's welcome around here as anybody. I don't know why
Well,
he
it seems
come.
like he wants to have a look at all the folks aboard, and he ain't no state to be reasonable. Guess that's him coming down now.
All right, let him come.
All right.
Please, Captain, don't let him come down. Don't let him.
Who's captain of this here boat?
Well, I am. What's wanted with him? Hawks is the name. Captain Andy Hawks. 20 years in the rivers.
Well, Cap,
Who are you?
sheriff of this town. Understand you got mixed color in your show.
Mixed color?
What's that? What do you mean, Mama?
Hush, Maggie.
No such thing. No such thing on this boat.
Name of the negress is, let's see, Julie Dozier.
Julie?
Yeah. Which one's her?
That's me.
You Julie Dozier?
I am.
Who's been telling you this stuff, Sheriff?
Fellow lives here. Seen her picture when he come to buy tickets to your show. This fella says you was born here.
That's right.
Your mammy was colored. Well?
Yes.
Well,
You done here now, Sheriff? Because if you are, you can get out. Or have you got something more to say?
No. Guess I'm done now. I'll be going. Only let me tell you this, Captain Hawks. You better not try to give no show with mixed blood in this town tonight. Just thought I'd warn you. Bye, Captain Hawks. Bye, ma'am.
Maggie, you come away from here.
No, I want to stay with Julie. Julie.
No, you're not going to cry, honey. Why, it's only like I was going the way we do winters. After we close the Showboat.
Julie, you won't be coming back again when it's spring.
Oh, heavens. In our business, folks are always meeting up. Ain't that so, Captain?
Yeah, sure thing, Maggie.
Come on, Maggie. You got your practicing to do.
No, Mama. I want to stay with Julie.
March!
Mama, I don't see why I can't stay here with Julie. Please, I don't see why I shouldn't.
Well, Julie? What do we do?
I'm going, Captain Andy. Don't worry. I'm going.
Well, I'm sorry, Julie. It's too bad. You're the best actress we ever had in this boat.
Well, better go. My things are all packed.
Julie,
Yes?
I just wondered, fixed for money.
Oh, I'm fixed all right. I've been saving. You treated me well, Captain.
Yeah?
I'd like to say goodbye to Magnolia, if you don't mind.
Julie, you know how Parthy is. She don't mean no harm, but, well, guess she feels you and Maggie maybe shouldn't.
I see.
You know, women folks are funny that way.
Okay. Well, I guess I'm ready.
Yeah.
Goodbye. Goodbye, and thank you, Captain. You've been awful good. And, Captain, tell Magnolia goodbye from me.
Sure will. Goodbye, Julie. Years later, when Magnolia was married and living in Chicago, she saw Julie once again. Julie looked an old woman by then. She passed her on the street, and by the time the carriage had stopped, Julie had disappeared. But there could be no mistake about those deep, dark, dead eyes set in that white face. After Julie had gone, life went on as usual on the Cotton Blossom. 3 months went by. They floated down the river, Memphis, Vicksburg, Natchez, Baton Rouge, and then at the end of August, they reached New Orleans. And there, a second disaster overtook the Cotton Blossom. Their leading man left them, George Schultz, came to the box office where Andy and Parthy were busy counting up before going ashore. He looked very pale but determined. He had a letter in his hand.
I gotta go, Cap.
Go where?
Well, what do you mean, Schultz?
It's from her, from my wife. She's in the hospital at Little Rock. That gambling fellow left her. She ain't got a cent.
Oh, now, Schultz.
I wouldn't do it for myself, no matter what, but it's her, Captain. It's for her, not me.
Yeah, Schultz.
I gotta go, I tell you. You can pick up somebody here in New Orleans. There's a dozen better actors than me laying around the docks this minute. Why, I got to talking to a fellow a while ago down on the wharf. I said I was an actor on the Cotton Blossom, and he said he'd acted too. Maybe he'd like the job.
Yes, I suppose he would. What do you think this is, a bumboat? Plenty of wharf rats in New Orleans would like nothing better.
He ain't no wharf rat, Mrs. Hawks. There he is, down there yet. Take a look at him. Down by that stern wheeler there. I'd go ashore and talk to him if I was you.
What? Him? That fella down there in the brown suit with the yellow cane?
Yeah, that's right.
I couldn't go up and talk to him about acting on no showboat. He's a gentleman.
Maybe, but nobody feels like one with a crack in his shoe.
Huh?
Yes, he's got a crack in his shoe. I can see from here. I can't say I like the looks of him, especially, but we can't be choosers. Well, Hawks, what you waiting for?
Ladies and gentlemen, it's my good fortune to present to you tonight the most magnificent company of players ever assembled on the Mississippi. Magnolia Hawks, you know her and you love her, a favorite from Duluth to New Orleans. And by her side, the sensation of the century, the rage of the river, Mr. Gaylord Ravenel.
That he and Magnolia should fall in love was inevitable as the cosmic course. She'd never met a man like Gaylord Ravenel. Magnolia hadn't. He was the most handsome man she'd ever seen and the best dressed, even though his clothes weren't new. Maybe it was because he was so clean and elegant that he seemed different, but it was more than that, really. He had such nice ways, always polite and gentle and doing little things that no man she ever knew would have bothered his head about. From the first day he came on board the Cotton Blossom, everybody adored him. Everybody, that is, except Parthy.
Person'd think he was the only juvenile left in the world. Matter of fact, I can't see where he's such great shakes of an actor. Rolls those eyes of his a good deal and talks deep-voiced, but got hands white's a woman's and fusses with his fingernails. I'll wager if you look around New Orleans, you'll find something queer for all he talks so high about being a Ravenel of Louisiana and his folks governors in the old days and inscriptions about him in the church and whatnot. Shifty, that's what he is, mark my words.
Best juvenile lead ever played the Rivers. Never heard that having clean fingernails hurt an actor any.
Oh, it isn't just clean fingernails. It's everything. I can't bear the sight of him. Palavering and soft soaping, thinks he can get around a woman my age. Well, I'm worth a dozen of him. When it comes to being smart, I wonder where he is now.
What do you want with him?
Don't want anything. Just to know where he is, that's all.
Well, he's inside.
Inside where?
With Magnolia, listening to her.
You left him to stay alone with your child?
Well, good heavens, Parthy. What's the harm in a gentleman listening to a little piano playing? I'd like to know. Now, sit down, Parthy.
I'll do no such thing, and you won't either. Come along inside where we can keep an eye on the two of them.
Oh, Parthy.
You hear me, Hawks?
Oh, all right. That's a pretty tune you're playing there, Magnolia.
Yes, isn't it?
She'd do better by it if she did more practicing.
I don't get time, Mama. What was rehearsing?
Seem to have time enough for all sorts of foolishness, if you ask me.
Papa.
Yes, Maggie?
You know, Mr. Ravenel was just telling me about being all the way to Paris.
Oh, that's so, Ravenel?
Yes, Captain.
Paris? Fiddlesticks.
I've never even been to Chicago.
Well, it's not so much, but it has got some nice things about it.
I was in New York once.
Ah, there's a real town.
Yes, sirree.
If I was a girl, I'd soon enough tire of this sort of popinjay talk.
You can listen to music, Parthy.
Does seem you managed to get around a lot for a young man, Mr. Ravenel.
I have, ma'am.
Most folks would say it didn't look right of you.
That's so?
Takes a pile of money, don't it?
Well,
Well, however'd you come by so much? Not by your acting, I'll lay. I was telling Andy just now I don't see that you're any great shakes as an actor.
Now, see here, Parthy.
A body can take an interest in a young man, can't they, Hawks? I just say that most folks would have it that no young man could come by so much money honest.
Mama.
Eh?
I think I'll go to bed.
And about time, too. Come in, Hawks.
I'll be along in a minute.
Good night, Mr. Ravenel.
Good night, Miss Magnolia.
Come along, Maggie. Come along.
They floated down the river hundreds of miles of willow-fringed streams, flowing blue in the sunlight, olive green in the shade, wild honeysuckle clambering over black tree trunks, bare, unpainted cabins the color of the sandy soil. Sometimes the river was a great broad stream rolling down to the sea, and sometimes it was a shallow, narrow stream, little more than a creek through which the Cotton Blossom went slowly, picking her way cautiously from town to town. It seemed no time at all before they played all the bayous and on their way up the river again and back at the docks in New Orleans.
5,600, 5,700, 25, 25.
Papa!
Huh?
Oh, Papa, it's almost 4 and you haven't even changed your clothes.
Can't leave this money laying around buttons, can I? Bank's let me on the side door afterwards so as I can
You said
bank
you
it.
got a carriage and 2 horses and you drive
Oh,
out to the
gosh
lake.
almighty, Magnolia. Ain't going to turn out an unreasonable woman like your ma, are you?
Where's Mama? Isn't she ready either?
Yeah, she's ready, all right. Dressed up fit to kill. Don't know where she went, though. Saw her a while back hustling the shore. Had a long talk with the sheriff and then flew off into town. Can't go without her. She might just well sit down and relax. You know, 56, 78. And
Miss Magnolia.
Oh, how beautiful you look.
Huh? What?
You're looking very beautiful yourself, Miss Magnolia.
Say, Ravenel.
Oh, yes, Captain.
It's a mighty handsome-looking suit of clothes you got there. Ain't thinking of leaving us, are you?
Well, no.
Give me a turn.
Well, no cause for that, Captain. First time you saw me, I was in temporary difficulties. Sort of thing that can happen to any gentleman. Now, as you can see, things are better.
Yeah, sirree. I certainly can. Now, I'll tell you what, Ravenel, you stick with me, and I'll raise you to 20. 25. 25? 30 a week, huh? There ain't a juvenile on the river that's ever got anywhere near that.
Well, let's not talk money now, Captain. Unless you'd like to advance me 50 for a week or two.
Pleasure, Ravenel. Pleasure indeed. Here you are, sir. 30, 40, 45, and 50.
Thanks. What I really came in for was to ask if you and Mrs. Hawks and Miss Magnolia here would take dinner with me tonight. There's a restaurant I know.
Oh, Papa, please.
And now, Maggie, you're not.
He's gone off. Nobody knows where to. Oh, Mr. Ravenel, we were going to take a drive out to the lake and then have dinner ashore, and he hasn't even changed his clothes. It's almost 4 o'clock. Probably it is 4
Now,
o'clock.
Maggie.
He just don't care anything about me. It's always old boat and business and money.
We're going. Just give me another 30 seconds.
It'd be too late to drive, and that's what I like best.
Well,
If you trust me, Captain, I know where I can get a fine turnout. Chestnuts. They're higher steppers, but safe, sir. If we start right now,
Oh, Papa, I can, can't I?
But, Maggie, if your ma ever comes to here,
She's not here, is she?
Heck, I don't see how it can hurt much.
Of course not.
Well, we meet you at 6 for dinner.
At Antoine, sir.
Antoine, why?
Oh, come on, Mr. Ravenel. Hurry.
Yes, Miss Magnolia, I'm coming. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. 35, 700, 15, 58, 25, 800, 25, 50, and 870, 872, 870. Oh, what is it?
Hawks, the
Yes?
2 of them with me own eyes. I tell ya, I saw 'em.
What's wrong with you, woman? Gone clean crazy?
He's a gambler and a murderer.
Who's a gambler and a murderer?
He is.
For 2 cents, I'd murder you. Come howling in here. A man's trying to run his business.
Listen to me, you fool. I've been to the chief of police, and a perfect gentleman if ever there was one, and he's killed a man.
Chief of police killed a man? What man?
Ravenel. Ravenel's killed a man.
Oh, good heavens, when?
Year ago, right in this very town.
Oh, well, they didn't hang him, did they?
Hang who?
Ravenel.
Why, no. Said he shot in self-defense.
Well,
or
he
something.
killed a man. They let him go.
Yes.
Well, what's that prove?
Eh?
Proves you're right to, don't it? All right, what of it?
What of it? This very minute your own daughter's out with a murderer. That's what.
Mrs. Hawks, ma'am, when I was 19, I killed a man, and for 25 years and more, I've been as respected as... Hey, Party, what? Oh, holy there, Doc! Mr. Bean, somebody fetch some water. Party's fainted.
You are listening to the Campbell Playhouse presentation of Showboat, starring Margaret Sullivan and Orson Welles, with Helen Morgan and authoress Edna Ferber. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Magnolia.
This is Ernest Chappell, ladies and gentlemen, welcoming you back to the Campbell Playhouse. In a moment or two, we will resume our presentation of Edna Ferber's Showboat. This is the story of a glorious institution, now all but vanished from our American scene. The great days of the Showboat are past, gone with the customs and manners of a more leisurely age. How times have changed since those days. Dining, then, was an event, a meal of many courses. It started with a great gleaming tureen of savory hot soup, and went on to the meat course with many side dishes and finally some substantial desserts. We in our day have modified our view of eating. A new knowledge of what is good for us has tempered our eating habits. Soup has held its own. Indeed, today, soup is not only enjoyed as an opening course, but also as the main dish of many lighter meals. Knowing this, women welcome the fact that good soups are readily available in red and white labeled cans marked Campbell's. Delicious soups they are, too. Chicken gumbo, hearty vegetable soup, bean with bacon soup, chicken noodle. These and many more Campbell's make in the time-honored homemade way. How many of you tried in your home? Now we resume our Campbell Playhouse presentation of Showboat, starring Orson Welles and Margaret Sullivan, with Helen Morgan and authoress Edna Ferber.
Magnolia, as you may remember, never remembered very clearly what happened that afternoon. Gaylord Ravenel drove her far out into the country to a little church with a graveyard, and they got out of the carriage and walked around under the trees, and there were graves there with the names of Ravenel on them. That's what he said. His father and grandfather and way back beyond that, he said, and she didn't remember much about the ride back to town or dinner or anything. Up till showtime, except Gaze smiling at her and her smiling back at him.
Hawks, that murderer goes or I go. That's final.
Oh, Posse.
You can tell him tonight.
That's the best juvenile lead ever played the rivers. Now that scene's beginning.
Willing to sacrifice your own daughter, are you, for the sake of a few dollars?
Sacrifice? Just letting her speak civil to his handsome young fella?
There. Watch now. Just see him out there looking at her.
Well, he's a darn fool if he didn't.
You mean to tell me you'd see your own daughter married to
Oh, now,
a worthless...
good heavens, woman. Can't a man look at a girl without his having to marry her?
Having to marry her? Having...
If I was a girl like Maggie, I'd run off with him. That's the truth. She had any spirit left after you deviling her for 18 years, she'd do it.
That's right. Put ideas into her head.
I'm not putting
How do you
ideas
know
into
who he
her
is?
He's a Ravenroll.
He says he is.
Well, didn't he show her the church?
Oh, Hawks, you're a zany. I could show you gravestones. I could say my name was Bonaparte and show you Napoleon's tomb, but that wouldn't make him a grandfather, would it?
Hey, folks, you're going it so loud people out front can't hear the show.
There now, Posse, hush up and listen to the show.
Dad, have all your friends deserted you? Mama's going to make Andy send you away.
No, but friendship is too cold a passion to stir my heart now. Will you come with me?
Oh, give me a friend in preference to a sweetheart. How can I?
My dear Miss Brown, Miss Lucy, marry me.
Oh, please don't call me Miss Brown. When?
Lucy. Where do we play tomorrow? Marry me there.
Defender of the fatherless. Natchez, I'm so frightened.
Will you be a poor man's bride? Darling.
Oh, yes, Henry, yes.
Lucy, my own.
Darling.
Magnolia, for heaven's sake, take your time. The minister will wait.
Okay.
Where did you think you were going, huh? To a fire?
I don't know. I guess I was afraid Mom would light out after me.
Did you see you lift the boat?
I don't think so. There, I've got my breath. Come on, let's go in and get married.
Oh, now, hold on a minute. We've got to be engaged first.
Engaged?
Of course. Here, give me a hand. Oh, the other one's silly.
Well, I've never been married or engaged to anything. I'm so excited. Oh, gay. Gay, a diamond.
You like it?
Oh, it's so beautiful. I've never seen one before. Just look what the sun does to it.
That's nothing to what the sun does to you.
Oh, crazy.
You want to get a kiss?
You mean in broad daylight? Right here in the minister's front yard?
Well, why not?
Well, of course we are getting married.
Well, Hawks, now I hope you're satisfied.
Those were the first words she said when she heard they were married. Just the first words. She didn't stop talking for 10 whole days. And she finally did let up a little because she was tired. She'd just worn herself out. And when the baby came, they called her Kim. It was the captain's idea because she was born on the river while the Cotton Blossom was riding a storm near the borderlines of Kentucky, Illinois, and Missouri. K-I-M. And then when Kim was 2, the captain bought a new boat, had her built in St. Louis with some newfangled arrangement instead of the kerosene lamps for footlights, and she was called Cotton Blossom, too. It was April before she was ready, late in the year, to start downriver, but the captain didn't care. He wanted to try the new boat. No sooner had they started than the rains began. They got as far as Natchez and turned, started upstream again. Then, early one morning before dawn, only a few miles out of Cairo, a squall caught them, and it was all over. The whole course of Magnolia's life had been changed.
Hey.
Huh?
What was that?
Oh, what?
Wake up! Something happened.
Hey, get up! Get up!
What is it,
Get
Captain?
up.
Yes?
Sounds like we lost our mooring. I think we lost the mooring. You better get some clothes on, Gage. Come along.
Yes, sir.
Hey, Doc, get
Magnolia,
up there.
you better get
up there,
ready.
Robert.
Wrap the baby warm. We'll stay still in the cabin. I'll be back.
Yay! Mama, is that you? Magnolia! Quiet, Mama. Kim's asleep.
How do, Maggie?
Windy, is everything all right?
so quiet suddenly.
Yeah. As soon as daylight came, the squall quieted right down.
Well, is everything all right?
Got off the snag, if that's what you mean.
There's something wrong. What is it? Where's Papa?
Well, he was bobbing around on the deck. Of course, he had no business giving orders. That was my job as a pilot. But he always did that, ma'am. I never minded it.
What's happened to Papa? Where is he? Had to be the fastest channel on the river, too.
He was leaning over, trying to snatch her. It was dark and the rain and all.
Windy. What's happened?
He was gone before we could get to him, Maggie. And with the rain and the dark and the current, we did all we could. Ain't no use. Not in this part of the river.
He's dead, Maggie. He's dead.
Oh.
With Andy gone, things were different. Might have worked out for a while if Parthenia Hawks hadn't been what she was. The first to go was the pilot, old Windy McLean, about a month after Andy died.
Here now. What do you mean? Yes, I'm speaking to you, Windy McLean.
What is it you want, Miss Hawks?
If I've had those steps to the pilot house scrubbed once, I've had them scrubbed 10 times this week.
Well, what's the matter with them?
What's the Look at them! All muddied up. What's that side ladder for, I'd like to know? I've told you before.
Miss Hawks, ma'am, I'm no hired hand. I worked with Andy Hawks 25 years.
I pay you, don't I? And good pay it is, too.
Well, the thing is, you can't run a boat like you would a kitchen.
Well, I'm not going to have it. You traipsed in all over, spitting your filthy tobacco and leaving muddy tracks.
Ma'am?
Well?
You're Hawks' widow.
No need to remind me.
That's why I said I'd go on working same as if Andy was alive.
If you'd no mind to stay on, there was nobody begging you.
I figured Maggie's husband be the boss after...
Well, I'm running this boat.
Fact is, ma'am, I ain't no petticoat pilot. Fact is, I guess I lost my taste for rivers since Cap went. Lost my nerve, too, I guess. I'm through.
Your money'll be at the office for you.
Thanks, ma'am.
Look, Magnolia, I can't stand this. I'm sick of this scow and everything that goes with it.
Oh, I know, darling.
Partly just driving us all crazy. Anyway, Magnolia, I'm no actor. I don't belong here. If I hadn't happened to see you the day your father offered me a job, I wouldn't be here now.
Are you sorry, Gay?
Oh, darling. It's the only luck I've ever had that lasted. Magnolia, what we ought to do is to clear out of here. You've got something coming to you from your father. We could very...
What are you two gabbing so hard and fast about?
Mama, listen.
Yes?
We were just wondering, now that Papa's gone... Well, maybe it wasn't crazy trying to go on.
What do you want? Have us leave the river?
Why not, Mama?
And what's to become of the cotton blossom?
Oh, I don't know. We'll have to talk about it.
We are talking about it. Now, listen here, Magnolia. Fox left no will. Just like him. I've got as much say as you.
Mama, there's my share in this boat. I want it.
You mean money?
Yes.
What would you have me do? Sell the boat right out from under me?
Captain Andy left insurance, and he had money in the bank. There's enough for you to buy Magnolia's share in the Showboat, if you want it.
What'll you do with the money?
Oh, Gay will probably invest it in some business.
Yes. Monkey business.
I'm leaving here. I've had enough.
What about Magnolia and her child?
They can come or stay. That's for her to decide. I'll be packing, Magnolia.
No, Gay.
Well, now, you see, walking right off and leaving you. Come back here, child. I'll give you the money. But mind, don't you come sniveling back to me when it's gone and you and your child haven't a penny to bless yourselves with. For that's what it'll come to in the end, mark my words.
I wouldn't come to you for help. Not if I was starving to death, and Kim, too.
Oh, there's worse things than starving to death.
I wouldn't come to you no matter what.
You will, just the same. I'll take my oath on that. And remember this. When he's run through every penny of your money, you needn't look to me for more. You can come back to the boat, you and the child. I'll look for you, but him, never.
Nothing was too good, Gaylord Ravenel. That first winter they lived in Chicago. They had a suite at the Sherman House, a nursemaid for Kim, a pair of English hackneys to drive them to the races in the afternoon and to the theater in the evening. And that winter, for the first time, Magnolia tasted champagne, wore sables, sat in a box at Hooley's, and saw the Hoochie Coochie dance at the World's Fair. It was all very pleasant and luxurious and strange, almost like a dream. And through it all, Gay was beside her, handsome and elegant and thoughtful, laughing at her wide-eyed enjoyment. And then, one day, suddenly, their money was gone. Simply gone.
I'm sorry, Magnolia. I haven't got it.
Gay, darling, how do you mean you haven't got $100? You know, it's that green velvet dress you like so much. You told me to get it. Now, this is the third time they sent the bill, so will you give me the money? Or write a check if you'd rather.
I tell you, I haven't got it, Magnolia.
Well, tomorrow will do. But please be sure tomorrow that you...
I can't be any surer tomorrow than I am today. We haven't got $100 in the world, and that's a fact.
But, darling, we had 30,000.
I know. I'm afraid it's gone. I've been running bad luck for weeks.
Bad luck? At what, Gay? What do you mean?
Pharaoh.
But, Gay, we had $30,000.
Thousands don't last forever, my dear. Besides, last week I took a flyer.
A flyer?
Yes, a tip on the market. The stock market, dear, stocks. Oh, you wouldn't understand, Magnolia.
But all of it, Gay? You didn't lose all of it on the market?
Well, no. Some of it on the market and some of it at Pharaoh.
How much, Gay? How much?
Oh, what does it matter? It's gone.
But, Gay, how much at Pharaoh?
A few thousand.
How many? 5?
Yes, 5.
More than 5, Gay?
Well, near 10, probably. I don't remember, Magnolia. What does it matter how it's gone? It's gone.
Once a month came a letter from Parthy, no more, no less. It came addressed in a firm, small hand to the Sherman House.
Crops are pretty good, so business is according. I put up grape gel last week, a terrible job, but I can't abide this store stuff. No real grapes in it. Well, I suppose you're too stylish for the cotton blossom by now, and Kim never hears of it. I got the pictures you sent. I think she looks kind of peaked. Up all hours of the night, I suppose, and no proper food. Never heard of such a thing. Well, I will close, as goodness knows. I have enough to do without writing letters where they're probably not wanted. Still, I like to know how you and the child are doing and all. Your mother, Parthenia Ann Hawks.
Dear Mother, Gay is more than good to me. I have only to wish for a thing, and it is mine. Everyone says Kim is unusually tall and bright for her age. Gay speaks of a trip to Europe next year. I have a new fur coat. He's very good to me. Never an unkind word. We are very, very happy. Love, Magnolia.
Magnolia and Ravenel moved. The first of those endless changes that marked their life in Chicago for the next 12 years. They left the plush and ice water and fresh linen and rich food and luxurious service of the Sherman House. They moved to a shabby family hotel, sort of actor's boarding house on the north side, just across the Clark Street Bridge in Ontario. It was within walking distance of the places, Gay said. And by places, she knew that he meant Jeff Hankins and Mike McDonald's and Prince Varnell's and other establishments on Gambler's Row, where he spent his days, every day, for 12 years. And always it was famine or plenty, no middle ground. Sometimes a bad streak would last for weeks. First the Malacca cane would go. Gay had a reputation for paying his debts, and Ravenel's cane was always worth a few $100s as a pledge at one of the pawn shops near Clark Street. And then next some of the fine English clothes would vanish, and always last, her diamond engagement ring. There were times when even the Ontario Street Hotel became an impossible luxury. That meant rock bottom. Then it was that they took a room at $3 a week in a frowsy rooming house on Ohio Street. The three of them in one room, and boiled coffee and eggs and cooking over the gas jet. And every day around noon, Gaylord went down to the street, elegant as ever, freshly shaved, his gloves on his hands, and headed south toward the clock. It was night when he returned, sometimes long after midnight.
Magnolia! Hey, Magnolia!
What is it, Gay?
Come on, Magnolia. We're leaving this rat's nest. Hurry.
But, darling, not now. You don't mean tonight.
No, it'll only take a minute. I'll wake up the landlady. She'll help.
Oh, no, I'd rather do it myself. Oh, Gay, Kim's asleep. Can't we wait until morning?
No, we're going tonight, this minute. Come on, hurry. I need a killing, Magnolia. 6,000. And here's your ring.
Where are we going?
Sherman House. Or would you like to try the auditorium for a change? Room overlooking the lake, huh? How would you like that?
Oh, Gay.
Next week, we'll run down to West Baden. Do us good. During the day, we can walk and drive or ride. You ought to learn to ride, Magnolia. In the evening, we can take a whirl at Sam Maddox's place.
Oh, darling, don't play there. Not much, I mean. Let's try to keep what we have for a while.
What nonsense. May as well give Sam a chance to pay our expenses. Remember the last time we were down? I won $1,000 at roulette alone. And roulette's not my game.
Gay.
Yes, Nora?
Gay, I want to talk to you.
Well, does it have to be now?
Yes, Gay, listen. Do we have to go on like this?
Darling, haven't you been listening? I'm in the money. We're moving out of here. What more do you want?
Oh, Gay, that's just it. Everything one day and nothing the next. We ought to be living in a house, a little house, where it's quiet and peaceful. And Kim can play like other children.
Now, don't get dramatic, Magnolia, for heaven's sake. Besides, we've had that all out before.
But why can't we do it? Why can't we live like other people, in between, enough? And none of this horrible worrying about tomorrow. I can't bear it.
You should have married a plumber. Come on, Magnolia. Get your things packed and let's go. I've got a carriage waiting downstairs.
Then came a bad streak that lasted longer than the others. The cane was gone, the English suits, Magnolia's diamond ring. They'd been in the rooming house on Ohio Street now for 3 months.
Gay, you early.
Am I? I stopped in at the Sherman house. This letter was there for you.
Oh, it's for Mama.
Yes.
Gay?
Hmm?
Mama's coming.
Coming here?
Yes, listen. I've never been to Chicago. I want to see the stockyards, the Grand Opera House, the Masonic Temple, Marshall Fields, Lincoln Park, and the Chicago River. I'll put up at the Sherman house where you are, providing it's not too expensive. And I want you both to understand I mean to pay my own way. I'll not be beholden to any living soul. Well, we'll have to move back, Gay.
Where?
To the Sherman house. That's where she thinks we live.
Well, that's out, Nora.
But, Gay, we haven't any choice.
And I haven't any money.
And you've got to borrow it.
On what, security?
I don't mean business borrowing. They're your friends, all those men.
Oh, what men?
The men at those places. The men you've known for so many years, those gamblers.
They've all been trying to borrow from me.
But Mike McDonald, Hankins, Varnell, they've all had thousands of dollars from us. All the money we brought to Chicago. Won't they give some of it back?
Magnolia, you're priceless. There's nobody like you.
Gee, how can you act like that when you know how serious it is? I'm not going to have Mama come here and see us living like this. I'm not going to do it.
Do you think for a minute I would?
Well, then what are you going to do about it?
I don't know, darling. But I'll do something. I've been in holes as deep as this and managed to crawl out. I'll do something.
That was the last time she heard his voice. Next morning, when she left the house, he was still sleeping. It was the day she went to school to see Kim. It was winter, and it was dark in the streets by the time she got home. The door of their room was locked, and when she opened it, before she'd lighted the gas, she felt the room was empty, deserted. On the dresser was an envelope, her name on it in Ravenel's neat, delicate hand.
Magnolia, darling, I'm going away for a few weeks. I'll return when your mother is gone. I'll send for you. You'll find $300 for you on the shelf under the clock. It should be enough for a few weeks anyway. My love always, Gay. So you see, Kim, it's a long story. Oh, Nola. No, don't say that, Kim. I'm not sorry. I'm not sorry for anything I ever did in my whole life. I've been a lot of places. I've seen a lot of things. But in the end, this is where I belong. I love it. The rivers, the people, the showboat, and the life here. I don't know why. It's bred in me, I suppose. Yes, Kim, I do know why. Your grandfather died when you were too little to really know him. You knew him well, Kim. You'd know why.
concludes the Campbell Playhouse presentation of Edna Ferber's Showboat, starring Margaret Sullivan, Orson Welles, Helen Morgan, and the authoress herself. Miss Ferber has something special to say to us tonight, and in just a moment, Orson Welles will bring her back to the microphone. In the meantime, here is Ernest Chappell. When you taste Campbell's vegetable soup, I'm sure your verdict will be the same as that of millions of others who agree it is so good that it's a waste of time and energy to go to all the trouble of making vegetable soup at home. You can prove it by serving this great family favorite tomorrow. And if there are children at the table, I know they'll show you by their busy spoons what a big hit it makes with them, too. And while they're enjoying it, they'll be getting the nourishing benefits of 15 fine garden vegetables. If you have thought there never could be another vegetable soup as good as the homemade kind, then this is important. Campbell's vegetable soup is made the good home way, from the simmering of its invigorating beef stock to the careful blending and cooking of its vegetables. It's so good and so substantial that it's almost a meal in itself, the kind of vegetable soup you'd expect from the finest home soup kettle. Why not try it tomorrow? Remember to ask your grocer for Campbell's vegetable soup. And now Orson Welles brings you his guests of this evening.
Ladies and gentlemen, I think you know everybody here. Margaret Sullivan, who is Magnolia, whom you have seen so many times in movie houses and in theaters, giving so many fine performances, is our guest on the Campbell Playhouse for the 5th time. In fact, the last thing she did before she was Bridget Haywood's mother, which she is, was if you remember, the nameless heroine of our radio version of Rebecca. Miss Sullivan, it's very nice to have you back.
It's nice to be back, Mr. Wells. It always is.
I know you know Miss Morgan, and I know you love her just as much as I do. Ladies and gentlemen, Helen Morgan.
Mr. Wells, thank you for another chance to play Julie. I suppose I know Showboat about as well as anybody. May I tell you, it has never seemed more real to me than tonight.
Miss Morgan, you're very kind. And now, ladies and gentlemen, because Miss Edna Ferber made her debut tonight as an actress, and as you will agree, a very good actress at that, in the role of Parthy Hawks, and because she wrote Showboat and should have something interesting to tell us about it, I've banished all banter and badinage from our customary afterpiece and asked her to take the floor and say what she will. Miss Edna Ferber.
Today, in 1939, I never could have written Showboat. I'm too agonized at what I see and hear in the world about me. Showboat carries no message. It is just a romantic novel about a rather glamorous phase of American life. Since it was written in 1926, and this is 1939, there must be in it a quality that strikes a sympathetic chord. It never could have been written in a war-torn world. A writer should feel free to write as he pleases, and in these times, he's deprived of that feeling. Those millions of you here in America who have chuckled over Huckleberry Finn and Tom Sawyer, those of you who have thrilled to that majestic piece of prose, the Gettysburg Address, who have read and heeded the wise sayings of Benjamin Franklin, whose pulses have quickened to the beat and march of Walt Whitman's poems, if you love these things and believe in their beauty and worth, save them. For long, long after the rulers of people are dead, the literature of a country lives on. You who are listening to the Orson Welles program tonight, make up your minds what kind of world you want for your children. Walt Whitman told you. Listen to what he said. Long, too long, America, traveling roads all even and peaceful, you learned from joys and prosperity only. But now, now to learn from crises of anguish, advancing, grappling with direst fate, and recoiling not. Now to conceive and show to the world what your children en masse really are. Traveling roads all even and peaceful, you learn from joys and prosperity only. But now, now to learn from crises of anguish, advancing, grappling with direst fate, and recoiling not. Now, to conceive and show to the world what your children en masse really are.
Thank you, Miss Flipper. And thanks to you, Miss Sullivan and Miss Morgan. Please come back to us again on the Campbell Playhouse whenever you will. 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 Whenever you will.
True crime stories of the 1940s and 1950s are up next with Jack Webb's Dragnet.
Ladies and gentlemen, the story you are about to hear is true. Only the names have been changed to protect the innocent.
Fatima Cigarettes, best of all long cigarettes, brings you Dragnet.
You're a detective sergeant. You're assigned to homicide detail. A young woman has been murdered. The body was discovered behind locked doors. The assassin is still at large. Your job, find him.
If you want a long cigarette, smoke the best of long cigarettes. Smoke Fatima. Fatima is the long cigarette which contains the finest Turkish and domestic tobaccos superbly blended to make Fatima extra mild. And that's why Fatima has a much different, much better flavor and aroma than any other long cigarette. That's why Fatima is doubling and redoubling its smokers. So, if you want a long cigarette, smoke the best of all long cigarettes. Smoke Fatima.
Dragnet, the documented drama of an actual crime. For the next 30 minutes, in cooperation with the Los Angeles Police Department, you will travel step by step on the side of the law through an actual case from official police files. From beginning to end, from crime to punishment, Dragnet is the story of your police force in action.
It was Tuesday, January 9th. It was stormy in Los Angeles. We were working a day watch out of homicide detail. My partner's Ben Romero, and my name's Friday. I was on the way to work, and it was 6:45 a.m. when I got to the steps of the City Hall, the Main Street entrance.
Hey, Joe, wait up.
Morning, Ben.
When did they call you?
5 a.m. Donahoe called you?
Yeah. Miserable out, isn't it?
It's pretty wet. My feet are soaking wet.
See the transfer there?
Yeah.
New chief of detectives?
Wait a minute, I want to get some gum. Pack of spearmint. Yeah, I heard about the new chief. Thad Brown. Good man. Piece of gum?
Thanks. I wish they'd make up their minds about our shift. Work days, they call you back nights. Work nights, they call you back days.
Why don't you put in for a desk job?
We never have to call you back. You're here all the time.
No, you're just hard to please. Here we are. Why don't you sit one? Thanks, Egan.
Gentlemen, sit down.
It's a great way to start off as your new chief. Call you back on a rotten morning like this.
I'm glad you got the job, Thad.
Yeah, congratulations, Chief.
It's hard to follow men like Ed Backstrom. Gonna need your help.
You got it.
Here's why I called you back. Laura Barclay. With the dead body report, nightclub entertainer. Landlady found the body an hour ago.
Who's covering?
Burton and Anderson. They're out there now.
Strangled, huh?
Well, the lamp cord. Still trying to figure out how the guy got in the house. Doors and windows all locked.
Attacked. That the motive?
For now, yeah. I just came from there. I think there's more.
Any reason?
Her room wasn't prowled.
Yeah?
Well, just a hunch. Play it for me.
Ben and I left Thad Brown's office, picked up Lieutenant Lee Jones at the crime lab, and drove to the West Adams district, number 16 Imperial Place, where the body of Laura Barclay had been found. It was an ornate frame structure done in Victorian style, at least 30 to 40 years old. Number 16 was on the ground floor. We went in. A narrow hallway led to the bedroom in the rear of the house. 2 gas jet fixtures, which had been converted to electricity, were the only illumination.
This place has seen better days.
Anybody else coming out, Lee?
I see flash bulbs down there. They must be here already.
Lieutenant, Friday, down this way.
Hi, Burton.
Hi. Photographer's covering the body position. Peterson's dusting for prints.
Fred, shoot a couple of overheads. Don't make them all angle shots. Get up high, then move in close.
Yeah, Chief was right. Room's in pretty good order.
Did you talk to anybody, Burton?
Landlady lives upstairs. Only 2 people living in the building.
Mm-hmm. Did she tell you anything?
Said the Barkley girl paid her rent on time. Good tenant. Plays the organ at the Blue Fox. Cocktail lounge.
Any idea how the murderer got in here?
Not yet. Every door and window in the place is locked.
Anything else?
That's it so far. We'll give you 15.7 on what we got.
Okay, Lloyd. You and Anderson have another detail?
Yeah, I'm working on that Westwood thing. 2 uniform men outside if you want anything.
Right, thanks.
Looks like a tough one, Joe. Whoever did it must have come in through the keyhole. I'll see you later.
So long, Lloyd.
Andy.
Peterson's dusting for prints. Nothing yet. Only piece of physical evidence so far, the lamp cord she was strangled with. I'll run it through downtown.
Not a sign of a struggle. Maybe she wanted to die.
Check the bathroom, will you, Ben?
Yeah.
I'll look around the kitchen.
Hey, Pete, have you dusted the lamps yet?
Not this way. I'm going to keep this.
Ben, come here a minute, will you? Ben.
Yeah?
Come in the kitchen, will you? You got a pencil?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, here you are.
Okay. Take a look at this garbage chute here.
Let me see. About 8 feet to the ground.
Yeah, big enough for a man to get through.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, no problem.
Lee.
I'll be right there.
That could be the answer, Joe.
Well, he either got in this way or he was in the house when she came home.
What do you got?
Garbage chute here. What do you think?
Could be. Let me grab a kit. Let's see. Aluminum powder. There it is. No. No, nothing on the outside of the lid. Looked pretty clean. Must have just been scrubbed. Abrasions here. Got a pencil?
Yeah, I'll get it.
Hold it up there, will you?
Yeah,
Yeah, here we go. Large prints. Unusually large. Big hands.
Can I look inside the chute a minute, Lee?
Go ahead. Watch that lid.
Yeah, I will.
Looks like it's blocked off upstairs.
This thing hasn't been used for garbage for some time.
Most of them were condemned a few years back. I'll get Fred to shoot these. Let's go in the living room.
That desk been dusted, Lee?
Yeah, it's clean. Go ahead.
Take a look, Joe.
Yeah. Photographs.
Hundreds of them. All men.
Yeah, all different. Lee Jones and the crime lab crew finished up and went back to Central Division. 2 uniformed officers remained on duty at the scene of the crimes. Thad Brown had men sent out to canvass the neighborhood. Ben and I went upstairs and talked with a landlady, a Mrs. Emma Smith.
Yes?
Police officers. You Miss Smith?
Yes. You're not the same officers I talked with before.
No, ma'am. I wonder if we could ask you a few questions.
I told the other officers everything I knew.
We have to double-check, Miss Smith. Who was the girl who lived in the apartment below, number 16?
Laura Barkley.
Is that the name she used? The mail she received, was it addressed that way?
Yes, it was. She was a very good tenant, Laura. No trouble with her at all.
When did she move here?
Oh, about 4 or 5 years ago. I have the rent receipts. I always save receipts.
Did she always live by herself?
Oh, yes. That apartment rents to one person only.
Did she have many visitors, friends dropping in?
None that I ever saw. Pretty much to herself, Laura. The men came yesterday and took away
What's that, ma'am?
the organ, electric one. Laura rented it from a big downtown firm. Used to practice all the time. My, it was beautiful.
Yeah.
In the gloaming. She used to play that for me.
Mrs. Smith, when did the men come and take the organ away?
Yesterday, in the afternoon, about 4:30.
Was Miss Barclay at home when they came?
No, she wasn't. She left me a note to let them in, so I let them in. I never allow anyone in the apartment without a note.
You know the name of the company where she rented the organ?
Brazier's, it was called, down on South Spring.
Well, didn't you think it was unusual that Miss Barclay didn't have any friends?
Now, officer, I didn't say Laura didn't have any friends. What I said was that she didn't have any friends who came to see her here. She moved here from a hotel for women. That's the reference she gave me.
I see. I wonder if you could give us the address of that hotel, please.
I'll write it down for you.
Thank you. Miss Smith, did you hear any unusual sounds in Miss Barclay's flat last night? Anything out of the ordinary?
If I had, I would have called the police and we'd have saved a girl's life.
No, thank you very much, Miss Smith. Here's a card. If there's anything you think of after we've gone, don't hesitate to call us.
Thank you, I will. I hope you get the dirty men who killed Laura.
We didn't say it was a man, Miss Smith.
Well, isn't it always a man?
Before we left Mrs. Emma Smith, we asked her about the garbage chute. She said it had not been in use for the last 4 years. We showed her the stack of photos. She could identify none of them. We drove back to Central Division. We checked Brazier's music store. The 2 men who moved the organ were checked out and cleared. We went to the Wynn Hotel for young ladies. They could tell us nothing. Laura Barclay's references were all good. We went back to the office and met with Chief of Detectives Thad Brown.
You think he got in through the garbage chute?
That's the way it looks, Chief.
We went all over the apartment. If there's another way, we haven't found it.
All right, you know how he got in. Who is he?
We got out an APB on his M.O., latent fingerprints, and making a run on those prints we found.
You got an idea about these pictures here. Most of them theatrical stills, show people. Frank Latour and his canine circus. To Laura, all my love, Frank. Tell you what you do. Here's a guy I checked with this morning.
Bernard Caribbean, theatrical booking agent, huh?
Yeah, Barney's office is down in the Orpheum building, 8th and Hill. He booked her into the Blue Fox. See what he can tell you.
Right.
You grabbed the pictures, Ben, huh?
Oh, yeah.
Well, you got more than you started with.
Yeah, those fingerprints.
We get a make on him, we'll be close to the guy.
So was the Barclay girl. But he got away.
I wonder if we could see Mr. Caribbean.
Who's calling, please?
Sergeant Romero and Sergeant Friday, police officers.
One moment, please.
Yeah, take it.
2 police officers to see you, Mr. Caribbean. Sergeant Friday and Sergeant Romero, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Send him in.
Go right in.
Thank you.
All right, let's go.
I'll be right with you. When them rosy roses bust through the snow, I'll be coming home on parole again. When them General Sherman tanks are covered with ice, I'll be home for good. And won't that be nuts? No. This guy's stuff is cornbread. Come on. Sit down, fellas.
Thank you.
Can I help you?
I understand that you booked Laura Barclay.
Yeah, that's right. I spoke with a... Got his name right here.
Chief Thad Brown?
Yeah, that's right. He asked me about Laura. Too bad about that. Any clues?
We're working on it, Mr. Caribbean.
What makes a person pull a stunt like that? Laura didn't have no enemies.
She had one.
Well, I don't know much about her, except I've been booking her for about 4 years. Good organist. Pretty fair voice, too.
Got some pictures here. I wonder if you could take a look at them.
Yeah, sure. Quite a stack. Yeah, old Frankie Latour and the dogs. Great act. I book 'em. Ricky Rogan, King of the Tap. Gus Orinoco and that singing seal of his. Yeah, I know all these people. I book 'em all.
Did Laura Barclay work with all these people?
One time or another, yeah. During the war, USO camp shows, you know.
Do you know whether she was close to any of them?
Well, come to think of it, she was. That Frankie Latour, crazy about them dogs of his.
No, I mean the men themselves. Anybody that she seemed particularly interested in?
Never heard her mention anybody. Pretty girl.
Did you know her very well, Mr. Groovy?
Only when she came in and out of town on an engagement. I'm a married man.
Well, then you don't think there's anything to these pictures here of hers, huh?
Well, I wouldn't say so. When you're on the road, you always collect photos of the people you work with. Souvenirs.
Mm-hmm. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Caribbean. Here's our card.
You betcha. I sure hope you catch the guy. Wonder why he picked on Laura.
Sometimes they don't have a reason. When we left Bernard Caribbean's office, we checked by the Blue Fox Cocktail Lounge. It was still early. The sign said open 5 p.m. It was 3:15. We went to the morgue in the basement of the Hall of Justice and looked at the coroner's report. The autopsy report stated that the cause of death for Laura Barclay was strangulation. We went to the second floor of the old city jail building, the crime lab.
Nothing on the lamp cord. Standard UL 110 line. Bite anywhere. No prints.
How about the chute, Lee?
Went back there and rechecked. You were right. The guy got in through the garbage chute. Found more of the same prints along with some cloth impressions in the dust.
Tell you anything?
The guy was wearing some kind of tweed, Donegal, 15 to the inch.
How about the size of a man, Lee? How big could he be to clear that chute?
It had a 20-inch diameter. Almost any man could squeeze through that. Checked the ground level of the chute. Cement, no footprints.
You don't have too much for it.
I got one thing for you.
What's that?
I think I found your motive. And not the one listed on the report.
Yeah?
Here are the blow-ups of the body. This 36 by 54 here. Hold that in, will you, Ben?
No, I don't.
Look through this magnifying glass here. The right hand.
Yeah.
See where I'm pointing?
Ring finger, yeah. Look like ring marks.
That's right. Pretty wide. Must have been good-sized rings.
Well, they might still be in that room.
I called Thad Brown. He had the room rechecked. No sign.
And you think we got a burglary motive on our hands?
That's my guess. Thad had the boys check with the landlady. She didn't know anything about any rings the Barclay girl might have had.
That doesn't help.
I think I got something else here.
Library book. Hers?
There are cards in one of the pockets inside, checked out from the L.A. Public Library main branch.
Mm-hmm.
I think these might be your lead on the missing rings. A librarian sees a person's hands every time they check out a book.
That makes sense, Lee. We'll play it that way.
What department were the books checked out of?
The music room. Well, that's it. I think you've got your motive now and a good set of prints. You're close.
Thanks a lot, Lee. Well, let's go to the library, Ben. I'll get it. Crime lab. No, this is Friday. Oh. Thanks, Frank. Well, we got some motive.
How do you mean?
No make on those fingerprints. Nothing.
You are listening to Dragnet for the solution to an actual case from official police files. Now, here is a real solution to many of your Christmas shopping problems.
If your friends smoke a long cigarette, give the best of all long cigarettes, Fatima.
Give Fatima for quality.
The name Fatima has always stood for the best in cigarette quality.
Give Fatima for flavor.
Fatima has a much different, much better flavor and aroma than any other long cigarette.
Give Fatima. They're extra mild.
Yes, Fatima is the long cigarette which contains the finest Turkish and domestic tobaccos superbly blended to make Fatima extra mild. Yes, extra mild.
So give Fatima for Christmas in the attractive golden yellow carton.
It's the long cigarette that has doubled and redoubled its smokers. Yes, more and more smokers every day agree Fatima is the best of all long cigarettes.
4:30 p.m. Tuesday, January 9th. Heavy rain. Laura Barclay's murderer was still a free man. Ben and I were sure that whoever left their fingerprints on the inside of that garbage chute was the same man who murdered the Barclay girl. He had no previous record. His first crime, as far as we knew, was a killing, and the odds were all in his favor. The fingerprints gave us nothing. All we had left to lead us to the killer were 3 library books and a stack of old theatrical photos. The solution of most crimes for the working detective is method and persistence. When you have clues, you work with them. When you don't, you work your way to a logical conclusion as best you can. We went to the Los Angeles Public Library, the main branch. The librarians in the music room handle thousands of readers every week. None of them remembered Laura Barclay. We drove over to the Blue Fox Cocktail Lounge. We interviewed the manager, and he knew nothing of her personal life. We talked to Harry Schumann, the organist who had taken Laura Barclay's place.
What would you like to hear, fellas? Police officers. Like to talk to you, man. About Laura, huh? Yeah, that's right. All right if I keep on playing?
Manager wants full 15-minute sets.
Yeah, go ahead. That's all right.
What can I tell you?
How long have you known Miss Barkley?
Oh, 4 or 5 years. It's a terrible thing. You got to get to whoever did it.
Yeah, we're going to try. Can you think of anybody that might have killed her?
I know you ask that question of everybody. I don't know. Does anybody ever know for sure?
Sometimes.
Well, I don't know. When you think of a person, you never think who might murder him.
Maybe you might know a few things about her that you could fill us in on.
I'll try.
She go in for jewelry much? Rings, things like that?
Funny you should ask that. She was nuts for it. Good things.
Rings?
Had a couple of beauties. Diamonds they were, big stones. Cost $4,000. I know she used to put most of her money into those rings.
She buy them on time?
Yeah. I remember one night she was overjoyed. The night she paid them off. Cost a lot of dough.
Can you describe those rings for us?
Not too good. I can give you the name of the jeweler she bought them from.
That'll do. Do you know anybody else that we might talk to?
Don't know any of her friends. She was an only child. No living relatives that I know of. How about her landlady?
Yeah. I guess that's it, Harry. Thank you.
For what? I wish I could help more.
If everybody had your attitude, we'd be out of a job. Before we left the Blue Fox, Harry Schumann gave us the address of Laura Barkley's jeweler. The next morning, we checked with the manager of the store, and he gave us a complete description of the 2 diamond rings which the dead girl had purchased. They were valued at $4,000. He gave us detailed drawings of the rings. We went back to the office, gave the information to burglary detail. An all-points bulletin was put out describing them. Pawn shops throughout the city and state were alerted to watch for the stolen rings. We had lunch with Chief Thad Brown at Costa's Cafe.
Never mind, O'Mara. I'll get it.
Oh, thank you, Chief. I'll get the tip.
Stew was good.
Mm-hmm. Do I have some change for the cigarette machine? Thanks. Need any cigarettes, Joe?
No, thanks, Thad.
Let's go.
What do you think, Thad?
The description of the rings and the MO should help. They haven't turned up. Good chance he's holding on to them. Could be his first job. Probably scared.
Anybody check back over the neighborhood there?
Yesterday afternoon and this morning. A lot of door-to-door salesmen through that district. All been checked out.
It's a dead end. Now where?
If only those prints are checked out.
Well, they didn't. Got a kickback from Barrett in Sacramento on his MO. No make. We'll have to get him with what we've got.
Here's the car.
Sure you picked up all the loose ends?
Oh, we've been back over the course 3 times.
Go over it again. Keep going over it until something breaks.
For the next 10 days, we retraced our steps from the room where the crime was committed throughout the neighborhood to the place where she worked, back to the same dead end. Ben and I checked and double-checked each other to make certain that neither of us had overlooked even the smallest detail of the investigation. We got no place. It was 8 a.m., January 19th. Homicide, Friday.
This is Robles and burglary, Joe.
Yeah, Dick.
Got something for you. Job pulled last night. A couple of watches, strand of pearls.
How do we figure in it?
His M.O.
Yeah?
Guy got in through the garbage chute.
Besides fingerprints and photographs, one other mark by which the unknown criminal is identified is by his method of operation, his M.O. Once a thief finds a successful means of operation, he seldom changes it. In our search for Laura Barkley's murderer, we had checked our files and found no criminals at large whose practice it was to gain entrance through a garbage chute. It was reasonably safe to assume that this was the same man. It was 2 p.m., January 23rd. I was on my way back from the Record Bureau.
Just had a call, Joe. Elmer Radcliffe.
Informant?
Yeah. Says 2 days ago he heard about some guy who was making the rounds trying to peddle a couple of diamond rings.
Same ones?
And he's not sure. Doesn't know what the guy looked like.
Any idea where the guy is now?
Hasn't been around since. Told Elmer to keep his eyes open.
That's good.
Come in here, you two.
What do you got, Thad?
This report just came down from burglary. Pawn shop down on North Main took in a watch and strand of pearls last night.
Yeah?
Same stuff that Rubles called you about.
Yeah, I remember.
Where's it tying?
Same guy tried to peddle a couple of diamond rings.
10 a.m., January 25th. Thad Brown arranged to have all pawn shop detail calls concerning the suspect put through to us on extension 2521, homicide. 5 days passed. No further word. Homicide, Friday.
This is George Rose. I run the Harbor Pawn Shop, 2nd and Main.
Yeah, what's the matter?
Man in here, trying to turn those diamond rings. The ones on the stolen property list. I can't talk now.
Stall him. We'll be right down. Come on, Ben. Move it.
Yeah?
The next corner.
There it is. Just up the block.
Pull up.
All right, let's go. Hell.
Here we are.
Say, fella, look out, Joe. He's got a gun. You all right, Joe?
Yeah. Out the back way. Let's get him.
There he goes, up alley.
Can you hit him? We didn't stop him. Watch it.
Come on, Joe.
He's turning on the spring.
He ran into that cafeteria up the street.
Come on, let's run.
Where'd he go? You see him?
Yeah, there he goes. He's headed for the kitchen. Come on.
Stop that man! Stop him!
Out the back door into the alley.
There he goes.
Duck, Ben. All right, Joe, stop.
He's not stopping.
Stay clear.
He's down.
All right, come on. All right, get his gun.
Yeah. He got him in the leg, Joe. Hit his head when he fell.
All right, snap him on.
Huh. Look on the little finger of his right hand. 2 diamond rings.
Yeah. Doesn't make sense, does it?
What's that?
$4,000 worth of diamonds, and he's lying on a pile of garbage.
The story you have just heard was true. Only the names were changed to protect the innocent.
On April 2nd, 1947, trial was held in Superior Court, Department 81, City and County of Los Angeles, State of California. In a moment, the results of that trial.
Now, here are authentic reports from all over the country that tell the story of Fatima's sensational increase in popularity. New Orleans Division.
Fatima sales up 300%.
Detroit Division.
Fatima sales up 348%.
Los Angeles Division.
Fatima sales up 545%.
More and more smokers agree Fatima is the best of long cigarettes. So enjoy Fatima yourself and give extra mild Fatimas for Christmas in the attractive golden yellow carton. Everyone who smokes Fatima says that this great new long cigarette is the best of all long cigarettes.
Laura Barclay's murderer was identified as Martin Eric Swanson. He was tried and convicted of murder in the first degree. His case was fought through the Supreme Court of California and in the United States Supreme Court. In both instances, his conviction was upheld. Last Friday morning, after a delay of 5 years, Martin Eric Swanson was executed in the lethal gas chamber at the state penitentiary. You have just heard Dragnet, a new series of authentic cases from official files. Technical advice for Dragnet comes from the Office of Acting Chief of Police W.A. Wharton, Los Angeles Police Department.
Dragnet honors the city of Youngstown, state of Ohio, and the men who make up the Youngstown Police Department, another of America's great law enforcement agencies. One of these men, Chief of Police Edward J. Allen, honored as Policeman of the Year, who dedicates his life so that yours might be more secure.
Fatima Cigarettes, best of all long cigarettes, has brought you Dragnet from Los Angeles. This Christmas, give the gift that makes every pipe smoker happy. A Christmas humidor of mellow Granger. Granger is made just for pipes by the tried and true Wellman method. Rough cut to smoke mild and cool, and humidor packed to stay ever fresh. Yes, make this Christmas a Merry Christmas for all the pipe smokers on your list. Give them each a Christmas humidor of mellow Granger.
Listen to Dragnet next week, and be sure to hear Morton Downey tonight on NBC.
Now it's time to pay a visit to Duffy's Tavern.
The Special Service Division invites you soldiers, sailors, and Marines of the United Nations to drop in at Duffy's Tavern.
Hello, Duffy's. Where do you eat meat to eat? Archie, the manager, speaking. Duffy ain't here. Oh, hello, Duffy. Hey, Duffy, you know what we got coming here tonight? Susan Hayward and Frank Buck. Huh? Well, Hayward knocks him dead and Buck brings him back alive. Huh? What does Susan Hayward look like? Well, Duffy, remember the first letter Mrs. Duffy wrote you? Yeah, before she hooked you. Remember it was a letter describing herself to you? Well, Susan actually looks like that. Frank Buck, well, he looks more like Mrs. Duffy. Hey, Duffy, if I got married, say to this Hayward dame, would you give me a raise? A raise? A raise! Would you lower my salary? Now you can hear me, huh? Look, I make $15 a week. Say with overtime, tips, and bonuses, it comes to $15 a quarter. How can I support a wife and family on that dough? Huh? Send one of the kids out to work. What kids? I ain't even held a hand yet. Oh, why argue with you? Good. Listen to this, Miss Duffy. A poem to nature by Anonymous, Archie. Oh, Mother Nature, how could anybody hate you?
What are you talking about?
Nature, Miss Duffy. You know, you ain't lived till you've slept out in the open with the earth for a pillow and a blue sky for a blanket.
Archie, have you been locked out of your room again?
Certainly not. I just happen to be a guy with red hemoglobins in his blood. A guy that likes to get away from civilization once in a while.
Why?
Because it brings out the real me in me. That's why. Besides, I read in this movie magazine that Susan Hayward goes for the back to nature type of guy, you know?
Well, and Susan Hayward's in for a big thrill tonight.
Oh, thanks.
When Frank Buck gets here. Now there, Archie, is a real outdoor man.
Oh, yeah? I bet you I've been out of as many doors as he has. Miss Duffy, you just watch that Hayward melt. One look at me and she'll sweep me right off her feet.
Oh, them movie stars. Archie, if you men only knew how much mascara them movie stars use. How much rouge, lipstick, eyeshadow, face powder, eyebrow pencil, vanishing cream, cold cream, night cream, day cream, chin cream, neck cream, perfume, and toilet water.
How do you know they use all that?
'Cause I use them too, and I'm a natural beauty. Archie, did you ever see a movie star when they got up in the morning?
No, but someday I hope so. And it so happens, Miss Duffy, that you're prejudiced. Them dames is just as beautiful in the morning as they are the rest of the day.
How would you know?
'Cause I read an article by a Beverly Hills milkman. Tell me about Hollywood stars.
Hello, Art.
Oh, hello, Finnegan.
Hey, Art, should Frank Buck get here yet?
No, but when he does, I think you better stay undercover. He might throw a net over you.
So I'm anxious to meet him, Art. You know, I'm starting a little zoo of my own in my backyard. So far, I got a cat, a dog, and a fox.
A fox, huh, Finnegan? What kind of a fox? Silver?
No, terrier.
Finnegan, Frank Buck is only interested in wild game, carnivorous animals. No? Kind they show at carnivals. It's nothing to a guy like that to go into a jungle, walk up to a lion, look the lion in the eye, grab him by the legs, tickle him under the chin.
Oh, boy, that's fun.
Fun?
Yeah, especially if you do it to a dame.
Finnegan.
Hello there, Archie boy.
Well, Officer Clancy. Hey, Clancy, I seen you marching in the parade last week. You look mighty sharp.
Well, my feet felt mighty flat.
Well, why didn't you try to get mounted duty?
What? And ride a horse for 8 hours? No, Archie, no. This way I can at least go home and soak me feet.
I see what you mean, Clancy. Why don't you stick around? You know, Frank Buck is coming down here tonight.
Frank Buck? And who might he be?
The big game hunter, the guy that brings them animals back alive.
Brings them back where alive?
Here.
What for?
To look at them.
Who wants to look at them?
Who wants to look at them? Everybody.
Not me.
Well, he brings them back anyway.
Who asked him to?
Nobody asked him to.
Then if you ask me, he's the jerk to be doing it.
Look, Clancy. That is how he makes his living.
Bringing animals over here?
Yeah.
And what happens when he gets them over here?
People look at them.
Not me.
You mean to say that if you saw a hippopotamus, you wouldn't look at it?
And how would I know it was a hippopotamus?
Because there's a sign that says hippopotamus.
If I could spell a word like hippopotamus, I'd be out taking the sergeant's exam.
Nancy, you are nothing but a thick-headed dope.
You're thicker than I am, and that's saying a lot.
Okay.
Okay.
What else is no?
Well, not a thing. I think I'll be running along now. So long, Archie.
So long, Clancy. We will now hear that beautiful ballad, I Just Kissed Your Picture Goodnight, sung by Clark Dennis, our tenor, who's happy to sing for a $5.
I just kissed your picture goodnight, and now, dear, I'll turn down the light. Your picture 'neath my pillow works like a charm, it seems, for you steal through my pillow into my dreams. You know we're not really apart, for we're still in each other's heart. So till the dawn, my darling, I'm sure that I'll sleep tight, for I just kissed your picture goodnight. Your picture 'neath my pillow works like a charm, it seems, for you steal through my pillow into my dreams. You know we're not really apart, for we're still in each other's heart. So till the dawn, my darling, I'm sure that I'll sleep tight, for I just kissed your picture
Pardon me, is your name Archie?
No, I'm Finnegan, but I know who you are.
Oh.
Susan Haywood.
Finnegan, please. Got your tenses mixed. That's Frank Buck.
Oh,
Well, Mr. Buck, welcome to the interior of Darkest Duffy's. By the way, how do you like the joint?
Archie, I've never seen a nicer menagerie.
Well, I try to be a good manager. Mr. Buck, how's things in the big game? Pretty good?
Well, the orders keep coming in.
Orders? What do you mean orders?
Well, that's how I work, Archie. Zoos and circuses tell me what kind of animals they want, and I go out and bring them back.
You mean a guy writes you a letter and says, Dear Mr. Buck, please send 12 hyenas. It's ordered. 6 laughing and 6 crying. Mean something like that?
Well, it's something like that, Archie.
Pardon me, Mr. Buck.
Yes?
How much would a tiger cost me?
What do you want with a tiger?
It's in our house. We got very big mice.
Well, Finnegan, a tiger would cost you about $2,000.
Oh, that sounds reasonable. What size tiger would I get for that?
Oh, a tiger about 10 feet long.
How high?
About 4 feet.
No good. Couldn't get in them little mouse holes.
Finnegan. Oh, Mr. Buck, have you met Miss Duffy?
Miss Duffy, I greet you with the words of the African Mambas tribe, Apamachum Manabuli.
Likewise, I'm sure. Mr. Buck, I'd like to ask you a question.
What?
Did you ever capture an animal known as a Persian-dyed muskrat?
A Persian-dyed muskrat? I never heard of it.
I knew it. That Vera Fogarty, trying to tell me her fur coat is genuine and mine ain't.
Well, what kind of a coat is yours?
South American wild plush.
Did you ever catch a wild plush, Mr. Buck?
Not yet.
Well, I know, of course he didn't. The man who sold me the coat said they're very hard to catch. You see, they got such short hairs, there's nothing to grab hold of, you know?
Them plushes is even harder to catch than a wild mohair.
Gee, Mr. Buck, you must have a thrill in life.
Oh, I don't know.
Oh, don't be modest. You've locked George with death plenty of times, I bet. I bet you don't think no more of struggling with a lion or a tiger than I do with a fella. Mr. Buck, tell me, what was your most thrilling experience?
Well, there was a wild tapir that was tough.
A wild what?
A wild tapir. A beast I considered fairly harmless. I found him with a badly cut back. I tried to put some ointment on the bruise. Now, suddenly the tapir whirled, charged me, and buried his head in my stomach, knocked me flat on my back. I realized the danger and yelled for my native boy. Fortunately, he came running in the nick of time and beat the impurity beast off. Boy, that was a close call.
Imagine Vera Fogarty saying hers was a genuine Persian-dyed muskrat. What was you saying about the tapir, Mr. Buck?
Oh, Miss Duffy.
Hey, look who just came in. The tomato from Hollywood.
Finnegan, please. Tomato. In Hollywood, they are known as tomatoes. Mr. Buck, why don't you go over to the table and tell Miss Duffy the rest of that story about the tapir?
Oh, yeah, Mr. Buck, you're very interesting. I'll never go to the zoo again without thinking of you.
Hey, look, Arch. Why did you brush off Mr. Buck?
Why did I brush him off? Finnegan, how many big game hunters do you think Miss Haywood wants to meet? Good evening, Miss Haywood.
Hello,
Miss Haywood, allow me to greet you in the words of the African Salami tribe. Appalachian okra gumbo.
Timbuktu.
You're welcome. Miss Haywood, may I say that Mother Nature has indeed been kind to you? That nose, them lips, that figure, them, oh, what am I talking about? you've been whistled at before.
Well, Archie, it's nice to hear about my nose and my lips, but... Oh, what am I talking about? You've been slapped in the face before.
Wait a minute, Miss Howard. Don't get me wrong. Frankly, to me, a dame is a dame, you know. I'd just soon chuck the whole affair and go back to the jungle.
The jungle?
Oh, certainly. You see, I'm only here in the States pro temporarily. Recovering from the bite of a tsetse fly.
A tsetse fly? Well, doesn't that give you sleeping sickness?
Sleeping? Don't you think my eyes open no wider than this? However, it's all part of my life, you know. It's a big game hunter. See this mark on my arm?
Mm-hmm. What's that from?
Kicked by a cobra. One of them African savages, you know.
Archie, a cobra is a snake.
You're right. You can't trust one of them. But that's the law of the jungle. Either perish or die. By the way, did I, Trader Archie, tell you the most thrilling experience I ever had?
No, but I'm sure you're going to.
Well, if you insist. Well, sir, anyways, I was trying to put some ointment on the back of a wild tapeworm.
Archie, don't you mean a taper?
That's the male. Anyways, the female, this tapeworm, leaps on me, you see. Before I know it, she's frothing at me with a mouthful of fangs. So quick, I grab her by the nostrils, which forces it to open her mouth. Then I feint with me left and let go with a right uppercut and knock all her teeth out. Boy, that was a close call.
And you were safe?
No. There was still danger of being gummed to death.
Archie, that is a very old joke.
This happened in 1922. Well, sir, to go on, I faces this tapeworm, and raising me free hand...
What's the other hand doing?
I forgot to tell you about the tiger. Anyways, there I am, being attacked by them man-eating ubangi, see? Their mouths is watering. They're just about to eat me. Eat me alive, you see. When all of a sudden,
Pardon me, Archie.
Mr. Buck, did you have to come in and spoil that dinner? Miss Hayward, this is Frank Buck.
Oh, how do you do, Mr. Buck? Archie was just telling me about all of his experiences in the jungle.
Oh, yes? Archie, why don't you go to the jungle sometime?
I've been to a jungle.
What jungle?
Oh, a certain jungle.
Which one?
The Jingle Jangle jungle. And stop trying to make a sucker out of me, Mr. Buck, or Miss Hayward here is liable to realize that one of us is a phony. Right, Susan?
Oh, quiet, Archie. Mr. Buck, you must lead an exciting life. What was your most thrilling experience?
Well, there was that wild tapir, a beast I considered fairly harmless.
Okay, now, Finnegan, you all set?
Yeah, all set, Archie.
Now, don't forget, crawl in on your hands and knees. I gotta convince this thing. Miss Hayward,
Yes, Archie?
there seems to be an opinion around here that I'm a phony. I wish to remove that doubt. It seems that Frank Buck has intimidated that I was never in Africa.
Well, were you?
Miss Hayward, the proof. See that creature there? The one with the war paint and the ring in his nose? Falling on his hands and knees there? Just brought him back from the jungles of Tondoleo. Watch this. Here, Hambo. Miss Hayward, you are now looking at a genuine pig man.
You mean pygmy?
Nope, pig man. Half man, half pig. Hambo, say hello to Miss Hayward.
Oink, oink.
Hambo, how does Miss Hayward look to you?
Okay.
Okay, pig man, tell me this. Did you ever in your life see Frank Buck in the jungle?
No.
You ever see me there?
Yoink.
See, Miss Hayward, was I lying to you?
Wait a minute, Archie. What is this creature?
An African pig man, Mr. Buck. Half man, half pig.
I don't believe it.
What?
He's that man.
You don't, huh?
Archie, why don't you quit this African nonsense? You know you were never there.
Mr. Buck, do I look to you like a liar? I said, do I look like a liar? I'll prove it to you. Pig man, tell the white goddess to come in. The veiled white goddess, you know?
The white goddess?
The white goddess of the zombie tribe. I rescued her from the Swamis down there in the last safari, you know? Oh, here she is now, a goddess. This is Mr. Buck and Miss Hayward.
Likewise, I'm sure.
Goddess, tell me, friends here, about yourself.
At age of 3, my parents broke law of jungle. I was left orphan.
What jungle law did your parents break, Goddess?
They poisoned cannibal.
How?
Cannibal ate them. So I was brought up by a couple of baboons.
And the goddess ain't kidding either.
Now, Archie, you shut your trap.
Why, Archie, she speaks like a city girl.
Well, yeah. She comes from one of the biggest cities in the jungle.
Yes, I am from Chicago.
There you are. Do you need any further proof?
Just a second, Goddess. What is the chant of your jungle?
Wait, is a chant what I think it is?
Well, it's a song.
You're asking for trouble. Goddess, let him have it. I left Africa.
Melody native, hear the chant of the jungle.
No wonder that Tarzan's always screaming.
For it sings of savage tunes, tropic night and rubber dawn.
I would never bring her back alive.
Free as a gypsy, while the chant of the jungle is calling to me.
What do you say, Miss Hayward? Are you convinced?
Yes, Archie. I'm convinced that I finally met somebody I could really be interested in.
Well, now, Miss Hayward, Susan, that's wonderful. Shall we go out now and sort of make arrangements?
Oh, I didn't mean you, Archie.
Huh? You going out with Frank Buck?
No.
Then who?
Hambo.
Now, before we leave Duffy's Tavern, leave us put a couple of nickels in Duffy's jukebox. Duffy's jukebox, where the feet meet the beat. Well, the platter's spinning, the needle's in the groove,
And here's the first number coming up. Duffy's Tavern was rebroadcast especially for you men and women in the armed forces of the United Nations by the Special Service Division of the War Department of the United States of America.
Take a trip back to Dodge City with Marshal Matt Dillon in Gunsmoke, coming up next.
Around
Around Dodge City and in the territory on west, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers. And that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The story of the violence that moved west with young America. The story of a man who moved with it. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal.
Well, what's the rush, Miss Kitty?
Come on, sit down and have a beer with us, Kitty.
I'd love to, Matt, but I just stepped out for some thread. I gotta get back to work.
Some thread? That sounds pretty domestic for you, doesn't it?
Yeah, but it's an occasion. I'm making a wedding dress.
What?
Oh, no, Miss Kitty, not you. Oh, my, no.
Well, it isn't for me, Chester. Worse luck. It's for artist Nash. It's going to be beautiful. If I say so myself.
Well, if I ever need a wedding dress made, I'll sure come to you for it.
Well, I'll be here, Matt. Let me know. See you later, boys.
So long, Kitty.
She's a fine girl, Mr. Dillon.
Kitty? Oh, yeah, she's great. She's...
Well, look who's back in town, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, Frank Craig.
Hello, Marshal.
Frank, I never expected you to come back. I don't know what to say to you.
You might say welcome home.
Yeah, I might.
At least you're honest, Marshal.
Sure. Where have you been for the last year?
Out west. Wyoming, to be exact.
And my sympathy for the peace officers of Wyoming.
Man can change, Marshal. Grow up and get over his wildness and start to think about settling down.
Some men can.
Well, I'm one of them. I don't aim to cause any trouble, Marshal. Came back here to marry Artis and take her with me, that's all.
You heard from her since you left?
She's pretty as ever.
She'll pass.
Every man in Dodge was crazy about her. She was my girl from start to finish.
Things can change, Frank.
She's still my girl, Marshal.
Ben Martin might differ with you.
Ben Martin?
Mm-hmm.
That bull-necked plowboy? He never had a chance in... What are you saying, Marshal?
You don't aim to cause any trouble, you say, and yet you just happened to roll into town 3 days before Artis is due to marry Ben. You claiming you didn't know about it, huh?
Artis wrote me a farewell letter, Marshal. It doesn't make any difference. Like I said, she's still my girl. She's not marrying Ben or anybody else. Not while I'm alive.
Like I said, Frank, Ben may differ with you.
I used to chase him home crying when we were kids.
I don't think he'll chase that easy now. Ben took over the Circle Bar B. He's got 25 boys riding for him. He's a big man around here. Swings a lot of weight.
Marshal, I said I wasn't looking for trouble, and I meant it. I came back here to get Artis, that's all. If any man tries to stop me, I'll kill him. I'll see you, Marshal.
Chester, see if you can find Ben Martin. Have you meet me over at the jail office.
I thought he was 1,000 miles away, Marshal. I didn't think he'd ever have the nerve to come back.
Well, Ben, the two of you are bound to run into each other, so I figured you'd better know about it.
What's he expect, Marshal? Artis forgot him a week after he left town. Does he expect to force himself on her?
Maybe, you know, Frank.
For my money, he's a crazy, half-wild saddle bum who should have been hung 5 years ago.
He says he's settled down, though, Ben.
He's not going to settle down here.
Look, Ben, I don't like killings. Now hang on to that temper of yours.
Sure. I'll hang on to it, Marshal, just as long as Frank Craig stays clear of me and stays away from my girl. Otherwise, I tell you right now, Marshal,
Is that you?
Artis. We're in here, honey. Come on in.
Someone said you were here at the jail. Evening, Mr. Dillon.
Miss Nash?
I'm sorry if I interrupted anything, but... Ben, you know who's in town?
Yeah, Frank Craig. That's what we were talking about, honey.
He says he's come back for me. Take me away with him.
What do you mean he says, Miss Nash?
He came to the house a while ago. He knew about Ben and me, that we were going to be married. But he came anyway. I sent him away.
That does it,
All right,
Marshal.
hold it, Ben. Now, there's no harm in him just talking to her.
A man's got a right to protect what's his, Marshal.
Protection's my business, Ben, and as long as I'm Marshal here, it'll keep on being my business. Now, in 3 days, you got a wedding coming up. I'd hate to see it ruined by a killing.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I have nothing against Frank Craig, Mr. Dillon. I wouldn't want him killed.
Neither would I. Oh, good night, Miss Nash. Ben.
All right.
Think it over, Ben. Don't lose your head.
Yeah, sure, Marshal. I'll think it over.
How long are we going to have to keep on riding herd on Frank Craig, Mr. Dillon?
Oh, just till he and Ben meet face to face and have their say, I guess.
My, that Frank Craig sure is a fancy dresser. Silver spurs, red silk handkerchief, yellow boots.
Well, now, here's the marshal, right on the job.
Hiya, Doc.
Well, Matt, I hear we got ourselves a nice little killing coming up.
You hope we have him.
Oh, no, it's not the fee. It's the romance of the thing.
Yeah, sure.
Young man comes back from the West to see his girl, finds she's on the point of marrying somebody
Chester.
else.
Watch me for the play and keep me covered, huh?
I don't know what you mean.
Over there.
Oh.
Ben Martin and 2 of his boys, they just came in. I'm going to go over to the bar next to Craig. Now keep your head up.
Yes, Mr. Dillon. You better give me some room, Doc.
Well, how are you, Frank? Yeah, I saw him come in, too. You've been standing over there watching me for 2 hours. And now you come up and speak. I fight my own battles, Marshal. Frank, the way I'm playing it, there's not going to be a battle. Well, Ben, it's nice to see you.
Marshal, I'd rather you weren't here. I guess you know that.
Yeah, sure, I know that. Don't worry, Ben. Dillon's neutral. That still gives you 3-to-1 odds. What more do you want?
Frank, we don't need you in this town. You were gone for a year and we got along fine. So if you climb on that horse of yours and ride out again, we'll still get along fine.
My girl won't, Ben.
You haven't got a girl in Dodge City, Frank.
Sure I have. And I want to thank you for looking out for her while I was away.
As far as she's concerned, you're still away. I might as well warn you, there are a couple of my boys on guard at her house armed with rifles.
Ben, I never needed a guard to hold her.
If you come within 50 yards, they got orders to kill you. You'll be there from now until the wedding.
Oh, yeah. That wedding. I'm afraid that's been called off, Ben. You see, Artis and I have other plans. We got a wedding of our own coming up.
Well, you dirty
darn! Now, if either one of you draws, he's drawing against me. I wouldn't draw on him, Marshal. I feel kind of sorry for him.
So help me,
Shut up,
Marshal,
both of you.
I'm gonna...
Now, you both had your say. And each knows how the other one stands. Well, here's my stand. If Ben wants to keep a guard at her house, it's all right with me. You've had a fair warning, Frank, so stay away.
I wish he would try to bother her.
And on the other hand, Ben, Frank's got as much right to the run of the town as you or me or anybody else.
Sure, as long as decent citizens hide their valuables.
You can't go by rumors, Ben. Nobody ever proved a case against him, you know that.
Piece of stout rope would prove
I wouldn't try it, Ben. If you and your boys want a drink now, go on over to the Longhorn. Stay out of the Texas Trail here from now on. You, Frank, stay clear of the Longhorn. You're quite an optimist, Marshal. Yeah, maybe so. Well, are you leaving, Ben?
Yeah. I'll be seeing you, Frank. Come on, boy.
Frank, you got nothing to gain here and everything to lose. Miss Nash has made a choice, and whatever was between you once is water down the river. Why don't you pull out? Because she's still my girl, Matt. I know, and she knows, too. You wait and see.
Your move, Matt.
Yeah, let's see now. If I move there, you'll move there. Jump with my king, block the whole corner. No. But if I move here...
Oh,
no.
Mr. Dillon, you can move.
No, you don't, Chester. No, you don't. I'm playing Matt. Not the both of you.
Well, Chester and I kind of run together, Doc.
Enforcing the law, that's fine. Playing checkers, no. Matt, it's still your move.
Yeah, I know. All right. There.
Oh, well, I'll be...
That's the move I was going to tell you to make, Mr. Dillon.
Thanks, Chester.
Oh,
Doc, you're beat. Let's call a game.
yeah, you sneaked up on me. That's what you did. You snuck up on me. Oh, well, that's all right, then.
Sure is a quiet night. I figured one of them two would make a play before this.
Yeah. Well, if we can get past noon tomorrow with Ben and Artis married... Well, even Craig ought to know when he's beaten.
I don't know, Matt. He never did when he was here before.
Well, then he better learn. Trying to get a girl to change her mind is one thing. Bothering a married woman's another.
You know, Mr. Dillon, it seems to me Miss Artis Nash is the one that could put a stop to all this. If she'd just speak her mind out plain...
Matt!
There was...
Matt!
Oh,
Kitty.
now what's the matter?
Kitty,
Matt, they want you over at the express office right away. You too, Doc.
Oh, what's wrong?
Hold up, Matt. Somebody shot the clerk. He's dying.
Will you let me through here, please? I'm sorry, mister. One side, please.
Yes, one side, please.
All right, stand back now. Give us some room here. Can you get through, Doc?
Yeah, Matt, I can get it. Yeah, stand back, stand back.
Chester, will you move them back? Make them stand back.
Yes, sir, Mr. Dillon. Yes, let me have a look now. Just let me have a look.
How does it look, Doc?
Well, there's a lot of bleeding, Matt. I don't know. I'll do what I can.
Mr. Dillon,
Easy now, fella. You're going to be all right.
it was one man, Mr. Dillon, wearing a mask over his face. Red silk handkerchief.
A red silk handkerchief.
Oh, Frank Craig's the only man in town.
Yeah. I know.
We will return for the second act of Gunsmoke in just a moment. But first, tomorrow night, Vaughn Monroe and his musical company settle down for an evening's melody making at Duke University. Eileen Woods is Vaughn's guest songbird. Band leader Vaughn, the Moon Maids, and the Moon Men join in playing and singing the top tunes of the week. Enjoy every bit of it tomorrow night on CBS Radio. Now, the second act of Gunsmoke.
gonna come back here?
His bedrolls here, Chester. All his belongings. Man doesn't leave his stuff in a rooming house unless he's planning to come back to it.
He might have got the wind up after he shot that clerk. Maybe he just hit the saddle and lit out.
No, not Frank. There's one thing about him. I've never seen him scared. He'll be here. Sooner or later.
I can't figure him, Mr. Dillon. He must have needed the money awful bad.
Yeah, I guess so.
My, this hiding out in the dark gets on a man's nerves, don't it?
Yeah, it sure does. Help some if we could just smoke. I don't suppose...
Shh. Somebody's coming, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, I hear him. That's him, all right. Now watch it, Chester. All right, hold it, Frank, and don't move. It's Matt Dillon. Thought it might be somebody else. Light the lamp, Chester.
Yes, Mr. Dillon.
Frank, I understand you left the Texas Trail right after dark. Nobody's seen you since. Where you been?
Just friendly conversation, Marshal, or is this official?
It's official.
Then I guess I won't answer that.
I see you're still wearing that red silk handkerchief.
Any reason why I shouldn't be? Marshal, what's it all about?
Murder. If that express clerk dies.
I asked you, what's it all about?
Where's the money, Frank?
The way I seem to get it, somebody held up the express office and shot the clerk. You're accusing me. I didn't do it, Marshal.
Where you been?
Sorry, Marshal.
You're under arrest, Frank.
No, I'm afraid not. See, that would ruin all my plans.
You better lay your gun on the table over there.
I'm sorry, Marshal.
Some other time. Look out for the lamp! Grab him, Chester. Don't shoot, but grab him.
Oh, he went through the window, Mr. Dillon.
Never mind, Chester. Grab a blanket. Let's get this fire out before it burns the whole place down. Come on.
Matt, don't look so sour. In an hour, it'll all be over.
Kitty, I'd be a lot surer of that if I had Frank Craig locked up in jail.
No trace of him, huh?
Not a sign.
Then forget about him, Matt. He could be halfway to Wyoming by now.
And I wish I could think so.
I wonder what artist Nash is thinking about him.
What business has she got thinking about him when she's going to marry Ben in an hour?
Matt, I'm afraid you'll just never understand women.
Well, who does? Frank Craig's a born drifter. He'll never settle down. He's wild as a range colt. Never been broken, never will be. But sooner or later, he'll come home tight across his saddle. How any girl can get herself interested in a man like that beats me.
Not me, Matt. I know exactly how a girl can get herself interested in a man like that.
What?
I'll see you at the wedding. I gotta help artist finish dressing.
Morning, Miss Kitty.
Morning, Doc.
Hey, good morning, Matt. You working up your courage?
What for, Doc? I'm not getting married. How's the express clerk?
Oh, he's bad. He's getting worse. I don't think he's going to make it. What about Frank Craig?
Nothing, not a sign. I think he's still around town somewhere, but we
Morning,
can't
Mr.
find
Dillon.
Whoa.
Doc?
Doc, look at that.
Well, look, it's an alpaca coat, a borrowed shirt, green galluses, and a pink silk tie. Oh, well, Chester, I haven't seen a get-up like that since I hauled out of Boston. Well, I figured it was only due respect to the bride.
Where's your gun, Chester?
Oh, goodness gracious, Mr. Dillon, you can't wear a gun to a wedding.
Well, at this wedding, even the bridegroom's wearing a gun, Chester. I'm wearing one, and so are you, so you better go get it. Meet me at the church.
Mr. Dillon, he is
so pretty I wish I was marrying her myself.
You better forget it, Chester. Ben's got enough worries as it is.
He sure does look fidgety, all right.
Yeah, he's got reason to.
Room for me here, Matt?
Oh, yeah, sure, Kitty. Here, slide right in here.
Yeah.
Here we are.
My dearly beloved friends and neighbors, it is the privilege of all of us to be gathered here together in the sight of the Lord and in the presence of one another for the purpose of uniting this man and this woman in the bonds of holy matrimony.
It won't be long now, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, the sooner the better.
Barbara Artis Nash and Benjamin Martin. There is, I am sure, no need to emphasize the solemn and sacred nature of the great institution into which they are about to enter.
I never heard all of this before.
You still want to marry her, Chester?
Beyond and above the decay and corruption of the flesh and the devil. Your manifest presence as you come here together and forsaking all others, stand hand in hand
Look at the back of the church.
to have and to hold
Frank Craig.
He's just standing there, Mr. Dillon, just standing there and looking.
Slide out to the side aisle, Chester. Maybe we can get to him quietly without breaking up the meeting.
I think it's already broken up, Matt.
Artis fainted, Mr. Dillon. She fell right on the floor.
Yeah. Come on, Chester. Pardon me. Would you let me through, please? I'm sorry, lady. Would you... One side, please.
He was right here by the door.
Outside, Chester.
Hell, no sign of her.
Matt, did you find him, Matt?
Not yet, Ben. Put that gun away. You want to kill some bystander in the crowd?
There's only one man I want to kill. I should have done it 3 days ago.
Yeah, I know, Ben. What'd they do with Miss Nash?
They carried her into the minister's study. That dirty, walking right into the church. Scared her out of her wits.
Marshal Dillon.
Oh, over here, Reverend.
Marshal, a terrible thing has happened. He forced his way into my study, pushed me out the door.
Craig?
Yes, he had a horse tied behind the church. He's gone and taken her with him.
He's kidnapped her, Matt. He's kidnapped her.
Save your breath, Ben. Get your horse. Come on, Chester, let's ride.
I never did think we'd get back to town, Mr. Dillon. I'm saddle sore and beat.
Yeah, Chester.
100 men hunting him, and he slipped past all of them. I swear I just can't figure it.
Any trace of him, Matt?
Not a sign, Kitty. Some of the boys are still beating the riverbed south, but I don't know.
Guess he kind of made fools of us, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, I guess so, Chester.
Matt?
What?
Any luck?
Yeah, sure, Doc. Oh, bad.
Yeah, mine too, Matt. That clerk died a half hour ago.
So now it's murder, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah. Now it's murder. Hang up, boy. Well, let's go into the office and get out a bulletin. A bulletin. What a good that'll do. Light the lamp, will you, Chester?
Yes, sir. There we are.
Hold it, Matt. You too, Chester, don't move. The only place nobody'd ever think of looking. Right here in the jail. Yeah, that's what we figured. Well, Miss Nash, you seem to be in pretty fair shape for a kidnapped victim.
I'm not a victim of anything, Mr. Dillon. Unless it's my own foolishness. That's what most people would say, I guess. Maybe they're right. I only know this. When Frank came back to town, I knew then that it wasn't over and never would be. I'm Frank's girl, Mr. Dillon. For better or worse, right or wrong. I'm going with him to Wyoming.
He's wanted on suspicion of murder, Miss Nash.
He didn't do it. He couldn't have. He was with me when it happened.
What did you say?
He slipped past Ben's guards and came to see me. That's why he wouldn't tell you where he'd been. He didn't want to get me in trouble.
He's telling the truth, Marshal.
Yeah, maybe.
Mr. Dillon, you might ask Ben Martin what happened to my red silk scarf. I missed it right after he came to see me that afternoon.
Go on.
He didn't do it for the money. But to ruin me once and for all.
If we were lying, we wouldn't have come here, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, it makes sense, all right, but Chester, who rode up out there?
It's Ben Martin, Mr. Dillon. Think he's coming in here?
Where's your horse, Frank?
In the corral back of the jail.
All right, go out the back way. Get it and head for Wyoming. Take one of my extra horses and leave it at Bison Flats. You can buy another horse from the Indians there.
Matt, I don't know how we can ever thank you for...
Never mind that. Just get going before I change my mind. And, good luck to both of you.
Thanks, Mr. Dillon.
Anybody here?
Yeah, come on in, Ben.
Saw the light on. Figured you must be here. Any sign of him? What's the matter?
The clerk died. Why'd you do it, Ben?
I don't know what you mean.
Where's the red scarf you stole from Miss Nash? I gotta arrest you for murder, Ben.
I don't think so, Matt. I don't think I'm going to let you do that.
You've seen me draw before. Now you better give me your gun, Ben. Don't do it the hard way.
What you call the hard way, Matt, may be the easiest way of all. So win or lose, I guess...
Something fell out of his pocket there.
Yeah. His marriage license.
Gunsmoke, under the direction of Norman MacDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Tonight's story was specially written for Gunsmoke by Les Crutchfield, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Featured in the cast were Herb Ellis, Vivi Janis, Tom Tully, and Barney Phillips. Parley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty. Join us again next week as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal, fights to bring law and order out of the wild violence of the West in Gunsmoke. As colorful as a Western roundup and twice the fun. That's the Gene Autry Show, which comes your way every Saturday evening over CBS Radio. It's one of radio's most distinctive programs, flavored to taste with songs of the sagebrush and melodies of the mesquite country. The Gene Autry Show is 30 minutes you'll enjoy, packed full of comedy, songs, and the genial personality of the one and only Gene Autry. The whole Melody Ranch gang is on hand to entertain you tomorrow night, every Saturday night. So tune in the Gene Autry Show and hit the pleasure trail over most of these same CBS stations. Clancy Cassell speaking. And remember, Broadway is My Beat brings you startling mysteries Saturday nights on the CBS Radio Network.
America's Favorite Miser is coming up next. It's the Jack Benny Program.
And now for the Spaniard that blighted my life, Jack Benny.
Oh, Jack. Jack. Oh, Jack.
Oh, Don, I forgot to tell you, Jack just called up and said he'd be a few minutes late. He's taking a taxi right over.
Oh, then I better tell Bester to play another number.
Well, why don't you tell a few jokes, Don?
Oh, I don't know any, Mary. Why don't you tell one?
Well, the only one I know is the one about the goat without a nose. And you know how that smells.
Well, I'll tell you what. Let's tune in on a few taxicabs and see if we can find Jack.
That's a good idea.
Taxi, mister?
Yes, quick, I'm late.
Sure thing. You know, this is a radio cab. I not only take you where you want to go, but I give you entertainment besides.
Yeah, that's nice, but hurry up.
Yeah, where you're going and what program do you want to hear?
6th Avenue and 49th Street and the rise of the Goldberg.
Okay, Chief.
Say, what kind of a cab is this, anyway?
15 and 5. 15 for the ride and 5 for the Goldberg.
I can see you weren't always a taxi driver.
No, I used to be a master of ceremony. Did you ever hear the one about the peacock?
No.
It's a wonderful tale.
There always was. And don't pull any of those jokes. You know, I'm a master of ceremonies myself.
Oh, yeah? Well, why ain't you driving a cab?
Say, driver, just watch that road ahead of you, will you?
Hey, don't worry about me. I've hit over 100 pedestrians and I rate 1 mark on this cab.
Well, that's good. Come on, step on it. I'm late now. Hey, what's the big idea?
That streetcar won't get over.
Oh, it won't, eh? Well, you'll have the same trouble with the Empire State Building. Take it easy.
Well, can you imagine that? I can't beat that red light.
Isn't that too bad? Hey, Bud, you've only gone 3 blocks and the meter reads 60 cents. What's the idea?
Well, you see, you're the first customer today, and the meter's jumping for joy.
That's good. Some fun. Go ahead. There's the whistle.
Doggone it. She stalled again, and I can't stand it. Can you imagine that?
Yeah, in fact, I had a bet on it.
You say, when you're as old as this cab, you'll stall once in a while, too. Oh, there she is.
Hey, you better step on it, buddy, or my program will be over before I get there.
All right, kid, I'll have you there in a minute.
Uh-oh, the cop. I'll never get to the studio now. Fine mess. A rough-looking guy, too. Here he comes.
Say, where do you think you're going? Hey, you'll have to talk to this guy in the cab, officer. He's in a hurry, not me.
Anything wrong, officer?
Do you know you were going 60 miles an hour?
No.
Yes. And don't you know that the speed limit is 25?
No.
Yes.
You realize that I'm Jack Benny, the radio comedian?
No.
Yes.
Well, you just love our new courthouse. Here, take this.
What's that?
It's your ticket.
No!
Yes!
But seriously, officer, I'm in a hurry. You know, I have to broadcast tonight.
Now, wait a minute. As man to man, didn't you see that red light up there?
No.
Didn't you hear me blow a whistle?
No.
Didn't you see me at all?
No, 1,000 times no.
Oh, well, then I'm just a failure.
Yeah. Yeah, you ought to be in pictures. Goodbye, officer.
Goodbye.
You better speed up now, Bud. I got to get to the studio.
Okay, Chief.
Say, were we going 60? It didn't seem like 60 to me.
Well, I got those General blow-up-proof tires on, Chief. They ride like cushions.
Yeah, it won't help you. 10 cents is all I ever tipped. Here we are. This is it. How much?
$3.10.
Yeah, here's 70 cents.
Yeah, that's what I meant.
Gee, I hope I'm not too late.
Hello,
Hello, fellas. Everybody here?
Yeah, we're all here.
Okay, play, Don. That was Key for Two from No No Nanette, played by Don Bester and his fiddlers 3, his drummers 1, and his saxophones 20.
Oh, boy, am I lukewarm tonight. Well, I'm glad I got here in time to hear that last number. You've got some great men there, Don, really, but confidentially, I don't care for that cello player.
Who?
That cello player.
You're wrong, Jack. Because there's one fellow who knows his onions.
I know that, but he should learn something about a cello, too. I mean, it's none of my business, but say, Don, that fiddle player you got there, do you like him?
Yeah, very much, Jack.
Well, maybe I'm wrong. What's his name?
Heifetz.
Oh, it must be me, I guess. Well, anyway, tonight, folks, we have a thrilling...
Say, Jack.
Oh, there you are, Wilson.
Where were you tonight?
Oh, I was a little late. I dropped in to see a picture, and you should have been there, Don. You'd have cried your eyes out.
Oh, why? Was it that sad?
No, the picture was all right, but a fella came out and sang Wagon Wheels, and I know how you like General Tires, You'd have cried your eyes out.
Well, I saw a picture this afternoon, and I really did cry.
Yeah, what picture was that?
Wild Garbo.
That's Wild Cargo. There's nothing to cry about in that picture.
There isn't. Imagine paying 75 cents in the balcony at a matinee.
Oh, I see. Anything over 10 cents is dramatic to Wilson, Which reminds me, folks, I read in the paper today where Harry Lauder is swimming over for another tour of America. You reminded me of that, Wilson.
Say, Jack, I hear you're going out to Hollywood next week to make a picture.
Yes, Bester, who told you?
No, I saw it in the papers. How do you think you'll do in pictures, Jack?
Oh, all right. I don't know. I guess I ought to be as good as William Powell or Clark Gable. There's really no difference between us.
Of course, William Powell has a nice mustache.
Well, I can raise one in 3 days. That's nothing,
And then look at Clark Gable. He has a cute dimple in his cheek.
Oh, well, that's easy. I can have 3 of my side teeth pulled out. That'll help.
Gee, Jack, I think you'll just be swell in pictures.
Do you really think so, Mary?
Sure, there's always room for another Boris Karloff.
But I'm not a Karloff, Mary.
No, but you're certainly Boris.
Oh, is that awful? Who wrote that? Listen, Mary. Mary, what I haven't got for pictures, I can borrow. You know that.
What do you mean?
Well, if I play a Napoleon part, I can borrow a uniform. If I play a Tarzan part, I can borrow a leopard skin.
How about sex appeal?
That's the only thing I'm worried about, Say, but what has sex appeal got to do with it, Mary? You love me, don't you?
Yes, but do I know what I'm doing?
Play, Don. I'm going to look in the mirror. Believe me. That was Frank Parker singing May I from the motion picture We're Not Dressing. And let me tell you something, folks. Frank sings with the same quality that a certain tire has, which I don't like to mention on this program. But as a slight hint, you all remember what rank Pershing held in the Army. But just put tire on the end of that. You get the idea. Listen, Parker, your voice is getting better, and to tell you the truth, I'd sooner hear you sing than Don Bester anytime.
I'll bet you say that to all the singers.
All right, stick to your singing.
Say, Jack, you just made a personal appearance at the Capitol Theater, didn't you?
Yes, Frank, I was there for 2 weeks, and I hate to boast, but the theater was jammed. Standing room only. Were you in to see me?
No, I went home and got a seat.
Oh, well, I don't blame you. Frank, Mary was at the Capitol with me.
I didn't know that. Were you a big hit, Mary?
Colossal.
Well, that's fine. I'm glad to hear it.
Jack, what does colossal mean?
Well, colossal means, give me that dictionary a minute there, will you, Frank?
Yeah, here it is.
Let's see, colossal, K-O-L, K-O-L-O, colossal. Gee, it isn't even here. I guess there's no such word.
What dictionary is that?
Webster's.
Oh, well, he makes a lot of mistakes.
Yeah. Well, anyway, Frank, we both played the Capitol Theater.
We had a lot of fun, though, didn't we, Jack?
We sure did, Mary.
Remember the night you sang Smoke Gets in Your Eyes and the fella hit you in the nose with a grapefruit?
Yeah, well, what are you laughing at?
Squirt got in your eyes.
Say, Frank.
Yes, Jack?
Let me straighten you out on this. You know the fella that threw that gun on me? Well, I paid him to do it just to get a laugh out of the audience, see?
Oh, yeah? Well, what about the other two guys that were throwing at you?
Well, they were freelancing. I had nothing to do with that. Let's drop it, Mary. Frank, where were we on the program before we started to talk about the Capitol? Huh?
Page 8. You said you liked my singing.
Oh, yes. Here, I got it. You certainly are a great singer.
Say, Jack, that reminds me. You know, my folks are very fond of you, but they feel slighted that you went to Don Besser's house and Don Wilson's, and you never paid us a visit.
Oh, I'm sorry, Frank.
Well, they asked me to bring you over tonight, Jack, and I've got to do it.
Oh, no, Frank. No, wait. I went to Wilson's house last week and had to move a piano all around the room, you know? That was a fine rest for me, moving pianos.
Well, you won't have to worry about that. There won't be any trouble about that, Jack. We have no piano.
Well, that's something.
We have an organ.
Well, I'm not going to push any organs around either.
Why don't you go, Jack? It might be a mouth organ.
Oh, that's right. Where do you live, Frank?
Right down here in Greenwich Village.
Oh, you mean the artist colony where all those painters, poets, and singers live?
Yes, my family are all singers. My father was a famous baritone, and my mother was a soprano with the Metropolitan Opera Company.
She was? Well, does she know Lucia di Lammermoor?
No, we just moved in last week.
Oh, I wouldn't expect that.
Well, Jack, how about it? You know, my folks would sure like to meet you, and Mary, too.
Well,
Aw, come on, Jack. What can we lose?
Say, can we take Don Wilson along?
No, he eats too much.
Yes, especially when he's a guest, yeah.
Yeah. Well, come on, Jack, let's go. It's getting late anyway.
Okay, say, Bester.
Yes, Jack.
Take care of the rest of this program, will you? I'm going over to Parker's house to meet his folks.
Where?
Over to Frank Parker's house. Hey, what are you laughing at?
Oh, nothing, Jack. I was there last Tuesday night. Good luck to you.
Hey, wait a minute, Don. I don't like the way you said that, huh? Listen, don't you think I ought to go?
I'm not saying a thing, Jack. You'll find out. Say, boys, Jack's going over to Parker's house tonight.
Well, come on, Jack, let's go.
Okay, Frank. Come on, Mary. Gee, play, Don.
Here we are, 296 Washington Square.
Yep, this is it.
How much is it, driver?
$3.10.
Oh, the same guy, eh? Here's 70 cents for you.
Yeah, that's what I meant. It's funny I never can think of that number.
So this is the place, eh? Quite an old house, isn't it, Frank? Eh?
Yes, but it's nice inside. You know, artistic environment and everything.
I bet the rent's cheap, too. What a dump.
Quiet, Mary.
Well, let's go up. The folks are all waiting.
Is this the apartment, Frank?
No, that's a Chinese laundry. We're one flight up.
Oh, I saw a sign, Sing Fat. I thought it was your place, you know. Sounds like all the folks are at home, huh?
Well, here we are. Now, right this way into the parlor.
Nice place you have, Frank.
Gee, it's swell up here. Oh, whose picture is that on the wall?
Why, that's Caruso. Remember him?
Oh, sure, Robinson Crusoe.
You can't fool Mary, huh?
Now, just make yourselves at home, and I'll call the folks in.
Okay, Frank. What are they doing now?
Oh, just practicing arpeggios.
Oh, you mean the scales?
Yes, notes to you.
Notes to you, too. Now, that's too good. To come here to be insulted. Fine. Have to insult me on a program, huh?
Come into the next room, Jack. I want you to meet my father.
Sure, Parker. Where's your father?
Sifo, signore.
Father.
Signor.
Father, I want you to meet Jack Benny.
Don't bother me, son. Signore.
It's all right, Frank. It's all right. No hurry.
Father, this is Jack Benny.
Oh, Ladone mobile, how do you feel today? So you're Jack Benny, and this is Mary.
I get into more
I
trouble.
am glad to know you. Let's play pinochle. A nickel, 100, and the cards are all right, too. Oh, the cards are all right here.
That was The Cards Are All Right Here by Frank Parker, Sr. and Jr.
Jack, ask since he knows Lazy Mary, will you get up?
Oh, wait, here comes Mother. Mother, this is Jack Benny and Mary Livingston.
Ah, good evening, Mrs. Parker.
La, 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 I'm feeling fine. And how are you, Mr. Benny?
I'm feeling fine, but who can tell? I'm looking good and feeling swell. I'm eating well, but who can tell? Rum-ta-ra-rum-pum-pum. Nice place you got, Frank.
Well, Mary, how do you like Mother's range?
I like her whole kitchen.
You know, Parker, your mother looks fine, but your dad doesn't look so well.
Well, Dad's leading a false life.
Hello, Frank.
Hello, Jane. Oh, Jack, I want you to meet my sister Jane. Jane, this is Jack Benny and Mary Livingston.
How do you do? What is this, anyway?
With a hey nutty nutty and a hot cha-cha.
For heaven's sake, Frank, what was that?
Well, she's the black sheepess of the family.
Oh.
She works in a nightclub.
Oh, Jack, look at that pretty bird.
Yes, that's our singing canary, Jack, and what a singer. Come on, sing something, Primo.
Oh, Primo Canary. Oh, I knew I saw that bird somewhere.
You know, that little bird listens into all of our programs.
Well, isn't that nice? Primo, what do you think of our announcer, Don Wilson? You said it.
Yeah? I resent that.
Frank, turn off that radio.
Oh, look, Jack, they even have a singer sewing machine.
Mary, it's the General Tire program.
Oh.
I imagine you folks must be very hungry. Would you like something to eat?
Yes, 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 yes.
Me too.
I think we have some more bouquet.
I'd rather move pianos.
And onions.
Say, Jack, would you like some of that?
No. I'd like some chili and some beans. Da-da. This is the silliest program we've ever had.
Let's call the maid. Fifi, what have we got to eat?
Well, we've got some...
Oh, Hungarian Rhapsody. I'll have some of that well done. What do you want, Mary?
I'll have some Mendelssohn spring sauce.
That song, Mary.
Oh, order your own meal.
Fifi, take care of the guests.
Now, listen, let's have some fun while we're waiting. How about the radio?
Let's tune in on the radio
again.
and hear the General Tire Show. The show, the show, the show.
That's right, Mr. Parker. Tune in and see what our boys are doing. I knew it. Turn off that radio. Or I will have to go. Come on, Mary. Come on. I think we'll go anyway. I've had enough of this joint.
Me too.
Goodbye, Mrs. Parker. Goodbye, everybody.
Goodbye forever. Goodbye forever. Goodbye. Goodbye. General, go out through fire. Give a goodbye.
That's all I want to know. Play, Don.
Lux Radio Theater brings you another classic story coming up next.
Hollywood, California, Monday, November 30th. The Lux Radio Theater presents Loretta Young in Pally of the Circus with James Gleason and Gavin Gordon. Lux presents Hollywood. Our stars, Loretta Young, James Gleason, and Gavin Gordon. Our guests, Robert, Believe It or Not, Ripley, and Mabel Stark, only woman tiger trainer in the world. Our conductor, Mr. Louis Silvers. Tonight, the producer of the Lux Radio Theater, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille, is in New York City, from which point we shall hear shortly. Here in the Lux Radio Theater, until Mr. DeMille returns to Hollywood next week, is that distinguished gentleman of the screen, Mr. Lionel Barrymore. So do the makers of Lux Toilet Soap welcome you to another hour in the Lux Radio Theater. And now, a note for Mother. When it's a matter of baby's delicate skin, you have to be sure the soap you use is really mild, non-irritating. You know Lux toilet soap is safe because it's carefully made from the finest and purest ingredients. Laboratory tests have proved this. That's why thousands of mothers find it ideal. That's why we say, use Lux toilet soap for baby's bath. We leave Hollywood now for a moment, switch to New York, and start the show with word from Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
This week, my greetings come to you from New York, ladies and gentlemen. Tonight, the many millions in our audience become many millions and one. As for the first time, I join the Lux Radio Theater's legion of listeners. Next Monday night, as usual, I'll be back on our stage in Hollywood. While I've been spending the last several days rushing from Dallas to New Orleans to New York, previewing my new picture, The Plainsman, the show you and I are about to hear has been prepared by one who is certainly on speaking terms with our microphone, Lionel Barrymore. To one so familiar and so beloved, the mention of his name is the most glowing introduction I could give. He comes to us now from Hollywood. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Lionel Barrymore.
My thanks, Mr. DeMille, and good evening, everyone. First of all, I want to clear up any impression that I'm taking Mr. DeMille's place tonight. That, as you and I both know, is something no one could do. I'm here, anyway, highly flattered and slightly uneasy, hoping to keep things in order until Mr. DeMille resumes the reins next week. I'm very uneasy. Tonight is the second time Loretta Young plays the part of Polly. The Polly whose part she played the first time was her own sister, Polly Young. Loretta was then 13 and anxious to resume a career on the screen which she'd begun and terminated at the age of 4. Well, one day when Loretta was alone, pondering what she might do to swell the family income, a director telephoned. He left a message telling Polly to report at once to the studio. But Polly was out of town. Loretta asked no questions. She hurried to the set and said quite truthfully that she was Miss Young. She played the part, won a contract, and from that day to this, her career has been one of uninterrupted and deserved success. Undoubtedly, that was the most triumphant sister act on record. In a few moments, Loretta again takes Polly's part. No, not her sister's, but that of the Polly of the Circus in Margaret Mayo's noted play. James Gleason, famed as both a writer and motion picture comedian, will be heard as Jim McNally, and Gavin Gordon, who tonight makes his second appearance on our stage, will take the role of Dr. John Douglas. And now we raise our curtain as the Lux Radio Theater presents Loretta Young in Polly of the Circus with James Gleason and Gavin Gordon. The circus has come to town. It's a small town and a one-ring show, but come one, come all, and see the fun. The evening performance is in full swing, and Polly, equestrienne extraordinary, is in the dressing tent waiting for her turn. Just outside, near the performer's entrance to the ring, 2 of Polly's friends are watching the show. They are Jim McNally, the boss canvas man, and Toby, an old clown. Toby's in full costume and makeup, and his painted grin grows broader as he listens to the cheers of the crowd.
Listen to him, Jim.
Listen to them.
Yeah, them seals is going big.
If they make that much fuss over a couple of trained seals, what'll they do when they see Polly ride bingo?
I don't know. I almost wish they wasn't going to see Polly ride bingo tonight.
Why? There ain't nothing wrong with Polly, is there?
Oh, it's the horse. He's been acting up wild all day. I don't think he's fit to ride, Toby.
Well, can't you do nothing with him?
I ain't no horse doctor. All I know is I give him a friendly pat and he near bit me arm off.
Oh.
I told Polly, but she only laughed. She raised him from a pup, so she thinks he's perfect.
Well, maybe I better speak to her. She'll listen to me. Polly. Polly, come out here a minute, will you? I'll fix it. I'll tell her she can't do it, see?
You call me, Toby?
Yeah. Jim and I want to speak to you, Polly.
I know you do. I know what you're going to say, too. But you can save your breath, the pair of you.
Oh, that's no way to be talking. Jim and me is thinking of your own good.
I know. You think it's my own good not to ride bingo tonight. Well, you're both wrong.
But it ain't safe. Bingo's in a bad mood. Why don't you take another horse and just do the routine stuff? Forget about the hooks. The customers won't know the difference.
Oh, they won't they? With my picture plastered all over town, not a chance. They pay good money to see Polly go through the hoops, and they're going to see her. I got my reputation to think of.
Listen, if you ride bingo tonight, you got to promise one thing. No hoops.
6 hoops.
6 hoops? You're crazy. The horse
Now,
won't do it.
Jim.
1 hoop is plenty, Paul. 1 hoop looks hard. 6 hoops look like it's easy.
6. And stop talking about it, you two. Why, you act like I was a baby or something. Look at me. How do you like my new dress?
It's pretty. Shines nice, too.
Sure, it ought to shine. $10 for the sequence alone. What time is it, Jim?
You got a couple of minutes before you go on. Why?
Nothing. Gee, it's nice out here. I like this town better than any we've been in.
Same as any other town.
It seems nicer, though. You know, it smells so good. Like flowers and gardens and things. It seems like there's a garden right close by.
Yeah, there is. Look right over there.
Oh, who lives in that house, Jim?
One of the big shots. He's a doctor.
I'll bet the old guy's throwing a fit because her pitch so close. We're almost in his backyard, you know.
I don't know about him having a fit, but a couple of old ladies marched over here this afternoon with a bunch of squawks.
What about?
Oh, they don't like you wearing tights in the street parade.
Well, for Pete's sake, where else would I wear them?
Search me.
Gee, I better get going. That's the human cannonball finishing up.
Not going to change your mind, Polly? Still going to ride that horse?
Sure. Come on in and watch.
Only 1 hoop, Polly.
All right. If it'll make you feel any better. But wait for me after the act, will you, Toby?
Yeah.
Maybe we can take a walk before the show moves on.
Not tonight. We're pulling out right away.
Now, there's Bingo. Look at him.
Whoa, boy, whoa. Get him there, Mike. Hold his hand.
Hold him where the devil himself couldn't hold him. Get back there. Get back there.
Easy with him, Mike. Easy.
Polly, let me get you another horse. You can't ride him tonight. He'd throw you sure.
Bring him up, Mike.
All right, Miss Polly. Say, Polly,
Now,
listen.
Toby, my mother'd turn over in her grave if she thought I was afraid of a horse. Here, take my cake.
Okay, Polly.
Here you are, miss. But be careful with him now.
All right, give me a hand.
All right.
Up we go.
Watch it, Polly, watch it.
I'll be all right.
Ladies and gentlemen, the management of the Great United Shows takes pleasure in introducing the greatest bareback rider of all time, the brightest little stone in the entertainment world today, Miss Polly. Miss Polly will attempt the most difficult equestrian feat ever performed in any ring without the aid of any mechanical safety device whatsoever. Miss Polly will jump from 6 hoops while standing erect on the back of a galloping horse, and there she goes. 1.
She's going to do it anyway.
She nearly missed. She can't do it. He's going too fast. It's too fast.
Stop the horse. Stop it, horse.
Oh, she's killed.
Everybody, quiet, please.
Polly, are you all right, Polly?
Carry her outside.
Get a doctor, somebody. Get a doctor, quick.
Ladies and gentlemen, there is no cause for alarm. Please resume your seats and the show will go on.
How is she, Doc? Will she be all right?
I can't tell anything yet. She's unconscious. Are you her father?
No, sir. But me and Jim, we take care of her.
Where are you going to take her, Doc? The hospital?
No, there's a flu epidemic. They're all filled up over there. We'll have to take her over to my house. It's just across the way.
But can you take care of her there? Will she be all right?
Yes, I think so, at least until I can find out what the trouble is. What's your name?
Toby, sir.
All right, Toby, you run along and tell my housekeeper we're coming. Have her fix up a bed.
Yes, sir.
All right, now. Give me a hand with it. Go easy. Easy. Mandy,
Yes, Mr. Jones.
sit here for a while, will you, Mandy?
Yes, sir.
If she wakes up, let me know right away.
Oh, is she gonna stay here?
Well, she'll have to for some time, probably. I'd better go and speak to those men. Call me if you need me.
Yes, sir.
Well, Doc, what's the word?
Is she okay, Doc?
She will be. She came to for a moment, but I gave her a shot of morphine to ease the pain.
There ain't anything serious, is there?
Well, she has a nasty cut on her head, and her ankle looks pretty bad. I'm afraid it's broken.
How long will it take to patch her up?
Can't tell. You can't hurry a broken ankle. That takes time.
But, Doc, we ain't got any time. We're moving to another town in a couple of minutes.
Well, she can't be moved now. She'll have to stay here.
Here?
Yes. Ordinarily, I'd take her to the hospital, but I've already explained why I can't do that.
Well, Polly ain't no charity case. We can pay our way.
Take it easy, Toby. He don't mean that, Doc. He's just upset. You see, we want to do the right thing, that's all.
Of course.
You'll treat her right, won't you, Doc? You know, she ain't used to strangers.
I'll do everything I can to keep her happy.
When she wakes up and finds out we left her here, she might be homesick, Doc.
Hey, look, Doc, you tell her we stayed as long as we could. Tell her we'll send her some money and Bark will keep her job open, sure.
I'll tell her.
There they go, Jim. It's time.
Yeah. You understand, don't you, Doc? We wouldn't be doing this if there was any other way, but the show's got to go on.
Of course.
Well, come on, Toby. Let's get going.
So long, Doc, and thanks.
Mr. John.
What is it, Mandy?
Come in here, quick. Look, the little circus gal done open up her eyes.
All right, get me some brandy.
Yeah, sir. I got some right here.
Oh.
Here, give it to me.
Oh, don't miss, Bingo. Don't miss.
Here.
Oh.
Drink this.
No.
Come on, drink. Everything's all right now.
Oh.
There.
Who are you?
My name's Douglas. John Douglas. I'm a brand new friend of yours.
Oh, gee, I feel funny. What is this place, anyhow? What am I doing here? This ain't my tent.
This is my tent.
Well, what am I doing here? You better tell me, because...
Hush now, child, hush.
No, I won't hush. Where's Jim and Toby?
Now, if you'll just be quiet, I'll tell you all about it. Jim and Toby left a message for you.
Oh.
They've gone on with the circus.
Gone?
It's all right now. They left you here with me. They both wanted you to stay here until you feel better.
Oh, there's nothing the matter with me. It's some kind of a trick, that's what it is. You better let me out of here now. You better let me out.
Polly, won't you let me explain? You're perfectly safe. You're perfectly all right.
I don't know what you're talking about. I'm going to get out of here, and I'm going to get out of here quick. I don't like the... Oh, my foot.
Now, maybe you'll listen to reason. You have a fractured astragalus.
What? Oh, that's what you say. I know better. I just hurt my left fin.
Your what?
My creeper.
Creeper? Land's sake, honey, what's that?
Why, my hind wheel, silly. I got a flat.
I'm afraid you have. You took a bad spill.
Yeah. How long am I in for?
Well, Toby and Jim want you to stay here until you're well again. Oh, it's all arranged.
You're sure it's all right?
Of course. They're going to write you, and then just as soon as you're able, why, you can go back to the circus again.
Well, it better be soon. Because without me, that show will be on the bum.
Oh, they'll get along.
Without me?
Mm-hmm.
Say, did you ever see that show?
I saw it tonight. You practically fell in my lap.
Well, then you ought to know I'm the best thing in it. Well, I'm the double 40 racket.
I beg your pardon?
What for?
I didn't understand what you said just now.
Oh, I said I'm the double 40 racket. The works.
Oh, yes, of course, the works.
Yes. But look at me now.
Oh, you mustn't worry too much about being here. We'll do our best until you're quite ready to be the double 40 racket all over again.
Well, I guess you mean all right, but, I can't help feeling terrible. I got a whole show depending on me. Did you ever have to knock off work?
He sure did. But did he holler? He thought the whole town was going to die just because he is sick.
Mandy, I think I'd like some coffee.
Yes, sir. I'll fix it right away.
What did she mean? Everybody going to die?
Well, you see, I look after people.
Oh. What's your line?
I'm a doctor. Didn't you know that?
Holy jumping Jiminy, a doc.
Well, what's wrong with that?
Oh, nothing. I was just thinking about my luck. I fall off a horse and land in a medicine show.
I'm afraid you're talking too much.
Oh, no, not me. I'm a great talker. Say, how long you been showing in this town?
Oh, a couple of years.
A couple of years. Say, you must be good. What kind of a spiel you got?
The usual thing. Make the dose as pleasant as possible. Help people forget their troubles.
Something like my business, huh?
Is it?
Yeah. Only, of course, we draw bigger crowds.
I imagine you do. Patients haven't been exactly flocking to me up to now, but I'm getting there.
Well, let me give you a little piece of advice. No matter how bad the medicine business is, don't go in for no riding act.
No, I'll try not to, but why?
Well, because if your horse is okay, then the ground's bad. If the ground's okay, then the horse is wrong. There's always something. You can depend on that. Don't ever go in for nothing that depends on something else.
Thanks, I'll remember that. But right now, I think you'd better try and get some sleep.
Why?
We've got a lot to do tomorrow.
What?
Well, an X-ray first, and then we'll have to set that ankle.
Oh. Are you going to do it?
Why, yes, unless you'd rather have someone else.
Oh, no. I just wanted to make sure.
Hey, Joe, fill this order, will you? Oh, morning, Mrs. Strong.
Good morning. I have my order written out. Will you send it right away, please?
Yes, ma'am. I'll make it up myself.
Good morning, Madge. Oh, good morning. Out bright and early, Anna.
Yes. Suppose you heard the news.
Well, if you're talking about that young Dr. Douglas, I certainly have.
Seems to me the hospital's the place for injured folks, not a bachelor's house.
Well, it's none of my business. But if I was Dr. Douglas, I'd certainly watch my step. Taking a girl in from a circus. He ought to know better. When I see my husband...
Can I get a quick shave? Down, boys, down. Want a shave and a haircut, Mr. Strong?
Just a shave. Make it close, Phil.
Sure.
Hey,
Strong. I hear the young doc's opening up a new hospital up to his house.
Oh.
Yes, mighty pretty patient, too, from what I understand. I always wanted to be a doctor.
Douglas is a fool. You ought to have more sense than to do a thing like that.
Say, you think he'll lose out on being president of the hospital board?
Well, I don't know. He's the man for the job. The only one we have. I'm going to have a talk with him this afternoon and pound a little horse sense into him. Hurry up, will you, Phil?
Oh, sure. Sorry, Mr. Strong.
Oh, well, come in, Mr. Strong. Come in.
Thanks. Is the doctor at home?
He sure is. This way, Mr. Strong.
Thank you.
He out of the living room here with Miss Polly. Dr. Douglas, Mr. Strong's here.
Oh, come in, Mr. Strong.
Yeah, good afternoon.
Glad to see you. This is Miss Polly Sanders. Mr. Strong.
How do you do?
I'm pleased to meet you.
We've just finished with the X-ray. I'm carrying upstairs in easy stages. You ready to go now?
Yeah, I think so.
Well, we'll take it nice and slow.
Douglas, if you've got a moment,
I'll be
I'd
right
like
with
to...
you. Oh, Mandy.
Yeah,
Is everything all right?
Yes, sir.
Come on, Miss Polly. Put your arm around my shoulder.
How's that?
That's it.
Douglas, I'd like
Make
to...
yourself at home, Strong. I'll be down in just a couple of minutes.
Now, wait a minute. Before you go any further with this, I want to tell you that I'm here at the request of the hospital board.
The board?
Yes. We don't feel, Douglas, that you're in a position to,
To what?
Well, speaking frankly, I suggest to send this young woman back to her people at once. I'll drive her over to the next town myself.
Are you crazy? She's in no condition to travel.
Well, she can't stay here.
What are you talking about?
I think you understand.
Why, he means
It's all right.
Well, it's not all right. He can't talk like that about me. I didn't ask to be brought here, did I? I didn't even know about it. But I'll get out. I'll get out right now.
Be quiet.
I won't.
Strong. I want you to listen to me. It's my business to see that sick people are cared for. The hospital's filled, every bed. This happens to be the only solution. Now, do you understand? This girl is going to stay here.
I'm speaking for your own good, Douglas. You can't expect to do things like this without making enemies.
All right, then I'll make them, but the girl stays. Come on, Polly.
All right.
In just a moment, we'll continue Polly of the Circus, starring Loretta Young with James Gleason and Gavin Gordon. But now, let's step over to the Universal Studios. It's after 6. The last girl has just been interviewed for a new part by the casting director, and his secretary answers his impatient ring.
Yes, sir?
Say, what's the big idea of sending that girl in to see me? Have I got time to waste?
Well, I thought because you did use her once last year, maybe...
Yeah, maybe she changed in a year. One look at that girl ought to have told you she wasn't right. This is the movies. We have pictures, close-ups.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, well, it It wasn't your fault, I guess. But it's enough to make you chew your nails, the kind of complexion some girls bring in here. In this day and age, don't girls know what to do about their skin?
In this day and age, smart girls know what to do about their skin. They use rouge and powder, but they're careful to remove them thoroughly. Otherwise, pores become choked, enlarged. Tiny blemishes, a dull, lifeless look come. Cosmetic skin. Use Lux toilet soap to guard against this danger. Its rich, active lather sinks deep, carries out of your skin every last bit of dust, dirt, or stale cosmetics. It protects complexions. When you use Lux toilet soap, you know your skin is getting the same care 9 out of 10 screen stars use. Use it before you put on fresh makeup. Make it your bedtime beauty care. It's the soap all Hollywood uses, the official soap of the great Hollywood studios. We hear now from tonight's guest director, Mr. Lionel Barrymore.
We continue with Polly of the Circus, starring Loretta Young with James Gleason and Gavin Gordon. 6 weeks have passed since John Douglas befriended Polly, and the little circus rider is still a member of his household. During that time, Polly's seen a new world, a world of comfort and ease. But they've not been happy days for John. As a result of the town's disapproval, his practice has dwindled to almost nothing. We find him in his office. There's a worried look on his face as he talks over the phone to one of his few remaining patients.
Well, how is she this morning? I see. Well, I'd better run out and see her, Mrs. Small, if she's running a temperature again. What?
Miss John. Oh, excuse me.
Oh, I see. Well, that's quite all right. Not at all. Goodbye, Mrs. Small.
Is that Miss Small's little girl sick again?
Yes.
Well, you better have some breakfast before you go out there.
I'm not going out there. Mrs. Small's called in Dr. Withers.
Dr. Withers? Why, he ain't no better than a... Now, what'd she go call him for?
Is there any mail, Mandy?
Yes, sir, I done brung it in. Here it is. Dr. Withers. I ain't never heard tell of such foolishness. Everybody calling Dr. Withers. Person think he done discovered a whole bunch of new cures for the misery. Well, I sure ain't never heard of him curing nobody or nothing.
Mandy?
Yes, sir?
Where's Miss Polly?
She's sitting out there in the garden. What's the matter, Mr. John? You got bad news in that letter?
I'm afraid so. Don't bother about breakfast for me, Mandy.
Yes, sir. Yes, as you say.
Polly.
Oh, hello. I thought you were gone. Say, weren't you supposed to take out the Marshall boys' tonsils today?
Yes, but they decided to let him keep them.
Oh.
Polly, I've got some news for you.
News? Mm-hmm. Oh, I know. It's about those x-rays you took yesterday. Is it... am I all right?
Don't be frightened. You took a beautiful picture. That ankle's better than it ever was.
Oh, yes, it feels fine.
Well, you don't look very happy about it. What's the matter? Don't you want to get well?
Oh, sure. I mean, of course I do.
Well, what's the matter? You look worried.
Oh, it's nothing, I guess.
Polly, has anybody been talking to you?
What do you mean, anybody?
Anybody like Old Strong, for instance?
Oh, yes, he was here yesterday.
Yes?
Mm-hmm.
Well, what did he say?
Well, he said he supposed I'd be leaving now that I was well again. And that's what I've been thinking about. How soon do you think I ought to go?
Do you want to go, Polly?
Well, that's what I was thinking about when you came. I was trying to figure things out.
Well?
Well, I was using my head, the way you taught me to, and that's such hard work using your head when all you ever used before was your feet.
Mm-hmm. Well, what was the result?
Well, Mr. John, did you ever have to make a decision that would change your whole life?
Every day I'm making one right now.
What?
Go on.
Well, it's about the circus. Oh, I wish Toby or Jim would write. It's been so long since their last letter. You know, if I could just have a good long talk with Toby, I'd know what to do. Oh, he's terribly smart for a clown.
You mean you'd do whatever Toby advised?
Yes, I would. If he told me to go back to the circus this very day, I'd pack up right now and take the next train.
Polly. I got a letter just before It may help you to decide.
A letter?
Uh-huh, it's from Jim. Show's over in Brockport.
Oh, does he want me to meet them there?
No, he's coming over here to see you this afternoon. And there's some things in the letter that I thought you ought to know about before he gets here.
What?
It's about Toby.
Oh, Toby. What's he done now? Don't tell me Barker fired him.
No, Polly. Toby's dead.
Oh, no.
Died last week. Pneumonia. Jim says everything was all right. They had a good doctor, and he wasn't a bit sorry to go, except that he just didn't get to see you again.
Oh, but I should have been there. I should have been there. He was always so good to me, and then when he needed me most, I let him down. Why didn't they send for me?
He didn't ask for you because he knew you couldn't get there in time, and what's more, he didn't really want you to come.
Toby didn't want me. Oh, I don't believe that.
You don't understand. Toby didn't want you to come back there. It's all here in Jim's letter. He said he hoped you'd forget you'd ever known a circus. He said he wanted you to be a lady.
Toby always said I was a lady.
But he meant that he wanted you to do some other things besides riding. He thought you were fitted for something better than circus life.
Oh.
He said, no more parades.
Oh. Did Toby say that?
I have the letter here. You can read it later. But I wanted to talk to you about it first. Is everything clear now?
Mm-hmm.
Will you give up the circus?
I think I gave it up long ago.
Oh, I'm glad.
Are you?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you don't know what that means to me. I couldn't bear to think of going back now that you and poor old Toby both say the same thing. Oh, I could cry. I feel I feel fine.
Well, then it's settled. You're not going back?
No. But it's going to be kind of hard, isn't it? You see, I have no job or no home.
Well, you have this one.
Oh, I shouldn't have said that.
Yes, you should. I wanted you to. This will always be your home, Polly.
Always?
If you'll stay.
Not because of what Toby said, but because you really want me here yourself?
Because I want you here myself. Polly,
Oh, then I'm going to stay just as long as you'll have me. I'll keep house for you. I'll never go away as long as I live.
Are you sure, Polly? So sure that you'll tell Jim about it when he comes?
Of course I'll tell Jim. He'll understand.
Polly.
What?
Has Jim ever said anything to you about...
About what?
Has Jim ever asked you to come back for his sake?
What do you... Oh, do you mean that...
Polly, don't look at me like that. You don't understand. Listen. I don't want you to go away with Jim or anyone else. Not because you haven't a job or a home, but...
Mr. John?
Yes?
Mr. John, the hospital done called up. Miss Strong wants to see you down there.
Well, did you say what it was about?
No, so just said come on as soon as you can.
All right. I'll see you later, Polly.
All right. Oh, Jim.
How are you, Polly?
Oh, I've never been so glad to see anyone in my whole life.
Stand up back there. Let me have a look at you.
There.
You know, you're different. You're all grown up.
Never mind about me, Jim. I want to hear about Toby, huh?
Yeah, pal, but not now. I only got a few minutes. Where's the doc?
He's out in the call. He told me you were showing over in Brockport.
Yeah, we couldn't get no nearer to here. Town council or something pulled wires and we couldn't get a appointment.
Oh, you must be mistaken, Jim. Why, nobody do a thing like that.
Well, they did just the same. I don't know who.
I know. Must have been that Mr. Strong. Whatever he says goes around here. You know, Jim, I don't think he likes me.
Well, he can't hurt you, Polly. You're through with this place. Listen, Barker said I was to tell you this. He's fed up with all the bum riders he's got, and he wants you back. You can write your own ticket.
Oh, Jim.
I knew you'd be bowled over. I had it all figured out. You know, Toby had an idea you was through with the circus, but I know better.
Jim.
I know circus blood.
Jim, I got something to tell you.
You don't have to tell me nothing. I know. I told Barker I'd bring you back with me. Get your things now. We'll make the next train.
Jim, wait a minute.
What's the matter?
Well...
You want to come back, don't you?
Jim, I don't want to hurt you, but I can't come.
You mean I won't let you? Hurt, I can't do that.
Oh, no, I don't mean that. I don't want to.
Polly.
Oh, Jim, I couldn't come back. I just couldn't. When I lie in my room at night and everything's so peaceful and still, I can't help remembering how it used to be at the circus. The cold, dark trains and the awful noise and that dirt. And all the mob in the tent and the ring. With me going round and round on bingo and jumping through hoops until I got so dizzy I could hardly see. I can't go back, Jim. I just couldn't.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess I pulled a wrong one, Polly. I didn't know you'd come to feel like that.
You're not disappointed in me?
No. It just seems funny to have it turn out like this. I guess I never figured on you leaving us and not needing me no more.
Oh, don't talk like that, Jim. Everything always turns out all right in the end.
Maybe, but when you say you're not coming back, it seems like I can't see nothing ahead of me except a lot of long, dusty roads and nobody on them.
Oh, if I could only make you understand, Jim.
Miss Polly, Mr. Strong's here.
Oh, but the doctor's out, Mandy.
Yes, and I told him that.
Excuse me, Miss Polly, but it was you I wanted to see.
Me?
Yes, can you spare me a few minutes?
Why, yes, I guess so. This is Jim, one of my circus friends.
Oh, indeed.
How are you?
Well, I'm very glad to see you, young man. You've come at a very fortunate time. Very fortunate. The doctor and I had a talk this morning. We were discussing Miss Polly's future.
Oh, yeah?
Yes, I admit I was quite surprised. He tells me that Miss Polly refuses to return with you.
Oh, Mr. Strong, I just explained it to Jim and he understands.
Well, perhaps he does, but do you?
If Polly wants to stay here, she can. You ain't got nothing to do with it.
Oh, but I have. You see, I represent a large portion of the townspeople, and they have certain ideas.
All right, spill it.
Yes, I knew I could talk to you, frankly. You see, the general opinion here seems to be that the young lady would be happier if she returned to her own environment. We don't think she realizes how grave the situation is.
What do you mean?
Well, I'll put it to you in plain words. Unless you return to your former work, or at least leave this town, Dr. Douglas will suffer.
Oh, I see. You mean that just because you don't like me, you'll take it out on him, huh?
I mean that your presence here is detrimental to the doctor's interests.
But I haven't done anything, and neither has he. What'll you do to him?
Why, nothing. But he may find it necessary to move to some other town.
Oh, but you can't do that. Why, he loves this place.
I'm sorry. I thought you'd be glad to know. I thought you'd be glad to help him.
Well, I do want to help him, but I don't understand. Does he know how the people feel? You see, I was talking to him only this morning, and he said he wanted me to stay.
Well, you put him in a very difficult position. Man can't ask a woman to leave his house.
Nobody has to ask Polly to leave. She don't have to stay any place
Wait a
where
minute,
she's not
Jim.
wanted.
Wait. Does the doctor know you're telling me this, Mr. Strong? Did he ask you to tell me?
No. And he refused to tell you himself.
And then if I stay...
If you stay, his practice will fall off to nothing. And you'll lose out on the hospital appointment. It'll be your fault.
Oh, he never told me that.
Well?
Well, I guess I've been pretty dumb. If I'd known he was getting into trouble on my account, well, he won't get in any more trouble.
Does that mean you'll leave?
Oh, sure, I'll leave. Couldn't do anything else now, but you've got to promise me something. He'd feel kind of bad if he thought I went on his account, so I want to tell him that I went away because I got homesick for the circus. Tell him I had to go because I love the circus more than anything. Will you tell him that?
I'll tell him. When are you going to leave?
Tonight, I guess. I'll go up and get my things together.
Yes. Well, I'll run along. You're doing a fine thing, Miss Polly. Splendid thing. Well, good afternoon.
Polly.
Yes, Jim.
You don't want to do this, do you?
Oh, if it'll help him.
Polly, you and Doc, you like him?
Yes.
A lot, huh?
Yes, Jim.
Yeah, I kind of thought so.
Oh, Jim, you go along, will you?
Sure. Want me to wait at the station for you?
No, I'll see you at the show. A ticket to Brockport, please.
Round trip?
One way.
$2.75. Polly.
Oh,
Polly.
You've come down.
What are you doing down here?
Well,
Amanda told me you'd gone.
Well, I'm sorry. You see, you didn't come home for such a long time. I wanted to say goodbye to you, but
Goodbye?
Yeah.
Polly, what's the matter with you?
Why, nothing. Well, I'm just acting natural the first time in weeks. I didn't know what I was talking about before, but I can't stay here. I'm going back for the show.
But you can't.
Oh, but I've got to.
Well, there's something wrong here.
No, there isn't. Jim came today, and
But only this morning, you said you wanted to stay here. You meant it, Polly.
That was before I saw Jim. You see, I didn't know how I felt until he began talking about the old days and how Barker had been keeping my job open, and you know, it sort of got me, so back I go.
You don't know what you're doing.
Oh, yes, I do. I don't think I'm ungrateful. But don't ask me to stay either, please. I'd go crazy. You see, I've had enough. I want to get back where I belong.
You belong with me.
No, I'm sorry.
Wait, I've got to talk to you.
No, there's nothing for us to talk about. Can't you see it's all over? Can't you see how much I want to go? I want to get back in the ring again. I want to see the lights and hear the music and the cheers. I want to hear the rumble of the wagons and the cars at night. I want to live and die like circus folks live and die. There's nothing else that matters to me. Nothing. Goodbye, John.
Polly, wait,
Goodbye.
We pause for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
In a few moments, Loretta Young and our all-star cast resume the story of Polly of the Circus. But right now, I'd like you to meet a real Polly of the Circus. Oh, only her name isn't Polly. It's Mabel. Mabel Stark of the L.G. Barn Circus. Now, Mabel is the only woman in history to break, train, and perform with tigers. Mabel isn't satisfied to get into the ring with just one tiger. She's got to have 16. At present, she's here in California training her saber-toothed companions for next season. Ladies and gentlemen, Miss Mabel Starr.
That's all very nice, Mr. Barrymore, but I'm warning you right now. My act is tigers and not radio.
Well, I admit it takes a lot of courage to face a full-grown microphone barehanded. But don't worry about this one, Mabel. You just hold your ground and browbeat it like I do.
All the same, I'd sooner wrestle a tiger.
Well, Mabel, just what quirk of fortune turns a gentle little lady like you into a tiger trainer? Were you unlucky in love?
Go on, Mr. Barrymore. But a man had something to do with it. He dared me to get into a cage with a tiger. So I bought a tiger, and I've been working with him ever since. That's 21 years ago.
And how does one work with a tiger?
Courage, patience is all you need. Tigers are like a bunch of kids. They like to pick a scrap. Once in a while, there's bound to be an accident.
Well, obviously, you've survived all yours.
Tigers have sent me to the hospital 16 times. One of those times, they put me together like a patchwork quilt. 375 stitches. 6 weeks later, I was back in the ring wrestling the same tiger. That mussed me up. Her name was Nellie.
Well, to paraphrase the old song, Nellie was not a lady.
You can't always blame the tiger. Sometimes they don't feel very well. And the only way they have got of letting you know is with their claws. It's a very effective method, but a little rough on the complexion.
Well, then permit me to recommend Lux toilet soap.
Believe me, I use plenty of Lux toilet soap outside of the ring. Inside, the best skin protection is a light buggy work and a length of broomstick. Well, Mr. Barrymore, I guess I'd better go back and feed my tigers. Maybe one of these days they'll be having me for supper.
They ought to know by now if they'd enjoy you. They've sampled you often enough.
Well, if they do, I'm hoping for just one thing. I hope I give them the worst case of indigestion a tiger could ever have. Good night.
The show goes on. Polly of the Circus, starring Loretta Young with James Gleason and Gavin Gordon. Another month has gone by, and Polly's back with the circus again, trying her best to forget that she ever knew another kind of life. It's early evening, several hours before the show begins. Outside the big tent, Barker, the ringmaster's talking to Jim.
Well, Jim, what's the excuse tonight?
I don't get you. Excuse for what?
The cook tent was started half an hour late. The sideshow tent ain't showed up yet. Why?
I'll tell you why. Your wagons is on the bum. Number 38 was carrying a canvas and she broke down. Get after your blacksmith. It's his fault.
Stalling again. Nothing's ever your fault. Yeah, and I know why.
Yeah?
Yeah, you ain't a canvas man. You're a nurse girl.
Is that all?
No, that ain't all. There's got to be a change around here.
What?
Ever since Polly got back, she's been as much use to me as a sick cat. I'd rather have a sick cat. I know how to treat them.
Anything else?
Ah, don't get sore, Jim. It's nothing personal. It's her riding I'm beefing about. You've been watching her act, haven't you?
Every day.
And you know how rotten it is. And she's too high and mighty to ride in the parades. Trying to act like a lady. She ain't no lady. She's a bareback rider.
And what are you going to do about it?
I'm going to call her and call her hard.
Listen, Barker, you're the boss here, and I take my orders from you. But if ever I catch you abusing pal, boss, and no boss, I'll pitch you clean over the tent.
All right. No one's abusing her, but you tell her what I said. I want a performance tonight, a good performance. She's got to show me.
Jim.
Hello, pal. How you feeling?
Oh, kind of lazy. Do you mind if I stay out here with you for a while?
Oh, glad to have you. Oh, don't sit on the grass, pal. Here, try that box. What are you looking at?
The sky. Gonna have a nice moon tonight.
Same moon as always. Got a headache?
Mm-mm.
I thought you looked a little tired or something.
No, I'm okay, Jim.
Anything you want? Drink of water, soda pop, a hot dog?
No, thanks, Jim.
What's the matter, pal? Can't you tell me?
Tell you what?
What's bothering you? Maybe I could help you if you'd let me. Why have you been cutting parades? If it's because you feel sick, all you got to do is tell me. I can fix it up with Barker.
I'm not sick. And I just don't like parades anymore.
Well, you used to be crazy about riding through the streets and waving at the kids.
Well, I can change my mind if I want to, can't I? Oh, stop asking me so many questions,
I'll ask
Jim.
as many as I want, and you'll answer them. I've been keeping my mouth shut long enough. Now, come clean, pal. Are you homesick for that other place?
Oh, what's the use? Yes, I am.
I thought I was it. I was a fool to let you come back. You don't belong to us anymore.
Don't say that, Jim. Don't make me feel like I'm not wanted here, too.
You know better to say that. What's more, I don't think you was in the way there, either. I've been thinking things over. There's something funny about this whole business. You should have gone straight to the dock and had it out with him.
I couldn't do that. You heard what Mr. Strong said, and he was right. I knew all the time those people didn't like me. I just didn't belong there, Jim.
Paul, remember what I asked you that day about liking the dock?
Well?
Still do, don't you?
Yeah.
Did he ever let on that he cared for you in the same way?
No. Oh, once I thought maybe that... Oh, well, it's all over now.
But no matter what, you was happy just to be there with him.
Yes. I was happy just to be there with him.
Paul, you ought to go back. You ought to go back and have a talk with him.
No, never.
Then let me write to him and tell him why you left.
Jim, if you ever dare...
But maybe there's been some mistake.
There wasn't any mistake. Now, listen, Jim. If you write to him, I'll run away. I'll run away, and you'll never find me again. I'll kill myself.
Oh, don't talk like that. I wouldn't do anything you didn't want. I'd give my life to help you, Paul, only I don't seem to know how.
Jim, I'm sorry. I couldn't do without you. You know it. But only on nights like this, dear, I just can't help thinking about him. You know, wondering where he is and what he's doing. I wonder, Jim, if he remembers me.
Mr. John, I've been cleaning out the attic, and I found some things here I don't know what to do with.
Give them away, Amanda. Don't keep anything we can't use ourselves.
No, we can't use these. I don't like to give them away. Ain't nobody yet can wear clothes like this.
What? Oh, that's Polly's circus dress, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
Well, wrap it up and put it back where you found it. She may send for it someday.
Oh, she won't send for nothing from this house. What you want me to do with this book?
Put it in the bookcase.
It ain't yours, it's Miss Polly's. This here's her don't book.
What?
The little book she read her don'ts in. Every time you tell her don't say something, she read it down and then she studies it.
Yeah, give me that. Don't say ain't. Say isn't. Don't say learn him. Say teach him.
Yeah, so she was figuring on learning. Oh, not teaching me.
See who that is, Mandy.
Yeah, sir. Yeah, sir.
Oh, good evening.
Oh, come in, Mr. Strong. Mr. and Miss Strong, Mr. John.
Well, Douglas, hard at work as usual, huh? Mrs. and I dropped in to have a little talk.
Glad to see you.
Such a busy man you are these days, aren't you, Doctor?
Sit down, both of you. Is this a professional visit?
Oh, no. I never complain.
No, we've got some news for you, Douglas.
I should say we have.
Congratulations, my boy.
Well, thanks very much, but I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, naturally you don't. Well, we've just come from the hospital board meeting. As you know, I've been putting off the election for quite some time in your interest, my boy.
Now do you know? Oh, tell him, Edgar.
Douglas, you're the new president. And there's a tidy little sum attached to the honor. You've earned it, my boy. You've earned it.
Well, how in the world did that happen? I thought this town was off me for life.
It's all Edgar's doing. He made the most beautiful speech all about that circus girl.
Oh? Yes? How did she come into it?
It wasn't how she came into it, but how she got out of it. Everybody appreciated the way you sent her packing when she didn't have the shame to go herself.
The way I... What?
Mrs. Strong's a little confused. I simply told the board that you...
Mrs. Strong, will you please repeat what you said just now?
Douglas, you mustn't take that attitude.
Go on, Mrs. Strong.
Well, I don't remember what I said. Really, I don't.
You said I sent her packing.
Well, yes, I did.
What else did your husband say?
Well, he said... Oh, Edgar, I wish you...
Yes, I'll tell him myself. He ought to be thankful that someone like me has his best interest at heart. Douglas, I told him that you asked her to leave when you realized she was interfering with your work.
Of course, you know I did nothing of the kind. Strong, you spoke to that girl. What did you say to her?
Now, Douglas...
What did you say to her?
You were just being childish.
All right, it'll be easy enough for me to find out. I can ask Jim. I should have had sense enough to have done it before.
Yes, now I'll tell you why you didn't. Because you didn't want to know. All that highfalutin talk about it being your duty was just a lot of bunk. You were glad enough when she went. Didn't see you taking any trains to get her back. You knew you couldn't have your job and the girl, and she knew it, too.
Then you did tell her. You told her she was hurting me by staying.
Well, she was.
That's no answer.
Oh, I've had enough of this. Yes, I told her.
Oh, look, her clothes.
Huh?
Her circus clothes.
Put them down. Please take your hands off those things. Mandy.
Dr. Douglas, what are you going to do?
I'm going to find Polly and beg her pardon for being a fool. And you and your town can get another doctor. I'm through.
Yes, sir, Mr. John.
Pack my grip, Mandy, and hurry about it. I'm leaving town right away.
Oh, Mr. John, there ain't no trains tonight.
Then I'll take the car.
Oh, you're crazy, Douglas. You don't even know where she is.
Don't I? There hasn't been a single day since she left here that I haven't known where she is. She's over in Hillsdale, according to the route sheet, and that's where I'm going.
Please, Mr. Barker.
Well, what's the matter with you now?
I want to ask you to let me off tonight.
What, again? Listen, I had a talk with Jim yesterday about you. He said that
Oh, I know, but just this once, please. Just tonight.
with all them people inside that's paid their good money to see you, next.
Oh, Mr. Barker, I don't feel as if I could go on. I'm nervous. All right, tomorrow. I'll give you a great show tomorrow.
If you asked me, I don't think you could give me a great show at any time.
Barker, you don't mean that. What's the matter with my act?
What's the matter with it? Don't you know?
Well, maybe I haven't thought much about it lately.
I'll say you haven't. You've been good for nothing ever since you had that spell of being a fine lady. And what good did that do you? Nothing. First thing you know, you'll be out of luck all around.
Oh.
Yeah, you don't think I'm going to head my bill with a dead one, do you?
Why, I'm not a dead one, and you know it. Why, I'm the best writer since my mother's time.
Stop talking about your mother. She'd be ashamed to own you.
She wouldn't. I can write as good as I ever did.
Well, you got to show me.
All right, I will show you. But not tonight. Oh, not tonight. Please, let me off.
No.
Well, I tell you, I can't ride tonight. You've got no right to ask me. I feel like something awful was going to happen. If Toby was here, he wouldn't make me ride. Oh, I wish I were dead.
Oh, stop that. All right, I'll let you off. The crowd's in there, and I've got the money. But I'm going to tell you one thing. You ain't got no right to talk about Toby. He was a trooper. You ain't. You let the other people do the work, and you get the pay.
Get out of my way. Go on in and tell him I'm coming. Go on in and announce me. I'll show you what I'm good for. I'll show you.
Keep quiet. Do you think I'd let you go on feeling like that? I'm no murderer. I'll pull Elsie on in your place.
Oh, no, you won't. Nobody's going on in my place. My mother'd be ashamed of me, would she? I'm no good to you, am I? You or anybody else. All right, I'll show you. I'll show you just exactly how good I am.
Polly, come back. Come back. Where are you going?
I'm going to ride. I'm going to ride like nobody ever rode before.
Polly, come back. Come back.
Yeah, sir, this is the place right here. You stand right in the entrance and you can see everything, sir. Hey, Jim. Hey, Jim.
What do you want?
There's a man here asking for you.
Hello, Jim.
Well, Doc, what are you doing around here?
I want to see Polly. I've got to see her.
Sorry, Doc. It's against the rules.
I'll wait till after the show, then.
It's no use. She don't want to see you.
Oh, I understand. But it's all right now, Jim. I know what happened.
Well, I'll stay here. I'll go get her.
Ladies and gentlemen, the management of the Great United Shows takes pleasure in introducing the greatest little rider of all time, the brightest little star in the entertainment world today, Miss Polly. Miss Polly will attempt to jump through 6 hoops on the Wonder Horse Barbarian.
Barbarian? Why, she's crazy.
What did you say?
I say she's crazy. She ain't supposed to ride him. Why, he ain't been trained to do her act. He can't do the hoops.
Doc, I couldn't get her. I was too late. She's in the ring already. She's going to ride Barbarian.
Stop it, Jim. Can't you stop her? This man says the horse hasn't been trained.
I can't stop her now. Come on in, quick.
Hey, look, she done it.
Stand back, Doc. Don't let her see it.
She's swaying. Why she'll miss it?
Lock, I broke that horse.
Okay. Come on in, stop her. Don't let her do it again. It's suicide. Polly.
My God, she did it. Look at her. She's going to fall. Grab her.
Keep your seat, please. Everyone keep your seat.
Polly, are you all right?
What happened?
Polly, are you all right?
Oh, what happened?
You fainted, that's all.
I rode, though, didn't I?
Sure you did. Look, there's someone here to see you, pal.
Who is it, Jim?
It's John, Polly.
John. Oh, no. No, go away, please.
Not until you're ready to go with me.
Jim.
Right here, pal.
Oh, Jim, tell him to go away. You know how it is.
You don't have to go now, Polly. Everything's fixed up fine. It's okay.
Oh. Is it, John?
Yes. It's okay, Polly.
You mustn't say things like okay. Say all right.
It's all right. I've talked to Strong, and so now I know why you left me. It was all a mistake.
Oh.
Oh, Polly. Don't close your eyes. Look at me. Are you listening?
Yes, I'm listening.
You and I are going away somewhere for a long rest. And then we're going to settle down in another town.
And I'll never have to ride anymore?
Never. All you'll have to do is to learn how to be happy again.
Oh, that'll be so easy, John, with you to teach me.
The curtain falls on Polly of the Circus, but tonight's star comes out again a little later. Now, a man who spent the last 20 years searching the far corners of the earth for the strangest truths under the sun arrived here this afternoon by airplane. What he's been able to learn about Hollywood in this short time, I really don't know, but I've asked him here to tell us. Ladies and gentlemen, the world's most famous fact finder, believe it or not, Robert Ripley.
Greetings, everybody. And thank you, Mr. Barrymore.
Well, I'm glad you agree I'm Barrymore. I wouldn't have been at all surprised if you'd proved I was Mickey Mouse. Did you enjoy your trip?
Oh, immensely. I broadcast on the Atlantic coast last night, and here I am on the Pacific coast this afternoon. But if I wanted to keep in key with Hollywood, I wouldn't have come by plane at all. I would have come on horseback. Believe it or not, Hollywood is a one-horse town. It began with a horse. In 1870, a man named Wilcox bought all the land, which is now Hollywood, to use as a pasture for his horses. At that time, the most noted racehorse was named Hollywood. Wilcox admired her so much that he named this pasture, where we are now, after this horse. And believe it or not, a horse was responsible for the first motion picture ever made. Leland Stanford, then governor, wanted to prove to a friend that a trotting horse could have all four legs off the ground at the same time. They settled the argument by setting up 24 cameras and taking 24 different pictures as a horse raced by, and then combined them into the first motion picture ever made. And the first regular picture made in California was filmed by two brothers named Horsley, while the first movie made in Hollywood was a horse opera, a type of film now known as a Western.
Well, that's very interesting. But suppose you get out of the saddle, Mr. Ripley, and tell us what you have to say about soap.
All right. You know, one time, soap was so expensive in California that the old 49ers found it cheaper to send their laundry all the way to China, even though it took 6 months to get a shirt back.
I see. And now it only takes half as long.
Well, to get down to a serious note, and I know I'm supposed to say something about Lux, I have a Lux fact that is really amazing. If the cakes of Lux toilet soap manufactured in a single year were put end to end, they would make a necklace that would frame the whole United States. It would stretch from the Atlantic along the Canadian border to the Pacific, then down the coast to the Mexican border, then across the continent again to the Atlantic, then up the Atlantic to the starting point at the junction of Maine and Canada. And there'd be a huge amount of soap left over. And that's an awful lot of soap, believe it or not. Well, thank you, Mr. Barrymore, and good night.
Thank you, Mr. Ripley. Thank you. And now tonight's charming star, ladies and gentlemen, Miss Loretta Young.
Thank you, Mr. Barrymore. It's been a pleasure indeed to have been on the Lux Radio Theater tonight.
I'm sorry for just one thing, Loretta. I wish our listeners could all be in here so they could see you as well as hear you. If I'm not getting too personal, just what do you use to keep a complexion like yours?
Well, Mr. Barrymore, that's something I'm going to let you figure out for yourself.
It isn't by any chance a little three-letter word beginning with L and ending with X and with U in the middle of it?
Well, you can take my word for it. I like nothing better than being in the middle of Lux. My thanks to everyone who helped us make this such an enjoyable evening. Good night.
Good night, Miss Young.
Thank you, Miss Young and Mr. Barrymore. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your announcer, Melville Ruick. In a moment, we take you back to New York, where Cecil B. DeMille is waiting to tell us about next week's program. Miss Young appeared through courtesy of 20th Century Fox Studios. Mr. Barrymore, Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, where he is making Captains Courageous with Spencer Tracy and Freddie Bartholomew. Mr. Gleason, RKO. Mr. Ripley, through courtesy of the Baker's Broadcast. Mr. DeMille, Paramount. And Mr. Silvers, 20th Century Fox, where he was in charge of music for the new film, Lloyds of London. And now, here's Mr. DeMille speaking to you from New York.
Miss Young, Mr. Barrymore, and to all who took part in tonight's broadcast, my sincere compliments. Next week, ladies and gentlemen, I'll be back in the Lux Radio Theater when we bring you Robert Montgomery in that bright romance, The Grand Duchess and the Waiter, with Alyssa Landy. I hope it will be a production up to the standard set tonight under Mr. Barrymore's supervision. And now I turn you back from New York to Mr. Barrymore in the Lux Radio Theater in Hollywood.
Thank you from Hollywood, Mr. DeMille. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Lionel Barrymore inviting you on behalf of our sponsors, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, to join me in listening to the Lux Radio Theater next Monday night when Cecil B. DeMille produces The Grand Duchess and the Waiter, starring Robert Montgomery with Alyssa Landy. My thanks to you all as the Lux Radio Theater bids you good night from Hollywood.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The Warrior of the Woodland, Ranger Bill, is coming up next.
Ranger Bill, Warrior of the Woodland.
Ranger Bill, Warrior of the Woodland. Struggling against extreme odds, traveling dangerous trails, fighting the many enemies of nature. This is the job of the guardian of the forest, Ranger Bill. Pouring rain, freezing cold, blistering heat, snow, floods, bears, rattlesnakes, mountain lions. Yes, all this in exchange for the satisfaction and pride of a job well done. Boys and girls, what would you do if a king cobra got out of its cage and escaped, and you were responsible? How would you go about capturing this deadly reptile, a bite from whose fangs means sure death, more deadly than the fer de lance or the bushmaster of South America? A king cobra has enough poison in one injection of venom to kill 500 men. Listen for the story as Bill and his rangers go looking for 12 feet of danger. Our story opens as Paul Pearson, young son of Thad Pearson, director of the Logan County Zoological Gardens, amuses himself by playing idly with a baby boa constrictor. He watches fascinated as the writhing creature slithers across the floor of the snake house. Just as the door opens, George Hill, a longtime head keeper of the zoo, enters.
Good morning, Paul.
Good morning, George.
I see you're playing with the baby boy again. You'd better be careful, son. That fella's going to gain strength pretty fast in the next couple of months.
I'll watch him. If I feel he's getting too strong for me, I'll quit playing with him.
Well, I don't like you to play with snakes at all. Someday you might make a mistake, and it would be too late.
Oh, I'll be all right. Besides, Dad says it's all right as long as I don't go near the dangerous ones.
I know what your dad said. But you know how I got this crippled left hand of mine?
Sure. You got it from snake bites. 4 of them.
That's right. It's only by the Lord's power that I ever pulled through. Now, you go on, Paul. I've got to feed those killers today, and I don't want you here when I open the cages up.
All right, George, but I'd like to help feed them if you let me.
When you get a little older, son, I can't take any chances now. It'll be too late after you got bit.
Hello there, son. Back so soon from the snake house?
Yeah, Dad.
What's the matter, Paul? You're acting rather down in the mouth.
Oh, nothing. George says that baby boy is going to be too strong for me to play with pretty soon.
That's right, Paul. That what's bothering you?
No, not exactly.
Uh-huh. Something is bothering you, son. Come on, out with it.
Oh, it's nothing, really. Honest.
Oh, come on now, Paul. We've talked over lots of problems before and ironed them out, haven't we?
Let's forget it, huh, Dad? I don't want to complain. It's nothing, really.
Mm-hmm, I see. Well, the first opportunity I have, I'll talk to George about letting you in the snake house.
How'd you know, Dad?
Oh, just a dad's understanding, I guess. I was a boy once, you know.
Yeah. Well, thanks.
Just one thing, Paul.
Yeah?
Remember, George has big responsibilities. And he takes pride in seeing that they're well taken care of. Stay away from the poisonous snakes. They're dangerous. Morning, George.
Good morning. Got to clean this cage out. If this monkey'd stay away from the broom.
Hello there, Pedro. How's the chief snake keeper's helper this morning?
He's a lot of help. All he does is run off at the mouth and eat bananas. And get into monkey business like most monkeys do, I guess.
I guess that's what monkeys are made for. Hey, Pedro?
Here, Pedro. Don't take on so. Stop that racket.
What's the matter with him, George? He acts like he's afraid of something. Look, the king cobra's out.
No, it can't be. The cage is locked.
Turn around and look, man. That isn't a hose crawling out of that cage door.
Oh, we've got to stop him.
12 long feet of danger slithers slowly out of its cage. King Cobra, deadliest of all poisonous reptiles. Quick as greased lightning, cunning as a fox and ruthless. For a frightening moment, the two men stand paralyzed with awe as the killer moves soundlessly out of the cage onto the service floor. Suddenly, the director springs into action.
George, throw the door locks. Make sure nobody's in the building.
Right away, Chief. The sticks are behind the door.
Get out of here, Pedro, before you get killed. Let's see. Here are the sticks, poles. Now, Mr. Cobra, we'll see if we can't talk you into going back into your cage.
The building's locked, Thad. I've got a shotgun here.
That's fine. Stay in back of me, George. I'll need plenty of room to maneuver this character.
Let me take the risk, Thad. It's my responsibility.
You just stand ready with a shotgun. If the snake gets me, then it's your job to kill him.
Okay, Chief. He's all yours.
I don't want to lose him unless it's absolutely necessary. He's a valuable specimen.
Watch him, Chief. He sees you now.
I'm watching him, and he's watching me. I'm going to try to get this loop around his neck before he hoods.
Maybe you'll be able to get him before he suspects a scrap.
Is this his eating day?
Yes, he's fed. He should be rather lazy.
Oh, just raise your head up now, big boy, and don't hood out or your goose is cooked.
Now, Thad. He isn't hooding.
I've got him, George.
Good work, Thad.
Get a hold on his body and we'll put him into the cage before I choke him to death.
Right.
Have you got him all in?
Yes, all 12 feet.
Wedge his body down with a pole so I can take the loop off his neck.
Okay, I got him. Take the loop off now.
There. Release the pole and we'll slam the cage door.
Now. Oh.
Whew. We were very fortunate this time. That fellow's fast.
Oh.
Half a second more and he'd have piled right out of here again.
You said it, Thad. We better go around and look at him through the glass and see if we heard him, huh?
All right.
Oh.
And then I want to find out how that cage door got unlocked.
I guess he didn't hurt himself. He seems to be all right.
Yes, he's all right, George. You'd better put some sedative in his water supply to cool him down. It isn't good for him to get too excited.
Okay, I'll do that, Thad.
Now, one question. How'd that door get unlocked, George?
Thad, I don't know. It beats me. I always check the cages carefully. You know that.
George, I'm not questioning your integrity. Anybody can make a mistake. I make more of them than anybody else does. But this, well, it's frightful. Just be careful, George. Do you hear?
Thad, I know you think I did it. But there were others in the snake house beside me this morning.
Others? Who, for instance?
Well, Paul.
Are you intimating that Paul left the Cobra's cage door open?
I don't know, Thad, but, well, I just worry about the boy's making a mistake, that's all. I'm very fond of the boy. Watch him grow up from a baby to a fine lad. But I don't think he should be in the snake house, at least alone.
Well, I think I'm a better judge of that than you, George. He's becoming quite a herpetologist. He won't make any mistakes, I'm sure. Anyway, I've given him specific instructions to stay away from the poisonous reptiles.
Thad, I don't like having anybody in the snake house, even Paul. That is, before and after visiting hours.
Well, now, let's not argue about it, George. Just be sure you give the Cobra a sedative. I'll see you later.
Paul!
Hello, George.
Paul, what are you doing in the snake house? I thought I told you I didn't want anybody in here before I arrived in the morning.
My dad says I can come here. I just wanted to exercise my black snake.
You're not going to exercise any snakes until after I get here. And I don't intend to get up at 4 o'clock just so I can be here before you. I suppose you know all about what happened yesterday.
Yeah, my dad told me. Boy, what a close call that was. Sure must have been some job to put that Cobra back into its cage, huh?
It wasn't easy. We had to wrestle him around a bit.
I should say, 12 feet is a lot of snake to handle.
Well, I've got work to do. I can't stand here and talk all morning.
Okay, George. I'll put the black snake in its cage in a little while.
You remember what I said about coming in here before I do it. Paul, come here.
What's the matter, George?
Plenty's the matter. How did these cages get unlocked? 3 of them.
3 cages unlocked? How'd that happen?
That's what I'm asking you, Paul. Did you unlock these cages?
Of course not, George. I didn't. I'd tell you if I did.
Well, if you didn't, all right. Just the same, I don't want you in here before I get here in the morning, and that's an order. Do you understand?
Sure, George. If that's the way you want it, I'll put the black snake back and leave right now.
Hey, look, Bill. Here's a king cobra. Well, the card says he's 12 feet long.
That's a lot of snake, isn't it, pal?
Oh, I'll say it is. Hey, look how he moves. Very little effort, too. Boy, what a smooth operation.
Yeah, it sure is. You know, the only critter that isn't afraid of a cobra is mongoose.
Mongoose? The animal's called a mongoose, Stumpy.
Stumpy talk about more than one. Maybe he think they come in flocks like Canadian geese.
Okay, so one of them critters is called a mongoose. When you're talking about a whole bunch, you call them either mongooses or mongeeses. Now, which one of them words do you use?
Oh, Stumpy, are you murdering the king's English?
Take it easy, fellas. Stumpy, the plural for mongoose is mongooses. Don't let these
Bill,
fellas...
hey, look at the cobra. Look at him.
Great Scott! He's getting out of the cage. Henry, find the keeper.
Bill, right away.
Stumpy.
George!
Grey Wolf.
George!
Start herding the people out of the building through the other door. And keep them quiet. I'll guard the service alley so the snake can't get out.
We get people out plenty quick.
Don't take any chances with that there killer, Sonny. If he tries to get out, fill his head full of 45 slugs.
Bill, Henry tells me the cobra's out again. Is that right?
Take a look, George.
Yes, it's a cobra, all right, and he's hooding. That means he's feeling ornery. I'll sound the alarm and get some help.
The escape alarm. It's the snake house. Oh, don't tell me another one's gotten out. Howie, Dick, John, grab shotguns and let's go.
Do you think the cobra's out again, Thad?
Oh, I don't know, Howie. Let's get in the car, boys, and get there as fast as we can. George, I wonder how many more times we'll have to put Mr. King Cobra back into his cage.
I certainly hope this is the last escape he makes, Chief.
Yeah, me too.
That's for sure.
It had better be.
I know what you mean, Thad. But I did not leave those doors open. Moreover, Paul was here before I was here this morning again, after I'd forbidden him. I found 3 cages unlocked, and I told Paul I didn't want him in the snake house anymore unless I'm here.
It's your duty and responsibility to see that the cages are all checked and locked before visitors are allowed in the building. Isn't that right?
But I did that, Thad. I always make a security check before opening my doors to visitors. And when I made my routine check this morning, the cages were all locked. And I'll verify before anyone that I'm telling the truth.
All right, George, let's not argue about it. But there's something mighty peculiar going on around here. I wish I could put my finger on what it is. Bill,
Yeah?
Henry, Stumpy, Grey Wolf, let's go over to my office. I want to have a talk with you fellows.
Well, it's the next morning now, and George, the keeper of the snake house, walks briskly to get about his early morning chores of caring for the reptiles. George seems to be in a happier frame of mind than he's been for several days, and he hums as he walks up the short stairs to the main doors of the building. He finds the door locked and congratulates himself that Paul is at last listening to reason. He takes out his keys, selects the right one, fits it into the lock, and opens the door. Suddenly, he stops short.
Oh, the cobra's loose!
He jumps back to escape the cobra.
Oh.
His feet stumble and he falls, while the cobra moves rapidly by. There on the concrete steps of the snake house, George lies for a moment stunned, while the Cobra, with hardly an effort, makes his getaway. The slithering ribbon of death moves out of the building, across the road, and vanishes into the underbrush. Then George rouses from his unconsciousness, seeking to pierce the mental fog.
Oh, my head. Oh, what happened? Oh, I fell. The Cobra. The door's open. The Cobra's gone.
Hello, Gate 1.
This is Gate 1, Chief. We're closing the gates now.
Good. Break out your rifles and stand by. The alarm means that whatever's escaped is now out of the building and onto the grounds. Don't let anybody in. Gate 2. This is Thad Pearson. You get that alarm?
Yeah, Chief. We've got the gates locked and the rifles broken out.
Good. I'm going to the snake house. Howie, call the rangers and the sheriff's men. If that Cobra's escaped out of the building, we're going to need help.
Right away, Chief.
How's the head feeling now, George?
Mighty tender where I struck it on the stair rail, Bill. That concrete's awfully hard.
Yeah, I can imagine. You better stay here while we track the snake. Thad, how much of a start does the Cobra have on us?
Oh, about an hour and a half, Bill.
Not so good. He could get plenty far by this time, especially if he kept in high gear. How about a mongoose, Thad? Do you have any here?
No, Bill, we don't have a mongoose. The zoo at Silver City has one, though.
That's 50 miles. Thad, would you take my car and get that mongoose?
All right, Bill. I'll make it as quickly as I can.
Well, this thing gives me the creeps, Bill. Any second I expect to see the Cobra's head pop up under my nose.
It could happen that way, pal. You just stay behind me and keep your shotgun ready.
Snake leaves plenty good trail in ground. It's good for us there not be rain for many days now. Dust help make snake trail easy to find.
Now, that there Cobra feller weren't much interested in covering his trail. All he cared about was getting for the faraway places.
That's right, old-timer. I'd say offhand that the faraway place could be that barn over on the other side of the road.
Hey, I think you're right, Bill. The trail's heading straight for the road.
Yep. Sure as I'm a foot high, that there reptile's in that barn.
We go in barn after Cobra and kill him?
No, Grey Wolf. Let's let the mongoose do that trick. We wouldn't stand a chance against that killer if he caught us off guard. But a mongoose is made for that kind of work.
You said it, sonny. Only one thing faster than a cobra, and that's a mongoose. Only one thing faster than a mongoose, and that's grease lightning.
You fellas keep circling the barn and make sure the Cobra stays inside. I'll send the sheriff and his boys over to help you keep him in the barn.
Well, where are you going, Bill?
Back to the snake house to make sure everything's all right.
You never met Pedro before, have you, Bill?
No, I haven't, George.
Talk to the man, Pedro.
He's quite a guy, isn't he? How are you feeling after your fall, George?
Well, that goose egg on my head's gone down to a pigeon size by now. I'll be all right.
Good. Well, I got to be getting back now. We've got the Cobra trapped in an old barn on the other side of the highway. By the way, George, see that the locks on all the doors are set, will you? For a while, I don't think it's enough just to have the latch on.
Okay, Bill. Will do.
See you later, George. Hello, Paul. Your dad back yet?
He just drove up, Bill. Here he comes now. He's got the mongoose in a cage.
We're all set, Bill. All we've got to do now is get on the scene and open the cage. The mongoose will do the rest.
Fine. I'll have the squad cars brought up. Their spotlights can be used to light up the inside of the barn.
Good idea. Now remember, I don't want the mongoose to kill our Cobra. I just want him to tire him out. Then we'll step in and stop the fight. I've got the equipment for it with me.
Okay. I'll get the cars in position. Then we can get started.
Hurriedly, the way is prepared for the duel between two mortal enemies, King Cobra and Mongoose. Bill turns the spotlight on to illuminate the inside of the barn by beaming the lights through the large center door. Then Thad and Bill walk toward the barn. Thad is ready to release the mongoose in an instant. Bill's ready with his shotgun in case the Cobra attacks before they're ready. The mongoose becomes frantic with excitement.
He's got scent of the Cobra, Bill.
Good. Let him go, Thad.
Oh, look at him go for the barn.
Hey, he stopped dead.
No wonder. Look where that big snake is, just inside the door. Boy, it's a good thing we didn't try to go in after him. He'd have nailed one of us for sure. Look, the battle's on.
This'll be short. The Cobra's on unfamiliar ground. He can't put up a good fight. Did you see that? The Cobra missed the little animal only by a fraction of an inch.
That's the way he fights. At close range, a hair's breadth distance. Boy, with perfect coordination.
Wow. The mongoose raked the Cobra's neck that time with his teeth. Boy, how that little fella can weave and dodge. Back and forth. Back and forth. Back and... Hey, there. He's teasing the snake.
The Cobra got him. No, he didn't. He just missed the mongoose by a hair again.
The Cobra's getting woozy, Bill. He must have struck at the mongoose about 24 times by now.
I'll get him when you give the word, Thad.
Well, my main concern is that the mongoose doesn't close in for the fatal bite.
You mean where he grabs the snake by the back of the head and breaks the Cobra's neck?
Well, that's it, Henry.
I think we better close in now, Thad. Snake's getting pretty tired.
Yes. Let's take both of them. Come on. Now.
Okay. Careful. Watch it. Take it easy. Watch it. Watch it. There we go. Come on. Come on. There we are. There we are.
There we go.
We've got both of them caged and ready to go back. Thanks to you, Bill. And to Stumpy Gray Wolf and Henry.
That's all right, Thad. Say, would you be interested in finding out who's been unlocking the cages in the snake house?
Would I be interested? I should say so. Who is it?
Yeah, who is it?
Well, I'd rather it was demonstrated to you. Just who it is than tell you. Let's all go over to the snake house, shall we? Quiet, Pedro. George, let me have your keys, will you? I want to try an experiment.
Sure, Bill. Here you are.
Thanks.
Now, how in the world is using them keys going to show who let the cage doors open?
Well, quiet, Stumpy. Let Bill finish what he started.
What are you going to do now, Bill?
Yeah, that's a good question. My curiosity is sticking out a mile.
Okay, Pedro. You can go along if you want. Now, fellas, just watch as I go along and check the locks on the cage doors. Uh-oh, there's one on the bottom I didn't check.
Hey, Bill, look above you. Pedro's opening the cage door.
There, my friends, is your mysterious cage opener, sitting right on my shoulders.
Pedro. But how in the world did you discover that, Bill?
Well, Thad, in watching George opening the cages, I noticed each time how intently interested Pedro was in the way George was handling the latches on the doors. Of course, we all know the disconcerting habit monkeys have in mimicking human beings. So I got an idea and thought I'd test it out. And as you see, it worked.
Well, that throws me for a loop. George, well, please accept my sincere apologies for ever questioning your integrity.
Oh, that's all right, Chief. You're not the only one at fault. Paul.
Yeah?
I want to tell you how sorry I am for misjudging you. Will you forgive a crabby old man like me? Oh, there. There, lad.
Hey, look. They're hugging each other.
I guess this thing had us all on attention. But thanks to you, Bill, and to your rangers, the mess is straightened out.
Oh, it's all in the day's work, Thad. By the way, what are you going to do with Pedro now that his monkey shines have been exposed?
Maybe we'd better put him over on Monkey Island and retire him for the rest of his natural life.
Hey, Dad, just think what would have happened if he'd opened the cages in the lion house.
That's right, Paul. Only I don't know that a cobra is any less dangerous than a lion. But at least he's not so loud. However, I'm sure glad that neither George or Paul were guilty of opening up those cage doors. Aren't you? We'll see you next week for more adventure with
Ranger Bill!
Hi, fellas and gals. Ranger Bill again, stepping in here for less than a minute to invite all of you out there to another half hour of adventure next week at this special spot on your radio dial. We've gathered a pile of stories for you with mystery and adventure and all kinds of excitement, and we don't want you to miss a single one. So next time, call up your friends or get together with them and join all of us Rangers for a session of fighting forest fires, grappling with grizzly bears, or just plain trying to help somebody out. We're sure you'll enjoy the story, and you might just learn something that'll be of real help to you in later life. So, next week, be sure to listen.
The first couple of radio comedy, Burns and Allen, are up next.
Another cup of Maxwell House coffee, George?
Sure. Pour me a cup, Gracie.
You know that Maxwell House is always good to the last drop.
And that drop's good, too. Yes, it's Maxwell House Coffee Time, starring George Burns and Gracie Allen. With yours truly, Bill Goodwin, the music of Meredith Wilson and his orchestra, our happy postman, and our guest, Eddie Cantor. For your Thursday night comedy enjoyment, it's George and Gracie. And for your everyday coffee drinking enjoyment, it's Maxwell House. The coffee that gives you so much more for so little more that it's bought and enjoyed by more people than any other brand of coffee in the world. Yes, Maxwell House, the coffee that's always good to the last drop. Well, tonight we find George and Gracie just starting home from the neighborhood movie. How'd you like the picture, Gracie?
I loved it. The way that Humphrey Bogart handles women.
Bogart's loaded with sex appeal, all right.
Yeah. You know, George, whenever I see him in person, he reminds me of you.
He does?
Uh-huh. He always says, "How's George?"
Bogey's my pal.
How did you like Lauren Bacall?
Dynamite. They're married, aren't they?
Yeah, but gee, they sure didn't act like it.
Yeah, I'd like to talk to Bogart someday.
What about?
Well, a man is naturally curious to know what it's like to be married to a gorgeous, seductive siren.
Well, I don't think our marriage is any of his business.
I'll quit while I'm ahead. Here comes our bus, Gracie.
Oh, George, let's not take the bus. let's walk home through the park.
What for? It's late.
Well, it's a lovely night, and there's a bench in a lonely spot, and we could sort of cuddle like we used to.
Oh, honey. That's for a single person.
No, it isn't. It's much more fun when there's two.
I mean, we're married people. I'd feel silly.
Oh, I'll bet Humphrey Bogart walks through the park when Lauren Bacall wants him to.
I'm not Humphrey Bogart.
Well, what's the difference? You're both men. You're both flesh and blood. Just happens that you've got the flesh and he's got the blood.
Forget it.
Oh, please, George, let's walk through the park. I want you to be romantic, like Humphrey Bogart.
Every time I take you to a picture, you want me to act like the hero. Wish I'd seen a Lassie picture.
So do I. Then you'd love to walk through the park.
Well, I can see I'll never get home unless I do. Let's go.
Remember how we used to walk along here when you were courting me?
That's right.
You were a devil in those days, George.
I guess I was.
Right over there's the bench where we sat the first time you kissed me.
Oh, yeah.
I wonder if the wood is still scorched.
I scorched the wood when I kissed you, huh?
Well, sure, you had to lay your cigar down.
Yes, always a gentleman. Hey, look. There's a bum asleep on our bench.
Oh, this bench is hard.
Light here is pretty dim, but I think it's Eddie Cantor.
Oh, don't be ridiculous. Do you think this bum is the king of show business, the greatest comedian alive today, the man who makes millions laugh?
No, I think this bum is Eddie Cantor.
Look, George, I'll prove that you're wrong. I'll bend down real close to him and pretend that I'm a nurse.
A nurse?
Yeah, listen. It's another girl, Mr. Cantor.
Oh, no, not that.
No! George, you were right. It's Eddie.
Why, it's George and Gracie.
Oh, Eddie, thank goodness we found you. We won't let them put you in the poorhouse.
But, Gracie, I don't want you to...
show business is so cruel. To think after all these years they fired you from the Harry Von Zell program.
Gracie, let me explain.
It's nothing to be ashamed of, Eddie. It could happen to me.
It could. It should. I'm not down and out, George. I'm in trouble, but not that kind of trouble.
Well, what kind of trouble are you in?
My house is full of women.
Well, Eddie Cantor, at your age.
You see, they're my daughters, honey. They're my 5 daughters. I'm sleeping on a bench because there's no room for me in my own home.
But I thought most of your daughters were married and had their own places.
They did. But they got caught where the housing was short. They lost their leases and moved back in with me. Families and all.
Oh, how sweet. You know the old saying, chickens come home to roost.
Yeah. So when I was young, I had to be in the wholesale poultry business.
See what you mean, Eddie. Your place must have been packed.
Packed? Packed, he says. I've seen fewer relatives on a studio payroll.
Well, we won't let you stay here. Meredith Wilson lives next door to us, and he has a spare bed. I know he'd take you in.
That sounds wonderful, Gracie. Of course, I'll lose the $500 bonus I paid for this park bench.
Well, you see, Meredith lives alone. He's so bashful he's never proposed to a girl. Hey, I've got an idea that'll solve this housing shortage of yours permanently.
You have?
Well, sure. Marry one of your single daughters to Meredith Wilson. She'll move in with him, and you can move back into your own home.
Now, just a minute. As much as I want to go back home, I can't let my little girl marry just anyone. You don't do those things. I have to know all about this Meredith Wilson. Where is he from? What does he do? What's his background? What does he look like? How old is he?
Well, he's a man about...
That's enough. He'll do.
Yeah, she's bound to be happy with a man around.
Well, then it's all settled, Eddie. Tomorrow your daughter marries Meredith Wilson, and you have a place to live.
Gee, I hate to think of losing my daughter to that Wilson.
You do, Eddie?
Yeah. Now he'll get that pound of hamburger in her hope chest.
Well, come on, go see Meredith right now.
All right.
Meredith, I hate to wake you up so late, but I have an important question to ask you.
Well, that's all right, Gracie. What's the question?
Would you still like to get married?
Well, I certainly would.
We'll meet Eddie Cantor.
Gee, I sort of planned on a woman.
Oh, fine.
This I should have in my family.
Oh, no, Meredith. We thought one of his single daughters might be just the girl for you. He'll stay with you tonight and tell you all about her.
Oh, I'd like to hear about her. You will, son. You will. Yes.
And tomorrow we'll arrange a meeting. We love you, Meredith, and we're tired of people referring to you as that dope who can't get a wife.
Yeah.
You'll make as good a husband as any other dope.
You know, Meredith, comes the World Series every year, they ought to declare a national holiday or something.
Well, you won't find me disagreeing, Bill. Baseball being our national game, it seems only logical. Of course, anybody who can get to the World Series just naturally takes a holiday anyway.
And who's to blame 'em, Meredith? Who's to blame 'em? The color and excitement of the annual baseball classic has hearts beating faster from the sidewalks of Boston and St. Louis to the shores of Timbuktu. And the final score will be told and retold for endless years to come. Yes, the World Series really is a unique and thrilling part of the American scene. And that brings to mind how truly Maxwell House Coffee has come to be a part of the American scene, too. For just as baseball is this country's national game, so is coffee America's national drink. And it's a fact that more people buy and enjoy Maxwell House Coffee than any other brand at any price. Northeast, south, and west, it's Maxwell House wherever you go. Flavor tells this popularity story, of course. The rich, vigorous Maxwell House flavor that results from the masterful blending of these premium Latin American coffees. Manizales for mellowness. Medellins for richness. Other choice coffees for vigor. And Bucaramangas for full body. All of which means great coffee at its flavor peak. Starting now, why not enjoy the best in coffee drinking pleasure? It's yours for just a fraction of a penny more than you'd pay for the cheapest coffee sold. Simply say Maxwell House, the coffee that's always good to the last drop.
George, I could hardly sleep last night. I was so excited about Meredith Wilson marrying Eddie Cantor's daughter.
It'll certainly solve the housing shortage at Eddie's place. When his daughter moves in with Meredith, Eddie won't have to sleep on a park bench anymore.
Yes. You know, George, I think I'll tell Governor Warren that we've hit on the solution to the California housing shortage. More marriages.
California people need houses, all right.
You bet. Of course, a lot of them move over into Arizona during the rainy season.
California people?
No, houses.
Oh, hey, look, here comes Eddie. I wonder how he feels after spending a night with Meredith.
Iowa, what a beautiful name. Oh, good morning, Gracie. Hello, George.
Oh, hello, Eddie.
Well, Eddie, what do you think of Meredith?
Oh, that bashful musician. He's so shy he wouldn't even talk about getting married. All he did was talk about Iowa and play the flute. What is it?
You should have brought up the subject of your daughter.
I did. I said, Meredith, my boy, you and my daughter will make a great combination.
What did he say?
He said, I'm sure we will. What instrument does she play? To think I'm losing my daughter to such a man.
Oh, well, Eddie, don't feel that you're losing a daughter. Feel that you're gaining a son.
I'd rather feel that I'm losing a daughter. But, you know, seriously, I think my daughter Marilyn is the only girl in the world who could be happy with Meredith. She loves music.
Oh, well, that's nice.
Yes, I think they might be perfectly mated. I'll call Marilyn and tell her the good news, huh?
Yeah.
And don't forget, Eddie, when she marries Meredith, you get her bed.
George, I'm thinking first of my daughter's happiness. The bed for me is... Hello? Oh, it's you, Marilyn. Good. Listen, honey. Daddy has wonderful news for you, yes? But first, that bed you're sleeping in, is that comfortable? Not as comfortable as Janet's? Put Janet on. Janet can learn to like music. She already took up the harmonica, sure.
Well, if Ida's bed is more comfortable than Janet's, you've got a problem on your hands.
Hello, Janet. Listen, honey. Daddy has a man for you. Isn't that wonderful? What do you care what he looks like? He's got everything a woman could ask for. He's got a house. These teenage girls are so silly.
Aren't we, though?
No, Janet, he's not too bright. No, he's not especially good looking. To be honest, he's a sort of a jerk. You'll consider it? It was good enough for your mother, it's good enough for you? Thank you, Janet. I'll call you later.
Well, it's practically set. Now all you have to do is get Meredith over his shyness long enough to propose.
Well, a romantic setting might do it. And fortunately, right in this room, we have the world's most romantic singer.
That's right. Oh, put your arms around me.
Oh,
honey.
no, Eddie. I didn't mean you. I meant my husband, Sugar Throat.
Sugar Throat?
Yes.
They say that falling in love is wonderful. It's wonderful, so they say.
Oh, that'll make Meredith propose.
Yeah, a thing like that can replace the shotgun.
Well, anyway, if we give Meredith just...
Hello, all.
Oh, well, come right in, Meredith. Mr. Cantor just spoke to your future wife, and by tonight you'll be a married man.
Gee, that's wonderful. Me, a husband.
Mm-hmm.
When will your daughter propose, Mr. Cantor?
You got this... She proposed... No. You propose. The man proposes.
Oh, no. I couldn't discuss anything that intimate with a woman.
What did I tell you?
I just get too embarrassed. During the war, when they had women clerks in the clothing stores, I had a terrible time.
You did?
Until Japan surrendered, I went without underwear.
This boy is dynamite.
Oh, we better forget about me getting married. I'll just go on with my career.
Oh, but Meredith, that can't replace marriage. On a cold night, you can't warm your feet on your career.
Well, I'm just too bashful, Gracie.
All you need is a little advice. Now, listen, son.
Yes, Dad.
Never mind the dad. I'll explain all about getting married right from the beginning. First, the man and the woman go down to the city hall. They take out a marriage license, and the man pays for it.
He does? George!
I paid you back later.
Well, let's go ahead. After they've got the license, the man and woman go to a jewelry store and pick out a wedding ring, which the man also pays for.
He does? George!
You'll get it.
Now, Meredith, next comes the wedding ceremony. You stand up in front of a preacher, he pronounces the proper words, and then you kiss.
Even if he's a complete stranger?
The bride. You kiss the bride.
Oh.
Now you're man and wife. You go home, and the groom carries the bride across the threshold.
He does? George!
You were carried across.
Well, sure, but my mother did it.
Well, son, those are the first steps. After they're married, the man and woman settle down. The woman gives the orders, and the wife obeys.
She does? Gracie!
Well, so much for matrimony.
I thought so.
Run along home now, Meredith, and wait for your bride.
Goodbye, all.
Oh, Eddie, aren't they sweet together? Your daughter and your future son-in-law. Don't move or they'll know we're watching them through the window.
So far, there hasn't been much to watch, has there?
Well, he needs a little time to woo her.
Woo her, a fine wooing. For 15 minutes, he's been playing on his flute.
Well, I know, but he's getting bolder. The last chorus of Mother McCree was pretty hot.
Oh, yes. He's a ball of fire. Hey, now we're getting somewhere. Janet took the flute away from him.
Oh, yes, she's reaching for his hand.
Yeah.
I wonder if he'll let her hold it. No, he's a little shy.
A little shy. He's hiding under the table.
Now she's coaxing him out.
Atta girl, Janet. Stay in there and fight, kid.
Oh, he's in the open. She's getting closer to him.
She's reaching for his hand. She touches it.
Whoops! Under the table again.
He spends more time under the table than W.C. Fields.
Look, this time he came out all by himself without being coaxed.
What a man.
My goodness, now he's making advances. He's reaching his hand out.
Yeah, he's getting his nerve up. He makes a grab.
Oh, darn it, he grabbed the flute.
This I can't stand.
Oh, but Janet isn't giving up. She's moving in on him. She's backing him toward the sofa.
Corner him, kid. Corner him. Remember your mother.
She did it, Eddie. They're both sitting on the sofa.
But now we can't see them. The back of the sofa's to the window.
Oh, Donna, and I wanted to see him propose.
Wait, Gracie. We can't see it, but we can hear it if I open the window.
Oh, good. Open it wide and we'll listen as Meredith asks your daughter to be his bride.
Shh. Listen. Oh, no, no!
Chiffon music with Meredith Wilson, If You Were the Only Girl.
Well, how did you come out, Eddie? Did Meredith propose?
No. Janet finally had to propose. But they're getting married this afternoon, and my housing problem is now solved.
Oh, yes. Janet will move in with Meredith. Eddie will move into Janet's room and won't have to sleep on the park bench anymore.
Good.
Oh, I'm glad I sent that telegram to Governor Warren. He'll be interested in the way I solve this housing problem.
Could I speak to someone for a moment, please?
Well, there he is, my boy. My flute-playing son-in-law.
Hello, Dad. I'm afraid I have a problem.
Problem? Look, if it's Petrillo, tell him all your kids will join the musicians' union.
Well, no, it isn't that. You see, my brother Cedric and his wife just flew in from Mason City, Iowa for the wedding, and they've got no place to stay.
Oh, yes, I called them last night and told them that you were getting married. But this is no problem. They'll stay at your house, and you and Janet will take Janet's room, and Eddie... Uh-oh.
I'm back on the park bench. I'm a bum again.
How about taking our couch, Eddie?
Anything is better than the park bench. It wouldn't be so lonesome if the bench was in Brooklyn.
Brooklyn?
Yeah. Then I'll be out in the cold with DeRocha and the rest of them bums.
Well, it's all settled then. Eddie takes the couch.
Hey, I just heard that Meredith's getting married to Eddie Cantor's daughter.
That's right, Bill.
Well, I dropped in to shake hands with the happiest guy in town. Put her there, Mr. Cantor.
Thanks.
Oh, Bill, I'll bet you wish some girl would marry you.
Are you kidding, Gracie? I've got girls sitting at home tearing their hair out waiting to marry me.
Well, why don't you marry one of them?
Who wants to marry a bald-headed dame? Meredith, congratulations.
Thanks, Bill.
If you want to know something, I really envy you, kid. I do. Just wait till that night of nights when you pace the floor in the hospital. What a thrill when the nurse comes rushing out and says, Mr. Wilson, it's a cup of Maxwell House coffee. Huh? Well, those nurses are mighty understanding. They know that nothing hits the spot like a cup of Maxwell House. It's the very best in coffee-drinking pleasure, yet it costs but a fraction of a penny more per cup than the cheapest coffee sold.
Well, Bill, did I have a boy or a girl?
Well, you don't know yet, but now the doctor comes rushing out.
What does he say?
He says, hey, I smelled that Maxwell House coffee. How about a cup? You see, Meredith, the careful selection and blending of choice Latin American coffees plus radiant roasting give Maxwell House that famous flavor. So naturally, the doctor wants some.
But, Bill, the baby, what about the baby?
Well, when he grows up, he can enjoy Maxwell House, too. It's so wonderful that it's bought by more people than any other brand at any price. So insist on Maxwell House, always good to the last drop.
Bill, you got to tell me, was the baby a boy or a girl?
A girl.
Gee, I wanted all my kids to be boys.
What, and have Cantor shoot himself? Well, so long, everyone. Oh, by the way, I invited the sponsor and his wife to the wedding. They couldn't find a hotel room, so I told them they could stay with you, Gracie. Goodbye.
More people to find room for? Now what do we do?
Oh, well, don't worry, George. It's really very simple. The sponsor and his wife will take Meredith's house. Meredith's brother and his wife will sleep on our couch.
Both of them on one couch?
Well, Iowa people are very friendly.
Oh, sure. They're friends, yes, pals.
Yeah, so they'll take the couch. Meredith and Janet will take Janet's room, and Eddie will...
Not the bench again.
Oh, I'm afraid so. Wait a minute. If I change the combinations, everything will work out fine.
You sure?
Oh, it's very simple, George. Meredith and his bride will take our bedroom. The sponsor will take our couch.
By himself?
By himself.
Of course.
You and Meredith's brother will stay at Meredith's house. The sponsor's wife and Meredith's brother's wife will stay in Janet's room. And Eddie will...
I know. Look, I'm getting splinters sliding on and off that bench.
Gracie, where do you sleep?
Oh, my goodness, I'm out, too.
Find your own bench.
Well, now, if I can just find a woman who lives alone for me to stay with. Let's see now, who do I... Excuse me, I'll get it.
Good afternoon, Mrs. Burns. Here's your mail.
Oh, Mr. Postman, would you do me a great big favor?
What is it?
Well, would you mind leaving your wife just for one night? Well, I'm glad you feel that way. I'd like to spend the night with her because there's a pile-up of people here. You see, Meredith Wilson is getting married.
Oh, he's so young to suffer. Don't let him do it.
Oh, he's marrying a very nice girl, Eddie Cantor's youngest daughter.
Really?
Yes. Meredith is getting the fifth.
Well, if he's smart, he'll drink every drop of it. Well, I hope you spend a quiet night with my wife. Goodbye, Mrs. Burns. Remember, keep smiling.
Well, I found a place to stay. The postman is moving out of his house tonight, so I can stay with his wife.
Where does the postman sleep?
Yeah. Oh, that's right. Oh, well, it's very simple.
Yes, it's simple.
Yeah,
yes.
we'll just double up a little. George and the sponsor will share the couch. The sponsor's wife and Meredith's brother's wife will take our room. Meredith and his bride will move back into his house. The postman and Meredith's brother will take Janet's room. I'll stay with the postman's wife, and Eddie will...
Just a little more time on the bench, and I'm eligible for the Supreme Court.
Hello? Who? Oh, Governor Ward? Oh, you are. Oh, well, don't worry. We'll take care of you. Goodbye, your governorship.
That was the governor?
Oh, yes. He and his wife came down to study my housing plan, and they can't find a place to stay. But I told them that we'd take care of them.
How?
Well, it's really very simple. The governor and his wife...
Wait a minute, Gracie. to save time, let's take it from the other end. Eddie's on the bench. Now take it from there. Go on.
Well, you're wrong, Eddie. I'll work it out so no one is on the bench. Now, listen. The sponsor and his wife will take our couch. The governor's wife and Meredith's brother's wife will stay at the postman's wife. Meredith's brother will stay with the...
Oh, this bench is hard.
Please, Mr. Cantor, lie still. You've kicked me off the bench 3 times now.
Please, fellas, let's have a little quiet in the park.
Hey, will you pipe down?
Yeah, the governor's trying to get some sleep.
Join us again next week when we'll all be back. George Burns, Gracie Allen, Meredith Wilson, and yours truly, Bill Goodwin. The George Burns and Gracie Allen Show is written by Paul Henning and Keith Fowler. Until next Thursday, good night and good luck from the makers of Maxwell House, America's #1 preferred brand of coffee.
Always good to the last drop.
Well, your plan fell through, Gracie. Meredith and Eddie's daughter decided not to get married.
Yes, Meredith is going ahead with his career, though. Tomorrow night he starts his own radio program.
Well, it's just as well. A man that bashful should never get married.
Yeah, you're right. He'd probably have 15 or 16 bashful children.
Good night.
Get Bird's Eye. Get Bird's Eye peas. They're delicious. Actually as tender and dewy fresh as peas right out of the garden. A big work saver, too. They're all ready to cook. And so thrifty. 1 box serves 4 people. Equals 2 pounds of peas in the pod. There's plenty in the stores, so get Bird's Eye peas tomorrow. And remember...
It can't be the same if it ain't got that name. Get Bird's Eye frosted foods.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Next, hunt the biggest of all game with the Green Hornet.
The Green Hornet. He hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies that even the G-men cannot reach. The Green Hornet. With his faithful valet, Cato, Britt Reed, daring young publisher, matches wits with the underworld, risking his life that criminals and racketeers within the law may feel its weight by the sting of the Green Hornet. Ride with Britt Reed as he races toward another thrilling adventure. The Green Hornet strikes again.
Got to hurry.
Must get the mystery man of crime.
Sentinel paper! New crime wave hit city! Police increase efforts to stop robberies! Sentinel XP paper! Read all about it!
How about it, Martin? You're the district attorney.
We're doing all we can. The police are making arrests promptly. I'm bringing them to trial as fast as possible.
What's the word, Commissioner? The Daily Sentinel wants to know.
General orders have gone out to the entire police force. This crime wave must be stopped, and it will be stopped.
The cops. What are we going to do?
Give me this stuff, kid. Cut the other way. Keep your mouth shut and you'll be all right.
I see you there! Stop! Stop or I'll shoot!
I can't run anymore. I'm tired out.
Don't try nothing. It's a pinch.
I didn't do nothing.
We'll take it up later.
You don't have to.
I'm holding right onto this coat collar, see? Where's the other one?
I was alone.
Don't try that. There were two of you. Where's your pal?
I tell you, I was alone.
Yes, I get it. You were alone. I suppose you're going to tell me you didn't pull a job back there. Okay, don't talk. We'll get you in the lineup at headquarters. An identification's all we need, and we'll get that. Okay, Burgess, you're next.
The lights, they're so strong I can't see.
You ain't supposed to. Get up on that platform and stand against those lines on the wall. Stand straight. Go ahead.
Name?
It's Burgess.
Arrested on suspicion of burglary. Is that right, Leary?
Yes, sir. Caught him last night around 2 a.m. running down the street in the vicinity of that burgled home. Wouldn't stop till I threatened to shoot.
Turn sideways, Burgess. All right, everyone. Take a good look at him.
Is this what you call a police lineup, Lowry?
That's right, Clicker. They parade the suspects across that lighted stage. The detectives sit below here in the dark.
What for?
In case he's wanted for some other job. They can recognize him. Hey, there's Martin going out the door. Come on.
Are we going to stay here?
If there's any dope on this kid, Martin has it. Hey, Mr. Martin.
Oh, Lowry. Want me?
What about this Burgess kid? You got any dope on him?
Only the routine police report when they booked him.
Kind of young for a criminal, isn't he?
Yes, he is. That's what disturbs me.
Well, how?
Well, as district attorney, I've run across many like him. A youngster like that usually cracks wide open as soon as he's arrested.
You mean this one didn't?
There've been a lot like him lately. They refuse to talk. In fact, they act like old-timers.
Those kids?
As if they'd been coached.
Coached?
Holy mackerel, Mr. Martin. Do you mean there's someone behind these kids? A higher up?
I'm telling you this because you work for Brick Reed. Reed's a friend of mine. It's not for publication.
Check, Mr. Martin. For the boss's ears only. You hear that, Clicker?
Sure, but I'm a photographer, not a news hound.
Behind every crime stands a shadowy figure. The disposer of stolen goods.
Oh, that? Well, sure. Everyone knows a crook's got to sell the stuff he steals someplace.
Over 20 robberies in the past month without a single case of recovered property.
Holy mackerel, Mr. Martin. That means...
And that's not all.
Well, that's enough.
Most criminals are careful to take only those things which the police can trace. Money, for instance.
You mean these robberies are different?
Very much different. This fence disposes of stolen goods so easily, these young criminals steal anything. Jewelry, silver plate, even money with the serial numbers known to the owner.
Gosh, this fence sounds like a mastermind.
Until we discover him, our chances of stopping these crimes is practically nil.
Oh, give us a break. This would make a swell yarn.
Sorry. The less the papers carry, the more chance we have of cracking this.
But listen...
I'm holding you to your promise. This is not for publication.
Okay, we'll hold off. Say, you'll give the Sentinel first crack, though, won't you?
When we trap this crook. Yes.
You don't mean when, Mr. Martin. You mean when and if.
Yes.
Mr. Gilmore to see you, Mr. Reed.
Gilmore? Oh, yes, in just a moment, Miss Case.
Gilmore? Ain't he the big bug who's always giving money away?
That's right, Axford. Gilmore's a wealthy man. His charities are very well known. You'd better bring the car on and be ready to leave soon.
It's downstairs already, waiting. Say, look, Reed, have I got to wear this monkey suit after while Cato is gone?
If you don't mind, I thought you wanted to.
Oh, it ain't being your chauffeur during the little fella's vacation I mind. Not a bit. But, golly, this collar is sort of funny in me neck.
You wanted a chauffeur's uniform, didn't you?
How was I going to know it had them button jackets? Suffering snakes, Reed. It's worse than the cop uniform I wore when I was pounding the beat.
Well, if it's that bad, you can keep the collar open.
Golly, can I?
Of course, no chauffeur would do that.
He wouldn't?
No more than a policeman on duty would loosen his.
Sure.
But since you're not a permanent chauffeur, why, I
No,
suppose...
listen here. Michael Axford always wears a uniform like it ought to be wore. This collar stays wouldn't.
Suit yourself.
You ought to know better than to suggest anything otherwise. As long as I'm shuffling you around, I'm dressing according to regulations. He'll be waiting downstairs.
Poor Axford.
Yes, Mr. Reed?
Show Mr. Gilmore in now. I hope Gilmore won't stay too long. It's a good day for a round of golf.
Go right in, Mr. Gilmore.
Afternoon, Reed.
Sit down, Gilmore.
Reed, I've come to protest about your stories on this recent crime wave.
Are you against the campaign the Sentinel is pursuing?
Of course not. Every public-spirited citizen wants these crimes stopped.
That's what we're trying to do.
Your way is the wrong way.
Gilmore, you're one of the city's foremost citizens. I'm deeply interested in your opinion, but the Sentinel believes crime can be fought by publicity.
I don't agree.
That's obvious. But why?
Reed, you know I've done a lot of work in helping ex-convicts get jobs, in aiding them to become useful citizens once more.
I don't question that. It's well known that you've spent plenty of time and money. It's a worthy cause, the Sentinel said so many times.
Yet by your recent actions, you're undoing much that I've worked for. This constant publicity.
You don't believe in turning the spotlight on crime?
It's making things much harder for those men I'm trying to help.
That's ridiculous.
You refuse to see my viewpoint?
We're at opposite poles, Gilmore. While I respect your stand, I can't agree with it.
But don't
I'm
you
sorry,
see-
argument won't convince me. Good day.
I see. In that case...
Oh, by the way,
Yes?
dealing with ex-criminals so much, I was wondering, do you have any ideas about this crime wave?
Ideas?
Well, you might have heard rumors.
No, not a thing.
I see. If you do hear anything...
I'll inform the police.
Naturally. Good day, Gilmore.
Goodbye, Reed.
I wonder if Gilmore isn't more concerned with his pet philanthropies than he is with helping the police.
Hey, boss, can I speak to you now?
Yeah, what is it, Lowry?
Flicker and I just came from headquarters. I got a hot lead from Martin.
District Attorney, Martin?
It's this crime wave. There's a higher-up bossing it.
Oh.
Well, that's what they don't know. Whoever it is, he's got him buffaloed. Not one bit of stolen property has been recovered.
That's unusual.
Sure. The cops know most of the guys who fence stolen property. That's how they get it back. They know where to look.
No wonder there's been a crime wave.
Well, that's what Martin said. As long as kids like Burgess can get rid of what they swipe safely and fast, it makes crime easier for them.
Lowry, you've dug up a pretty good story. Mystery man of crime, eh?
Yeah, but we can't use it.
You can't use it.
That's what I said.
Well, why not?
Because I promised Martin. They don't want any loopholes. They're after this guy, and a story might gum the works.
Say, Mr. Reed, a flash came in from police headquarters.
What is it, Miss Benny?
This Burgess kid, me and Lowry saw in the lineup.
Well, what about him?
He's been released.
They're not holding him?
Nothing to hold him on, Mr. Reed.
But that robbery last night.
The cop picked him up on suspicion. Long as Burgess kept his mouth shut, they couldn't do a thing. There's a big shot behind it, all right.
Yeah, no doubt of it.
Why, sure. Martin says this fence gets rid of anything.
What's that?
You know, Mr. Reed, this guy's so well organized, he handles stolen goods that no one else dares to touch.
Yeah, even marked money.
Oh, that's interesting.
Gosh, what's the answer? Who is this fence? How are they ever going to get him?
That's hard to say, Miss Benny, but someday he'll run into a situation he can't control.
I hope you're right, boss.
And when that day comes, we'll find out who he is. We'll plaster his name clear across page 1.
Boy, and how?
Perhaps that day isn't as far distant as it appears to be.
Suffering snakes, Reed. What's up?
You look flustered, Axford.
Sure I am. Here I'm sitting in Casey's office at the paper waiting for you, and I hear the news.
I'm going out of town for a few days?
That's why I come running over.
You needn't have bothered. Everything's packed.
But golly, Reed, ain't I going with you?
You?
Ain't I taking Cato's place? Not to mention I'm your bodyguard.
I'm going alone.
No, look here, Reed.
But I have a better job for you.
Huh?
A very important job, Axford. I want you to stay here in the apartment to guard the wall safe.
Oh, golly. What's in it?
I have some valuable jewelry and money in it. Now, ordinarily, I'd put it in the bank, but I'm in a hurry to leave.
Oh, that's different.
Of course, I know the serial numbers of these bills, and the jewelry is readily identifiable, but still...
Sure, I understand. You want to be dead sure there ain't nobody getting at it.
That's it. Now, even though it's not the sort of chance most criminals would take, I'll feel better with you on guard.
You can rest easy, Reed. I won't so much as shut me eyes.
Oh, just one thing more.
Yeah?
No one must know those valuables are there.
Sure not.
You mustn't tell a soul.
No, Reed, you know I never talk.
It wouldn't do for this to get around.
You can trust me, Reed. You know how I am.
Oh, yes, Axford. I know just how you are. I think I can count on you to do exactly the right thing.
Britt Reed knew very well that the talkative Irishman would be unable to keep the secret. As he had planned, the very next day saw Mike Axford spreading the news.
It's a secret, mind you. You won't tell no one else.
Of course not. You know me.
Well, Reed left me to guard his valuables. Oh, not that any crook would try and get him when they're easy to identify. But having Mike Axford around...
I got it straight from the big guy himself, on the level.
So what? No smart crook's going to touch that stuff. Not if it's as easy to spot as you say.
Yeah, sure. Guess that's why this Reed ain't worried about leaving a lug like Axford on guard. But keep it under your hat anyway. It's all around town, Crocker. In a wall safe.
Yeah, the grapevine's full of it.
Too bad it's stuff that's hard to get rid of.
Get smart, Burgess. We can handle that loot.
Huh?
We got rid of the stuff in that other job, didn't we?
You mean the big boss?
Sure. He ain't no petty larceny fence.
Say, Crocker, who is this big shot?
That's none of your business, guy. I'm the go-between, see? Now stick around a while. I'll tell this to the big boss. If he gives us the okay, you and me are going to pull this job. It'll be a pushover. The curtain falls on the first act of our Green Hornet adventure. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a moment. Now to continue our story. Behind the clothes press in the bedroom of Britt Reed's apartment was a secret passageway leading to the supposedly abandoned building where Britt Reed housed the car of the Green Hornet. Instead of leaving town, Britt Reed moved himself to a small, fully equipped room in the abandoned building. From there, he returned through the secret passageway.
I'll stay right here in the passageway. I've already made arrangements so that I can hear whatever goes on in that apartment. The mask and the Green Hornet weapon are handy when I need them.
Britt Reed could hear Michael Axford in the study. Axford was talking to Lowry.
I'm glad you dropped around, Lowry. Why don't you stay a little longer?
Because I've said what I came to say, Axford.
But golly, Lowry, I tell you, I didn't breathe a word to no one.
Not much. How do you think the news got around?
Well, search me.
I'd like to gag you. I'll bet every crook in town knows what's in that safe.
It's a mystery to me how they found out.
Well, I haven't time to argue with you. Your tongue's hinged in the middle, and you know it.
Golly, Lowry, I'm beginning to remember. Maybe I did let a mention slip, but I didn't mean to.
That's the way you do everything, without meaning to.
You won't tell Reed?
It'd serve you right.
Oh, holy crow, now control yourself, Lowry. Remember that there ain't nothing happened yet.
Yeah, no need of my telling the boss. If anything does go wrong, he'll find out soon enough himself.
You don't think nothing will happen, do you?
No, but it's just as well the boss is insured.
No, ain't it just like that, Lowry, to try and scare me? As if I ain't up to handling any crook that pokes his nose in here. Any crook at all. Suffering snake, he's back again. This time I'll tell him a few things. Now listen to me, Ed Lowry. You can't...
Get back inside.
Hey, you ain't Lowry. Hurry up.
This is a gun you're staring at. Move.
If Lowry sent you up here for a joke, I ain't falling for it, see?
It's no joke. You don't know who we are, and we're keeping these handkerchiefs over our faces so you can't find out. Now open that safe.
You're crooks. Here it is.
Get it open.
Get away from that safe. If it's fight you want,
Don't try any rough stuff. I'll handle him. Who the devil?
Let me loose. Another one. Take it. The Green Hornet. So that's what... Gas.
Don't move unless you want the same.
You shot him.
He called you the Green Hornet.
He did.
I seen pictures of that mask.
Now that you know who I am, let's get busy.
Listen, Hornet, did you have a silencer on that gat? Is this guy dead?
Let's talk. Get busy.
What are you here for?
The same thing you came after. That's safe.
But don't be a sap, Hornet. You can't take that stuff.
Why not?
No regular fence will touch it.
And if I can't get rid of it, how about you?
That's my business.
It is, huh?
Hey, what are you doing?
Picking up a paperweight in his handkerchief.
Take this.
Huh?
I said take it in your hand.
What for?
Do as I say. You got the same as that man on the floor got.
No, don't shoot. I got it.
Now, hand it to your partner.
Okay, but I still...
I got it.
Put it back in this handkerchief.
Yeah, sure.
Thanks for the fingerprints.
Fingerprints? Now, look here, Hornet.
Shut up. I might turn this over to the cops.
Huh?
It's positive proof that you were here and that you pulled this job.
You can't do that, Hornet.
I can and I will. Unless you do as I say.
We're listening.
You say you have a fence who'll handle the stuff in that safe?
He'll handle anything, but not from you.
Now, remember these fingerprints.
Don't be a sap, Crocker. He's got us in a spot.
Shut up. I take orders from the boss.
You haven't any choice.
The boss don't
Either
like
you
guys.
do as I say or you take your chances with the police. You can't alibi fingerprints.
Listen, you let us crack this safe and take the stuff, and we'll split with you later. Now, how's that?
The answer is no.
We wouldn't cross
It's
you.
still no. You can't bargain with the Green Hornet, Crocker.
Well, seeing as you're the Hornet.
That means I'll meet him too, huh?
You, Burgess, you're small time. The Hornet can meet the boss, but he's the only one.
And now that that's settled, get busy. Open that safe. I'm looking forward to meeting this big boss, and the sooner the better.
Under Britt Reed's direction, the safe was quickly opened.
Hey, look at this stuff. Jewels.
Plenty of dough, too.
Get going. Out the door.
Sure. Come on, Burgess.
Boy, this stuff is heavy.
Come on, Hornet. What are you waiting for?
I'll be right there. Just a moment.
With his handkerchief covering his hand, Britt Reed picked up the paperweight bearing the fingerprints once more, then slid it into the open safe.
I'll leave the safe open and crack.
Snap it up.
Coming.
We've been around this place long enough. We'd better get to the car downstairs.
All right, let's go.
Car's right outside. No one's going to spot us.
Drop Burgess and drive directly to where this big shot is.
Yeah.
And don't try anything, Crocker. Let me remind you, it isn't wise to fool with a Green Hornet.
Come on, you lug. Tell me what happened. Make it straight this time.
I tell you, it was the Green Hornet.
You said it was two other guys.
Sure, two others first, then the Green Hornet second.
Were they together?
Hey, I guess so. Soon as these two forced their way in...
Force?
You don't think I'd let them have their own way just because they was armed, do you?
Now, skip it. What then?
Well, we're fighting, see? Then just when I'm getting the best of them, some guy yells something, I turn around, and what do you think?
The Green Hornet.
No. I mean, yeah, the Green Hornet. Before I could move a step, he lets me have it.
He gassed you, didn't he?
Yeah, I fought the best I could, but golly, Lowry, I sure made a mess of things.
Nice work, Hexford. While you're unconscious, those crooks opened the safe and swiped the works. And all you know is that it was the Green Hornet and two other guys.
Hold on, Lowry. Maybe we know more than that.
Huh?
This paperweight, it was in the safe. I just sprayed powder on it.
Find anything?
2 sets of fingerprints, clear as a bell.
Fingerprints?
Come on. Maybe this isn't such a clean job after all.
Where are we going?
To headquarters. If we check these prints, we may put our finger right on the birds who pull this job.
Okay, Hornet.
What are we stopping here for, Crocker?
Well, this is it. The big boss.
Here? This house?
Sure, this is the place. What's eating you?
Nothing. Nothing at all. Only this particular house.
Come on, then. We ain't got all night. Took enough time already dropping Burgess off.
Hey, wait a minute.
Eh?
Get back in the car.
Now, listen, Hornet.
I said back. Move over. I'll take the wheel.
What's the idea of scramming out?
I saw something.
Yeah?
Perhaps it's better that your big boss meet us someplace else.
Where we going?
That's up to you. Where's a good spot to meet your boss?
Well, there's the park. Met him there before.
That's it. We can meet there in an hour.
Okay, I'll give him a ring and tell him all
You
about
needn't
it.
bother. I'll call him.
What for?
I have some business to attend to. Just to make sure you can do nothing until we're due to meet.
Hey, the gun. Put it down.
Not before I use it. You'll meet me later, Crocker, in the park.
Yes, Crocker, in the park. You can't hear me now, so I can tell you this. I won't be there as the Green Hornet. I hope he's there. Hello? That's right, boss. Crocker. Well, I didn't want to take a chance coming in. I saw a cop hanging around. Yeah, sure, we got plenty from that safe. Well, it's hot. I want to get rid of it. How about the park? Yeah, okay, the regular place. At the reservoir? Right. Now to call the police. Then I'll get back to the apartment as if I'm returning from my trip.
That's it. That's the fingerprint check, all right.
So, Crocker and Burgess robbed Mr. Reed's safe.
Maybe one of them's the Green Hornet.
Let me answer this phone, then we'll grab those birds. Headquarters.
If you want a tip, go to the reservoir in the park.
Tip? Tip on what?
Crocker's gonna be there in an hour. Get there and wait.
Crocker? Say, who is this?
You'll get Crocker and his boss. Go there and wait.
Who's talking? Who
was it?
Hung up. Some guy says Crocker's going to be at the reservoir in the park in an hour with his boss.
His boss?
Hey, maybe that's the Green Hornet.
Or maybe it's that big short fence we're trying to locate.
You know what? I got a theory.
You and your theories.
And the level. Maybe there's something between this fence and the Hornet. Maybe this guy is the Green Hornet.
Hello. Anyone around?
Boss. Boss, that you?
Crocker, what's happened?
I'm okay now, boss. That Green Hornet doesn't trust anybody.
Green Hornet? What are you talking about?
He was in on that job.
What?
Me and Burgess, we go to this guy Reed's place to crack the safe like you said.
Well?
That's when the Hornet steps in. Isn't he here?
Stop all this nonsense. Have you got the loot from the safe?
Huh?
You phoned me to meet you here.
It was the Hornet phone. He gave me a shot of gas. Said he had to leave for a while. He'd meet us here.
You're dreaming. Where's the loot? I thought so. In your car.
Sure. Me and the
We'll
Hornet.
go into that later. Hand me one of those bags. You take the other.
Okay, but I...
Well, give me it.
Sure. Watch it, boss. It's heavy.
What the...
Hey, what was that?
Flash of light.
No,
What
you
happened?
don't move. Either one of you.
The police. That light. Someone took a photograph.
And a beauty, mister.
Let me go. I ain't done nothing.
No, you don't. You're sick.
Hey, how about a light? Let's see who these rats are.
Hey, Lowry. I tripped back away. Did you get him? Is it the Hornet?
Turn your flash on him, Leary.
Okay.
This is an outrage.
Come on. Get your arm away from your face. Let's see who you are, big shot.
You can't.
Well, I'll be... So you're the big shot fence we've been looking for. You, Gilmore.
Gilmore? Gosh, I thought I recognized him when the flash bulb went off, but it was so quick I couldn't be sure.
What a story. Gilmore, the city's philanthropist. No wonder you couldn't face that stuff, Martin.
You deny you received stolen goods, Gilmore?
I have nothing to say.
Listen, I ain't got nothing to do with this.
Don't
see?
try to deny it, Crocker. We found your fingerprints in Mr. Reed's apartment.
My fingerprints? I thought
We have you cold. And Gilmore, too.
We heard enough of the conversation between you and Crocker to send you both up, Gilmore. And that's where you're going. Take them away.
Come on, move.
All right, Miss Benny. What's going on?
Reed, Gotti, where'd you come
I
from?
just got back from my trip. A policeman on guard there told me what had happened. I called headquarters, and, well, here I am.
Can you imagine, boss? The big shot behind this crime wave, the guy who set up that robbery of your place, was Gilmore.
Gilmore uses philanthropists as a blind. He must have had Crocker pick up young crooks like Burgess.
You could have knocked me over with a feather, Reed.
It surprised me, too, Axford. Well, I've been to Gilmore's house so many times, I recognize it in the dark. And yet, tonight is the first time I realized that a man like that could be a crook.
That's him, boss. As crooked as the Green Hornet.
Piper! Head of crime ring arrested! Prominent citizen revealed as crook! Green Hornet linked with criminals! Read all about it! Green Hornet still at large! Sentinel X3 Piper!
The story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Green Hornet Incorporated. The situations and characters depicted in this drama are fictitious. Any similarity to actual persons or events of the past or present is coincidental.
Hi-ho, Silver! Away to those thrilling days of yesteryear with the Lone Ranger.
A fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo Silver, the Lone Ranger. The Western Territory of the United States produced many courageous characters, but none so picturesque and colorful as the masked rider of justice. With his great horse Silver, he fought the forces that threatened the peace of the West. And the people of 7 states, even now, repeat the stirring tales of his career. Adventure waits on the trail ahead. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver, old fellow. Town is waiting for us in Santos County. We must hurry. Hi-yo, Silver!
As he rode past us, we heard the Lone Ranger say that he was riding to Santos. Zeke Parsons was the most important man in the county. He owned the largest ranch. He had a general store in town where he made his headquarters. He had been elected both sheriff and postmaster. Most of the powers of the local government were in his hands, and there were few to question his authority. In our first scene, we find Zeke waiting on a customer in his store.
And will there be anything else, Miss Bowman?
Reckon that'll be about all for today, Zeke. Less'n you can sell some decent trails for getting from here to Las Vegas.
Might even have them. Only what's anyone want to go to Las Vegas for?
My sister's there. And I want to tell you, Zeke Parsons, it's worth your life to try and get aboard through them mud holes.
Oh, just a second, Miss Bowman. Before you leave, I'll see if there's any mail for you. Now, wait a second. I got to get to the postmaster's desk. Keeps me on the jump attending so many jobs. Storekeep, postmaster, sheriff. Hey there! Deputy!
Yes, Zeke?
When you speak to me, call me sheriff.
Yes, sir, Sheriff.
Stick around now. I'll want to speak to you as soon as I finish being postmaster and see if there's any mail from Miss Bowman.
Maybe a letter from my sister.
Now, you stay right there, Ben. I want a meeting with you as soon as I'm done being postmaster. Now, let me see. B. Bowman. Here's where there'd be mail for you if there was any, but there ain't.
Shucks. You're just a darn old busybody, Zeke. You know blame well there wasn't no mail. You just like to show off all the jobs you hold.
Ain't no such a thing, Bess Bowman.
Even if there was mail on the morning stage, you wouldn't pass it out till you got through reading what it said. If you find a way to get that train to Las Vegas fixed, you let me know.
Huh. Unappreciating old hen.
Oh, she's right about the trail, though, Zeke.
Deputy, there you go again, calling my first name.
You ain't being sheriff when you're behind the postmaster's desk.
All right, then. All right. Now I ain't behind it. Now I'm at the sheriff's desk, and you sit there. We're having an important meeting. Hold on, Ben. Sorry, Cal. The store's closed.
But I won't.
Store's closed, I say. As storekeep, I ain't in. I'm sheriff now.
Well, drat you, hide your old windbag. When you get done being sheriff, ask the postmaster when the storekeeper will be back so as I can buy me some tobacco.
No, Sheriff.
Yeah, now to get to business. I got a paper that I've got to sign. I've been studying up the laws around here, Ben, and found something that'll be a darn slick thing. I'll have some work for you to do.
Serving papers I get paid to serve?
Just so. I got to sign this paper. It's been waiting for my signing for the past 2 days.
What's the paper mean?
Well, Ben, you heard what Miss Bowman said about the trails and roads around here, didn't you?
Yeah, she's right.
There ain't a worse string of mud holes in the country than what's called road in Santuas County. They gotta be fixed.
That costs money. The county's blame near broke.
I know.
Sheriff, you find too blame many things for the county to spend money for, and as storekeeper, you sell the sheriff all the things he needs.
Ain't none of your affair. Now about this paper.
Yeah? What about it?
This here paper, Ben, will fix up all the roads in the county and fix them without the county spending any money.
Land's sake, Zeke.
Sheriff?
Oh, Sheriff, drat it. How'll paper fix up roads? It takes dirt and men to shovel it.
That's what this here paper will bring. You're going to serve this paper on all the able-bodied citizens in this county.
Yeah?
It's a thing called a writ, and it calls for all patriotic, able-bodied citizens in the county to work on them roads for no wages.
You mean you...
I mean I can make these here loafers around town work for the government and work for nothing.
Is it legal?
Sure it is. All signed and sealed and witnessed.
Yeah? Who done all that?
I did it. As postmaster and storekeep, I witnessed the paper that I drew up as sheriff. And if that ain't legal, I don't know what is.
And I get money for serving it?
That's right.
Maybe I'd best take along a gun, huh, Sheriff?
As sheriff, I'm taking my gun along to support you. I got a list of names from the postmaster, and we'll start out right now.
Who'll be the first?
Reckon the nearest one. Come on.
All right.
We'll drop in on Lige across the street there.
When do I get that money?
When the work's all done. There's Lige now. Lige, come in.
Yeah? What are you after?
I want to talk to you a couple of minutes.
Yeah? What is? Postmaster or...
Sheriff. Can't you see my badge? My deputy has a paper to serve on you. Go on, Ben.
What's it mean? You know I can't read without my specs.
Shut up and listen. You can't read anyhow. Read it to him, deputy.
Yeah? It starts out in the name
never mind all that. That's just legal introduction. I'll tell you what it says. Lige Cummins, you're ordered to work on the county roads. You're to report to work at 5 o'clock sharp tomorrow morning.
You can't do that, Sheriff. I got my fields to watch.
I said my say. This here's a legal document, and I aim to stand by it. Read Section 218, Part 5 of the Statutes of Santuas County.
What are you paying for the job?
This here's government work. It don't pay nothing.
No pay, and I don't work, Sheriff Parsons.
Now, listen here to me. You're a decent, law-abiding citizen with a wife and family, ain't you?
Yeah, but
You respect the demands of the law, don't you?
Yeah, sure thing.
All right, then. This paper's legal, and my deputy will back me in carrying it out. You show up for work or go to jail. If you resist arrest when we come to jail you, then you get legal lead where it won't do you no good. Come on, Ben. We got more calls to make.
Zeke soon had every able-bodied man in town working on the county roads. They protested, but the law clearly stated their labor could be demanded as a substitute for taxes. But Zeke was made overconfident by the success of his scheme and went still further. He used the men to improve his private property, and we see them now as they grade Zeke's private road.
I tell you, Sam, 'tain't right, that's all. We've been slaving for Zeke over a month now.
Can't I tell how long we work by the blisters on my hands? I'm a hard-working man, but I never done such steady work as this.
We gotta do something about it.
What can we do? The jail's filled up right now with men that didn't feel like working.
I know. And if a man ain't the cash to pay for his grub while he's jailed, he don't eat.
Well, look at the road we're building.
Fine as any road in the state, and it's private for Zeke Parsons.
Next thing we know, we'll be painting his house.
That's a good idea.
Huh? Oh, sakes alive, the sheriff.
Maybe you will paint my house for me. That shack could stand.
Now, look here, Sheriff. There's a limit to what you can do.
Oh, is there?
Yes, there is. Maybe the law states that you can make us work on county work for no pay, but I'm darned if it states you can make us work for you personal.
That's just how I feel. Listen to me, you two smart mavericks. You're working at what you're told, savvy?
And what if we don't?
My deputy here will
Shucks,
see that...
Ben can't do nothing.
All right, Lige. You really want to know what'll happen to you if you get hard to handle?
You can't jail me. The jail's filled up right now.
I won't need to jail you. All I'll have to do is write that brother of yours and tell him that you can support him if he comes here.
How'd you know my brother's wanting to come here?
Don't I see all the mail?
Read through the envelopes, sir.
Sure. And I seen where he writ you and seen where you writ him and told him you was starving here like he was in St. Louis.
I will be if you don't let me get back to my own place and do some work.
You just keep right on working here.
Now, Zeke,
As for you, Sam, how'd you like me to send word to Pecos that you're here?
Huh?
I seen where your pard there wrote and said the law still wanted you.
Reading my mail, too. Why, you ornery...
Now, just you two keep working like you're doing. The harder you work, the sooner you get to finish and go back to your own places. Then, if any others get ready to rise up and defy the law, I got ways of handling them just like we handle these hombres.
Yes, sir.
One thing more we gotta do. I found out about some new men that come to town.
Doggone cuss Sam, he's got us where he wants us.
Ain't he, though?
I know what I'll do, doggone it. I'll find out if this is the law.
How?
I'll write the United States Marshal.
The Lone Ranger and Tonto were camped not far from the town. Both the masked man and his Indian friend had learned of the conditions in Santos County.
So you managed to get work with the others, Tonto?
Not easy.
How do the men feel?
Fellers plenty mad. Maybe make trouble soon.
That's what I was afraid of.
Some feller write government.
When did they write?
Put letter in mail sunup.
If the government doesn't put a stop to Sheriff Parsons' work, the men are likely to rebel and kill him.
That's right.
They'll see no other way to free themselves from slavery.
Sheriff got plenty money.
And these other poor men are hard-pressed to earn a living, yet they must neglect their own land to work on the sheriff's. Yet Kemosabe, Zeke Parsons does make a good sheriff.
Him good till him go loco.
Power. That's what has spoiled him.
Him want everyone like slave.
Power spoils so many good men, but perhaps the sheriff can still be saved.
What you do?
Those men, Tonto, are going to be paid for all the work they've done for Sheriff Parsons. You said there were several letters mailed to the government.
That's right.
Those letters should be sent east on the stage at sundown. Very well, Kemosabe. It's almost sundown.
What do?
Here, Silver. Get your horse.
Here, white feller.
Help me with the saddle. We're going to take a hand in county affairs.
The Lone Ranger and Tonto rode to a place where the stagecoach must pass. Meanwhile, in town, Zeke Parsons and his deputy Ben stood beside the stage while it was being loaded with its cargo of mail.
You got everything now. Good trip to you.
Thank you, Zeke. We won't have no trouble.
There now, Ben. I'm done being postmaster. I can be sheriff again.
Being sheriff pays right well these days, Zeke.
By the time I'm done, I'll have my ranch fixed up better than any place in the state.
You have trouble, though, Zeke. The boys are getting awful hard for me to handle.
Yeah? Well, I can handle them.
You can't handle them if they put 6-gun leads to you.
They wouldn't dare do that.
You don't know what they'll do. Of course, by going through the mail, you got something to hold over almost every man's head.
I'd call that downright good sense.
There's a lot of talk about them writing to the government about the way you're doing things around here.
Let them write.
But maybe you ain't right about the way you figured out the law.
And between the two of us, I ain't no right to work 'em on my own place. But what the government don't know won't hurt 'em. And none of the critters around here can read the law.
Stage is about to go.
So long, Sheriff. So long, Ben. So long. Get up, Get up,
There goes the mail of the East, including some letters from the men you're making slaves of.
Oh, no, there ain't, Ben.
What do you mean, there ain't?
You don't think I'd let them critters write to the government, do you?
You mean?
I mean, every doggone letter they put in the mail is still right here in town.
You didn't send them out?
Being postmaster as well as sheriff has a sight of advantages. Ben, I'm boss of this county, and I'm gonna stay so.
Yeah?
I'm gonna have every man in the county taking orders from me. I'm boss, you see. Top hand. I'm gonna be just like a king afore I'm done.
The curtain falls on the first act of our thrilling Lone Ranger drama. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. Now to continue our story. Zeke Parsons discovered a county law that gave him authority to force the citizens to work upon the roads without pay. However, he employed them not only upon county projects, but upon his private property as well. When the men protested, he used information he'd gathered in his capacity of postmaster to force their silence. When complaints were addressed to the U.S. Marshal, he kept the letters from the mails. But the Lone Ranger had thought of a plan to correct these conditions. We see him as he rides with Tonto toward the trail followed by the eastbound stage.
Here, stage trail. Nip past sundown.
The stage leaves Santos at sundown.
That's right.
It should be along here soon. We'll wait right here. Oh, boy. Oh,
right.
Tonto, we're going to be highwaymen. Punishment if our plan goes wrong is death.
That's right.
And unlike real highwaymen, we can't shoot to defend ourselves. I don't like this way of doing things.
You not do wrong.
I hope the stagecoach driver and guard believe that. There it comes. Wait. I'm going to unload my guns.
Oh. What do that for?
You'll see.
Maybe them shoot you.
Steady, boy. That's a chance we'll take. Get ready, Tonto.
Be ready.
Hold up there! A sticker! Quick! Stop both horses! Hold on!
You won't travel far after this stick-up, mister.
We'll see about that.
What's more, you're wasting your time. We ain't nothing on board.
You've all that I want. Where's the bag of mail from Santos?
Find it for yourself. I won't never forget them 2 white horses. If you aim to live, you better drill us, stranger.
Yeah, because if you don't, you'll swing.
Find the mail from Santos.
We find them.
You'll be sorry for this.
Look here, mister. Leave the mail alone, and we won't say a word about this stick-up.
Say all you want about it.
Yeah?
Here, mail.
Throw it down to the ground. Hold those horses steady, driver.
Oh.
Me open sack.
Keep these men guarded while I take a look in that sack.
Me watch them.
Driver, you can go on your way now if you want to. But if you'll wait just a minute, you can take this sack along with you. I'm not after any of the mail. I want to see if certain letters are here.
Who the Sam Hill are you?
You don't seem like ordinary outlaws. What are you after?
Keep them covered, Tonto.
Me watch them.
Tonto.
Well, we know the name of the engine anyhow.
They won't get far without being caught.
And a few pieces of mail from Parsons' post office. Here, I'll toss the sack back where it came from. That's all we want.
You mean we're free to go?
Yes. There's several $1,000s in cash aboard that stage, isn't there, driver?
How'd you know?
But I'm not taking it. Instead, I'm giving you something. As soon as I'm aboard my horse...
Say, who are you?
This is the gun I stopped you with. Look here.
His gun ain't loaded.
Wait before you draw. Here are the bullets from my gun. Take them and examine them. Come, Tonto. Hi-yo, Silver!
Shoot a man in the back. I
never in all my days of stagecoaching seen a man like that.
Hey, these bullets he tossed up here. Take a look at them. Huh? Silver. Solid silver.
Silver bullets?
He called his horse silver.
And Tonto, the Injun. Leaping catfish. That ain't no highwayman. Get them horses going. We got to get to the next town. Wait till the boys hear that we were stopped by the Lone Ranger.
Here! Get up there!
The masked man and Tonto left the bewildered crew of the stage and raced toward town. The Lone Ranger's investigation of the mail sacks had given him all the information he needed.
Zeke Parsons should be in the general store right now, Tonto. Him there in the evening. Yes, and I want to talk to him alone. What Tonto do? Call Lige and Sam and every other man you can locate. Tell them not to start trouble yet. Tell them they'll be paid for all they've done for Sheriff Parsons. Them not believe that. Bring them to the sheriff's office in the general store. Oh, fellas? Yes. Give me 10 minutes with the sheriff, and I'll bring him to our way of thinking. Tell every man in town to come to the store tonight. Come on, Silver!
The men forced to slave for the sheriff decided to defy him. The situation they had decided called for a desperate remedy. We see Lige and a group of his companions as they meet in the home of one of their number.
I ain't a man to go for violence, boys. But look at my place. There ain't a lick of work been done there for the past month.
Mine's the same.
We all know how the sheriff's keeping us working for him.
One kind of threat after another.
But I read the government.
So did I, Jack. But I don't figure it'll do no good.
Why, Warren?
Because Sheriff Parsons is postmaster. He'll know what them letters mean. He won't let them be sent out.
Things has come to a fine pass when even the mails ain't safe.
Hey, Lige! Boy! Don't bust him so. Just sit down quiet and join the meeting, Cal.
Ain't you heard? There's an Injun. A man done a couple of days' work on the sheriff's place. He's calling for everyone to go to the store.
Sit down and be quiet. We're going there all right enough, and plenty soon. We're just fixing to hold a quick trial there with Zeke Parsons, a prisoner.
Trial? Yeah, and we're going to find him guilty of something and hang the coyote.
Ain't no other way. If we defy him open, he'll send some of us to counties where the law wants us. He'll send for folks we don't want to locate us. He'll make no end of trouble. We gotta capture him, try him, convict him, and hang him.
There's the redskin.
You come, store. Sheriff, there. We're going. We gotta discuss things first.
You come now. Sheriff pay you. Pay for all work.
What?
Pay us?
With what?
Him pay cash. You come. See.
The redskin must be loco. Nothing but a miracle would make that tight-fisted old galoot pay cash.
You come.
We may as well go.
We got to go there anyhow. If there's any chance the Injun's talking true.
We'll go find out. Come on, boys.
Tonto rode from one small ranch to another, leaving the same message with every man he found. In the meantime, Zeke Parsons and his deputy, unaware of the storm that was being prepared, sat in the store.
I'll take care of you all right, Ben. When my ranch is all fixed like I want it, I'll have the men do some work for you.
I'd appreciate that no end, Zeke.
Sure, I'll help you out.
But the only thing
Well?
Only thing is, ain't we going pretty far?
What do you mean?
Well, this ain't a slave state. And if it was, we couldn't take men like we done and put them to
I'll handle this county. I told you I was powerful. They won't dare defy me.
Well, Zeke, ain't you letting your success go to your head a little bit?
No, I...
Yes, you are.
What?
I'm masked man.
Sit right where you are.
Put down them guns. Put them down, I say. Who are you that you dare come here with a mask and throw a brace of 6 guns on me?
I'm here to investigate the mail.
What?
And to tell you a few things about the law you didn't know, Zeke Parsons.
I'm the law.
Yes, and you're also the postmaster. You're also a wealthy rancher and a storekeeper.
I tell
you have too many things, Zeke. That's why I'm here. Perhaps I'll not send for the United States Marshal, but if you don't do just what I say, I surely will.
Oh, sakes alive.
I'll stay right where you are while I look in this box. You use this for waste paper, don't you?
You-
Keep still. If I don't find the letters here, I'll have to look further. Here's one of them. Is this the way the postmaster handles the mail?
He's found them letters.
I told you to burn them, and you said 'twa'n't necessary.
I didn't get around to it.
First, I'm going to speak to you, Sheriff Parsons.
I wish you'd put them guns down.
No, the postmaster at San Tuas, which is in your county, has robbed the United States mail.
No, she...
Letters written and paid for by citizens have not been handled by the postmaster.
But, Dad,
Furthermore, the postmaster is guilty of reading the mail and passing confidential information concerning citizens to the sheriff.
But gosh darn it, Zeke is the postmaster.
I know that.
Now you look
You
here.
listen.
But
the
I...
marshal will come in this town and order the arrest of the postmaster.
But I
As
tell you...
sheriff, you can't defend the action of the postmaster. He's been untrue to his trust. He's divulged information.
I never told no one a blame
Isn't it
thing.
true that you've kept men working because of information you learned from the letters?
Oh, well, I didn't tell no
The
one what...
postmaster got the information that the sheriff acted on. When the marshal comes, you'll be ordered to put the postmaster under arrest.
But I can't. I'm him.
Zeke's him.
If the sheriff won't make the arrest, he'll lose his post and be replaced. Perhaps by his top deputy.
Me?
Then you'd have to jail the postmaster.
Now, look here, mister. Seems you like you know a heap of law.
There are laws in the country to protect the citizens. Sheriff, you were right in having the trails repaired. It isn't too much to ask men who can't pay taxes to give some of their time. That far, you've proved yourself a worthwhile sheriff. But success went to your head.
Now, you see, Zeke.
You've been greedy, selfish, eager for more power. You've gone too far. So far that you're heading for jail and you can't escape. Imagine what a jury made up of men in town would do to you.
Oh, sakes alive, Zeke. They'll likely hang you.
Robbing the mail alone is enough.
Now, wait. What can be proved?
Those men would never have worked for you if you hadn't used information from the postmaster's job to force them to stay. Every man on road work will be a witness against you. Every man on the jury will be a witness.
He's right as rain, Zeke. I said all along that
There's
you...
one escape for you. I'm giving you a chance to make good. When I leave here, I'm going after the U.S. Marshal.
Do you want money? Is that what you want?
I don't want your money, but there are some debts you'll have to pay. As Zeke Parsons, owner of the ranch, you'll have to pay those men who have been working for you. In that way, they can't testify against you in your trial.
Someone coming.
Those are your workers coming for their pay.
But it'll most bust me. All that cash.
You wanted all that work done in your ranch. If you couldn't afford it, you shouldn't have had it done. The work is finished, though, and you'll pay for it. Think it over and decide before those men come here.
Oh, white fella.
Are they coming for the pay?
Them come for money. Maybe come for lynching.
I've seen Zeke. He's considering right now.
Huh?
We'll step over the side here. Come on, Tonto.
Hey there, Zeke. Open up. We ain't to speak with you. We come for our money.
We want our pay.
Pay up, you coyote.
I wonder what his decision will be.
Boys! Quiet down now, quiet down. Zeke wants to speak with you.
Gents, listen here. I had more darn business than I could handle. Now, first off, I'm resigning as the postmaster. Because as sheriff, I figure the postmaster ain't as capable as he should be. We're electing a new postmaster. Then I'm quitting the job as sheriff because I got too much work to do to handle my store and show a profit. You can elect Ben the new sheriff.
He ain't able to pay us at all.
He's scheming some more.
I said nothing but a miracle will make him pay.
Let's get him.
Hold on, John. I ain't done talking yet. The reason I won't have time for my official jobs is because I got to work on my ranch. I done more improving than I should have. And by the time I paid you for your work, I'll be near broke.
You're going to pay us in cash?
Sure. Sure I am, boys. You don't think I'd try to make slaves of you, do you?
Well, I'll be hard.
Hooray!
He's going to give us
And that's what them feller want.
Hi-yo, Silver! Come on there, Silver, old fellow. There's trouble with the Indians at Red Rock. Hi-yo, Silver! Away!
The story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger, Incorporated.
Who knows what is coming up next? The Shadow knows.
Who knows what evil lurks in the hearts of men? The Shadow knows.
Ladies and gentlemen, in the next adventure of the Shadow as in all his adventures, the news about his exploits are often known to the underworld almost as soon as they happen. And I want to tell you that the news about the new Goodrich Silvertown tire is traveling like wildfire among motorists all over America. It's because this new Silvertown is so sensational in action and appearance, it's really a new kind of tire. You've never seen anything like it. It even looks different, for its tread is wider and flatter, and every inch of the tread is covered with row upon row of never-ending spiral bars. And those spiral bars do the same job on a wet, slippery road as your windshield wiper does to your windshield. They sweep the water right and left. They force the water out through the deep drainage groove. Thanks to that lifesaver tread, your tire actually has a drier, safer road surface for the rubber to grip. Just think, motorists. Here is a tread that's actually a road dryer. No wonder the new Silvertown will stop you quicker and protect you against the dangers of skidding as never before. And here's a sincere and friendly tip. Don't fail to see and drive on the new Goodrich Silvertown the very first chance you get. Get a free demonstration. Take it from me, you'll get the driving thrill of a lifetime. And remember, only the new Silvertown offers you two great life-saving features: Lifesaver Tread skid protection and the famous Golden Ply blowout protection at no extra cost. The Shadow, Lamont Cranston, a man of wealth, a student of science, and a master of other people's minds, devotes his life to righting wrongs, protecting the innocent, and punishing the guilty. Using advanced methods that may ultimately become available to all law enforcement agencies, Cranston is known to the underworld as the Shadow. Never seen, only heard. As haunting to superstitious minds as a ghost. As inevitable as a guilty conscience. The Shadow's true identity is known only to his constant friend and aide, Margot Lane. Today's story, The Power of the Mind.
Paper, mister. Laboratory of famous chemist Rex. Discoverer of new mystery, explosive missing. Paper.
Ladies and gentlemen, here's a special radio flash on the mysterious disappearance of Professor John Hardy. He was last seen entering a black limousine and was accompanied by a heavy-set man wearing a Van Dyke beard and a tall, slender woman of foreign appearance. Secret Service agents are reported investigating the case due to the importance attached to the professor's reported discovery of a new type explosive, more powerful than any known to munition makers in any country in the world.
Come in. Come into my cabin, dear Countess Sarah.
Well, Richter, has your very stubborn and courageous American inventor talked?
given you the formula for that high explosive he's so determined shall fall into no other hands save his own government?
No, but he will. He can't stand much more of Ivan's treatment with the whip.
Be careful. Too much torture can destroy the mind, and if Professor Hardy's mind snaps, you will never get the formula, because we know for certain he has never written it down.
I know. I have warned Ivan to be careful.
Ivan's idea of care is to see how close he can come to whipping a man to death without actually doing so. Why do you keep that big brute as a bodyguard? He has the mind of a child.
In our business of espionage, Countess Zara, it is often useful to have servants who cannot think for themselves. Besides, Ivan is rather cunning in an animal sort of way. Listen.
I can't stand anymore. I can't. Don't hit me again.
Did you hear that? Success at last, my dear Countess. I think Professor Hardy is ready to give us the formula.
No. Don't hit me. I'll tell you where I hid the gold. I found it, but I hid it. I found it at the end of the rainbow, and I hid it. I hid it, but I'll tell you.
Richter, I warned you. His mind has snapped.
Ivan, you fool. I told you to be careful. Give me that whip. I told you.
I don't strike him hard. I don't.
Oh, stop it. What good will it do you to beat Ivan? He doesn't even feel it. It's your fault. You should have watched him better.
So you're telling me what to do, are you, Countess?
It's about time someone did. You've certainly bungled this. Now how are you going to get the formula? The man's out of his mind. No amount of physical torture can make him tell us.
I'll show you where I hid the gold.
Take him back down to the hold of the ship, Ivan.
I obey. Come, Professor. Come with me.
It's at the end of the rainbow, the gold.
So you've destroyed his mind. Good work. It's like having the formula in a sealed envelope and throwing it in the fire. Now what are you going to report to headquarters?
Be quiet, Zara. I'm not finished. There's still a chance. Another way of getting his secret out of him. Even if his mind is gone. It may be an easier, surer way. Oh, why didn't I think of it before?
What are you talking about? How can there be any other way with his mind destroyed by days and days of Ivan's fiendish torture with the whip?
Zara, it so happens that a fellow countryman of mine, Dr. Waldeck, one of the world's greatest psychiatrists, is in this country. Right here in the city.
And I suppose he'll gladly come down to this ship, the Star of Zealand, and get Professor Hardy's secret from him for you.
No, not gladly, perhaps, my dear Countess. But he will come. Just wait and see.
I enjoyed your lecture very much, Dr. Waldeck. Our club has been honored tonight.
Thank you, Mr. Cranston. You are a scientist interested in psychiatry?
Well, in a way, Dr. Waldeck, I'm really only an amateur criminologist.
So, then perhaps you could tell me something of this remarkable man I've heard so much about. Even before I made this trip to America, a man called the Shadow.
The Shadow? I'm afraid not, Doctor. No one knows very much about him. What have you heard?
Oh, a great deal. I understand he is a master of mass hypnosis, of mental suggestion. He has you criminals and police quite baffled by his ability to appear in a room crowded as, let us say, this club of yours, and yet remain unseen.
You seem to have no doubt of the Shadow's existence, his powers, Doctor.
Oh, none whatever, Mr. Cranston. In fact, I should like to meet this Shadow. But then I suppose I should have to commit some crime in order to do so, and I wouldn't care to carry my scientific research quite that far.
I think the Shadow would enjoy meeting you, Doctor. You have much in common. I think he would be profoundly interested in your work in psychic research, particularly in the field of mental telepathy. You know, it might be interesting if you and the Shadow could make a test of thought transmission with a purely mental telepathic method.
It would indeed. This Shadow, from what I hear, he has little time for theory. He deals mainly in the harsh realities of criminal investigation.
Yes, but the two pursuits are not as far removed from each other as some persons seem to think.
Message for Dr. Waldeck. Dr. Waldeck.
Right here, John. A message for you, Doctor.
Here you are, Doctor. The gentleman and the lady are waiting outside in their car.
Oh, thank you. Well, that's unusual. Most unusual.
Is there any answer, Doctor?
Answer? Yes. Say to the Countess I will come immediately.
All right.
I will do what I can. You will excuse me, Mr. Cranston. A countrywoman of mine is in need of help, and I must go at once. Perhaps we will meet again.
Enjoy it. Well, goodbye.
Come in. Come in.
So here you are, Lamont Cranston. I thought you promised to take me to dinner tonight. You're an hour late.
I know. I'm terribly sorry, Margot.
You're sorry. But Margot Lane, your assistant, is hungry. What's the matter, Lamont? You seem preoccupied. Was anything troubling you?
Yes, Margot, something is troubling me, but I'm blessed if I know what it is.
Would it be Dr. Waldeck? Ever since you talked to him at the club last night, you've been wondering if he just suspected that you are the Shadow.
I don't think he knows, Margot.
Then what are you worrying about?
Simply that all day long I've had the feeling that Dr. Waldeck has been trying to get in touch with me, or rather, I should say, with the Shadow.
But how could
Margot,
he?
Waldeck practiced what he preached. He is a master of mental telepathy.
Well, the Shadow isn't exactly a novice at mental telepathy either. What makes you think he's trying to get in touch with you?
At intervals all day, my mind is kept reverting to thoughts of distress, coupled with Waldeck's name. Waldeck's name and another name. Star of Zealand.
That sounds like the name of a ship.
Perhaps, but it doesn't make sense.
Well, it seems to me it'd be easy to find out if Dr. Waldeck's in trouble. Why not call his hotel?
I've been on the point of doing it several times, but...
Here, give me that phone. Let me call him. The trouble. You, Lamont. You get so wrapped up in things like thought transmission, you forget the obvious. Telephone.
That's why I have an efficient assistant like you.
Hello? Will you connect me with Dr. Waldeck's suite? What? Are you sure? The secretary's had no word either. No, never mind, thank you.
Does the hotel know where Waldeck is?
No, he hasn't been seen or heard from since he left your club last night at 11 o'clock.
Well, he is in trouble. He has been trying to communicate with me, with the Shadow.
Lamont, that other name, Star of Zealand. Maybe he's been trying to let you know where he is.
Yes, now I'm sure of it. Star of Zealand. You said it sounded like the name of a ship. It's just possible. Hand me that newspaper, Margot.
Got it here.
Yeah, the shipping news. Let's see. Here it is. Sailing, arrivals, departures in port. Margot, there is such a ship in port. Star of Zealand. A freighter, general cargo, Pier 83. Margot, is your car outside?
Yes. Want me to drive you down to the dock?
Yes, come on. There isn't a minute to lose. That ship is scheduled to sail at 6 o'clock tomorrow morning.
And you think Dr. Waldeck is on board?
Yes, and I'm just as certain he's in trouble and needs help. Help from the Shadow.
That must be the Star of Zealand over there, Lamont.
Just a couple more blocks, Margot.
Wouldn't it be better to let the police investigate? You have so little to go on. You can't even be sure there is anything wrong.
If I can't convince you, Margot, what chance do you think I'd have of persuading the police to board a tramp steamer and search it for a man not even reported missing?
But how on earth would you search a ship without help? It would take hours.
It won't be necessary. I'll know if there's anything wrong if Waldeck's there. 5 minutes after I've walked on the gangplank. Because I'm going aboard as the Shadow.
We're nearly there.
Slow down. Stop by the next pier.
Right.
I don't think you'd better wait, Margot. This is a tough section and it's late.
All the more reason for my waiting. Don't worry about me, Lamont. I'll lock the car doors. And another thing, if you're not back in 15 minutes...
No, Margot, I may need more time, but keep the shortwave radio tuned in on their usual band. If you don't hear from me in half an hour, then go ahead and notify the police.
All right, half an hour, but not a minute longer. I wish I knew what you were walking into, Lamont. I don't like this mental telepathy blind man's buff.
Neither do I, Margot, but during the ride down here, I've had a stronger feeling than I did at first that Dr. Waldeck is in desperate need of help. Stay in the car, Margot. Lock the doors and sit tight until I come back. Or you hear from the Shadow.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be back with the Shadow in a moment to find out what new spot his enemies have put him on. But first, here's a word of advice to every motorist. Don't let wet, skiddy pavement put you on the spot.
Beware. How fast can you stop? Will your tires slip or grip? Don't gamble.
And motorists, if there is one tire that has taken the gamble out of skidding, it's the new Goodrich Silvertown with the Lifesaver tread. For exhaustive road tests of the regular and premium price tires of America's 6 largest tire manufacturers proved that the Silvertown gave greater skid resistance than any of the other tires tested. And don't forget, all during these tests, it was hands-off for Goodrich engineers. Instead, these tests were conducted by absolutely impartial engineers from America's largest independent testing laboratory, the Pittsburgh Testing Laboratory. What's more, some of the tires the Silvertown was tested against have list prices of 40 to 70% more. And that can mean only one thing, motorists. No other tire, regardless of price, can give you the superior skid protection of the Lifesaver Tread. With Lifesaver Tread Silvertowns on your car, you'll stop quicker, safer on a wet pavement than you've ever stopped before. Just think, the quickest non-skid stops ever with the Lifesaver Tread. Real blowout protection, too, with the famous Goodrich Golden Ply. And these two Goodrich safety features are now yours in the new Silvertown at no extra cost. Take a tip from me. For safety's sake, ride on Goodrich Safety Silvertown.
Well, my good Dr. Waldeck, what success have you had with our stubborn mental patient, eh?
None, Victor.
Come now, Doctor. You've been here on the Star of Zealand since last night?
Not by my choice.
I admit that. But surely you, one of the world's greatest psychiatrists, are not going to allow a deranged mind to stand between you and your chance of leaving this ship alive.
It is impossible, I tell you. Only one thought dominates the mind of Professor Hardy. If you had not allowed your servant to unmercifully beat him, it would not be so difficult.
I did not come down here to listen to excuses. I want that explosive formula from Professor Hardy. And I mean to get it. Now.
Very well. He is there in the bunk, sleeping. Perhaps you can succeed where I have failed.
You haven't failed. You haven't tried to penetrate his subconscious mind. But you're going to try. Devon, come here. Bring your whip.
The whip failed you once, Victor. It will fail you again. You brought me here against my will. But neither you nor that brute and his whip can make me reveal the secret knowledge of that man's mind. A secret he sacrificed his reason to keep from you.
We shall see if you have the same courage and determination as Professor Hardy. Evan.
I am ready.
Very well, Dr. Waldeck. One last chance. Get Hardy out of that bunk. Question him. Use the method you so eloquently described at your lecture last night. The method used to penetrate the subconscious of amnesia victims.
No, I refuse.
The possession of Professor Hardy's formula, the formula of the most powerful explosive ever known, is vital to our country. Your country, Dr. Waldeck. If you refuse, you are an enemy of your people.
I am a man of science. My nationality was an accident of birth.
You are a traitor.
In your eyes, perhaps. Just as in mine, you are a common thief.
Hold your tongue.
They cheat.
Do as you're told.
And they coward.
Evan, the whip. We'll see who is a coward.
Yes. Mr. Richter, you
didn't touch him. What's the matter with you? Why did you throw the whip away?
Something touched me. Knocked the whip from my hand.
You're crazy. You dropped it. Get it.
No, I swear it. Something knocked it from my hand.
Pick up that whip, I say. Pick it up.
But, Mr. Richter, the whip, it moves. It moves like a living thing. Like a snake.
Oh, that is it, Dr. Waldeck? Trying to save yourself by fogging Ivan's mind. Making him see by hypnotic trance. Whips move like snakes, sir. Well, I'll show you. I can use a whip, too. Stay where you are, Doctor. Or do you think you can stop me pulling the trigger of this gun?
Your servant is not imagining things, Victor. He is not seeing things which have not happened. He is not hypnotized.
Something knocked the whip from my hand. I swear. Did you hear that? Laughter. Like the laughter of Satan. Someone here.
You fool.
You heard it too, you heard it.
Yes, your master heard it.
The shadow. You heard my appeal. You have come.
The shadow.
Then it is possible. Telepathic communication between two minds, far removed, without mutual concentration of thought.
Yes, Dr. Waldeck, a theory is being proved, but a fact remains.
Is this another of your psychic tricks, Doctor?
Richter, surely your activities in espionage have brought you in contact with those who have warned you against the Shadow.
The Shadow? So you are the Shadow? Waldeck got word to you, did he?
Yes, but in a manner beyond your comprehension.
Hey, man, get out quick. Close the iron door. Don't open it again until I order it.
Yes, I obey.
Your gun is trembling, Richter. Dr. Waldeck was right. You are a coward.
At least I don't hide in shadows. So, you've come to save Dr. Waldeck, eh?
I came here in answer to his call for help, but now that I am here...
Now that you're here, Shadow, you will remain. You have walked into a trap. A trap that will hold you until I am ready to deal with you in my own way. You and Waldeck and Professor Hardy there. You, Shadow, may even be useful in the event that the good doctor fails me.
Hello? Hello?
Captain, Richter speaking.
Yes, sir.
Order your crew to the post. Cut off. We sail at once.
But it is not 6 o'clock, sir.
Obey my orders. We sail at once.
Yes, sir. As you command.
Hey. Ivan, open the door. Don't waste your time in trying to get out of this hole here. Even you cannot walk through steel doors, Shadow. In a few hours, we will be at sea, and you'll be beyond help. As for you, Dr. Waldeck, I advise you to enlist the aid of the Shadow in securing Professor Hardy's secret, if you value your life. Yes? Come in.
You're getting underway, Mr. Richter. Are there any further orders?
Yes, Captain. As soon as we are at sea, I want half a dozen of your best men. Arm them with rifles and revolvers. Have them report here to me.
Yes, sir.
Why are we leaving so early? Oh, good morning, Captain.
Countess. Beg your pardon, but have you been in your cabin?
I haven't left it until now. Why?
Why do you ask? What's wrong? Well, speak up, man.
A young woman was seen coming on board just before we cast off, sir.
What? Are you sure?
Yes, sir. My second mate mentioned it, but thought it was Countess Zara.
It couldn't have been.
Captain, take every member of your crew you can get. Search the ship. Find that woman and bring her here.
Yes, sir. We will find her if she is aboard.
Margot Lane. Notify police and Coast Guard. Notify police and Coast Guard. Professor John Hardy and Dr. Waldeck, prisoners in hold of Star of Zealand. Aboard Star of Zealand, proceeding to sea. Proceeding to sea. Repeat message. Margot Lane. Repeat message. Margot, repeat. Why don't you answer? Why don't you answer?
Was that you talking, Shadow?
Yes. I was calling my assistant for help on my portable radio, but something's wrong. I can't get an answer.
I am profoundly sorry for the situation in which we find ourselves. Had I been able to communicate to you the exact nature of my difficulties, you would have been prepared.
I am prepared, Doctor. This ship will never pass beyond the 3-mile limit. It will be stopped search.
But how?
I'm going to use this radio again. Star of Zealand calling the Coast Guard. Star of Zealand calling the Coast Guard. Go ahead, Star of Zealand. Go ahead. Professor John Hardy, missing scientist, wanted by the Secret Service, prisoner spying aboard Star of Zealand. Proceeding down bay, stop and search. Stop and search, prepared for armed resistance. That is all. Okay, Star of Zealand. A Coast Guard cutter will investigate immediately.
You are indeed prepared, Shadow. But do not underestimate the cunning of Richter. At the first sign of danger, he will attempt to dispose of Professor Hardy and myself and you.
We must be prepared for that. Is Professor Hardy's mind completely gone?
No. For the past 24 hours, I have been treating him, have induced hypnotic sleep. He should be nearly rational now.
Then awaken him. There's no time to lose.
Very well. Professor Hardy. Come, Professor Hardy. It is time to waken. It is time to waken, Professor Hardy.
Margot, why did you leave the car aboard the ship? I called you but received no reply.
When the ship sailed ahead of schedule, I was sure something gone wrong. Someone must have seen me coming aboard. They're searching the ship.
You're a godsend, Margot, but you mustn't be found on the ship. A Coast Guard cutter's on the way. You've got to get off before they arrive.
Don't worry about me. We're passing down the channel. It's only a couple of 100 yards to shore. Oh, why, Dr. Waldeck is here. He was aboard. But who's that other man?
Professor John Hardy. But quick, Margot, get off the ship. You've done more than enough just opening the steel door.
All right, Shadow. Don't worry, I can swim 10 times that distance. There's a cargo door open on the port side.
Dive far out, Margot. And Margot, be careful of the suction of the propellers.
Good luck.
Come, Professor Hardy. Come, Professor Hardy.
Thank you. Thank you, Doctor. But, what has happened? Where is this Richter?
We are still on the ship, but help is coming. He is very weak, Shadow. Shadow, the door, it is open, but how?
Don't stop until you find the door. All right, you must come with me. The door, it is open. They have escaped.
Doctor, get back behind the door, out of sight.
Hey, that girl, she opened it. But they can't get off the ship. They can't be far from here.
Maybe they hide. Maybe.
Ivan, you fool! Why did you close that door?
Well, I did not touch it.
Now, Richter, it is you who have walked into a trap.
So, you didn't have time to get away, Shadow.
Mr. Richter, the doctor, the professor, they are here.
Yes, so. You like to have what you Americans call the showdown. Very well, you shall have it. After I communicate with my captain. Captain! Captain!
Yes, sir.
Quick! Your men who are searching the ship, send them to this hold at once.
Immediately, sir.
And now, Shadow, we shall deal with you. Ivan, watch the good doctor and the professor. Their turn will come when we have finished with this Shadow once and for all.
You are too late, Richter. Listen.
Yeah. So, the river police. Well, let them come. Before they can board us, there will be no trace of any of you.
Perhaps your captain is not so sure. He's calling you over the speaking tube.
Hello, hello.
Coast Guard cutter off our port bow, sir. She has readied us to halt for search.
Order full speed ahead and get your men down here.
But
Quick.
we are not beyond the 3-mile limit.
Carry out my orders. Full speed ahead.
Yes, sir.
Desperate measures, but they will fail, Richter. They will fail. That was a blank, a warning. Your captain is being sensible. He stopped the engines.
Let them come. Let them search the ship. They'll find nothing. Nothing. Because I'm going to shoot you. They'll never think to look for bodies in the ballast tanks. My gun!
No. No, Richter. You're not going to add murder to your list of crimes.
Ivan, quick! I've got hold of the Shadow here. Take my gun. It's on the floor. The Shadow's here between me and the wall. Shoot him.
No. No. Oh, there is nothing there. I see nothing.
Shoot him.
You are mad.
Shoot him.
Mad. I go.
Dr. Waldeck, the gun. Pick it up.
Yeah.
Put up your hands, Richter.
No, you don't. You'll never turn me over to the police.
Sorry I had to hit Richter so hard, Dr. Waldeck. The Coast Guard won't meet much resistance when they arrest him. You're a witness to what has happened here. Listen, Doctor.
Stand by the Star of Zealand. We are coming aboard.
The Coast Guard.
Yes, they are coming aboard. You are safe now, Dr. Waldeck. Your faith in the power of the mind saved you and Professor Hardy. Helped him keep his secret. Perhaps at some future time, under more favorable circumstances, we shall meet again.
You have been listening to a dramatized version of one of the many copyrighted stories which appear in the Shadow magazine.
The weed of crime bears bitter fruit. Crime does not pay. The Shadow knows.
All the characters and all the places named are fictitious. Any similarity to persons living or dead is purely coincidental.
Groucho Marx meets some of the most interesting people you could ever hope to hear on radio in You Bet Your Life, coming up next.
That's me, Father Time. Hi, audience. Well, here I am again with 1,500 smackers for one of our couples. And if any of them say the secret word, the duck won't come down and pay him $100. The word tonight is tree. Oh, boy, he's in full swing again now. Okay, Duck. The frost is on the pumpkin. Head south, will you? Mr. Fenneman, take him with you.
We have a couple of people who aren't married, Groucho.
Are you related to this duck?
No, I don't believe so.
There is a resemblance.
I was going to say we have a couple of people who aren't married, Groucho. They're Miss Zale Perry and Mr. Bill Rutter. They've never met each other until just now. So, folks, you come in, please, and meet Groucho Marx.
Say the secret word and divide $100. It's a common word, something you see every day. Zale Perry and Bill Rutter, eh? And, well, you'll have to go at this thing alphabetically. I'll begin with Zale. What kind of a name is Zale?
Zale's a nickname, Groucho.
Oh, it's not like red Zales on the sunset, huh? Are you related to Tony Zale, the prize fighter?
No, I'm not. It's a nickname for Rosalia.
For Azalea?
Yes.
Oh.
And it was slowly shortened to Azalea, Zalia, and then finally Zale, and that stuck with me.
Well, it's a lovely name and most unique. How old are you, Azalea?
I'm 21.
21. Well, that's a unique thing, too. We don't often have any girls at your age around here. They're usually around 100 by the time I get them. Let's see, you're Bill Rutter, eh?
Yes, sir.
Does anyone ever take you for Phil Silvers?
Oh, yes, they do, Groucho. I'm known as the poor man, Phil Silver. See, I don't have his money.
Oh. Well, who does, you know? Huh?
I don't know.
What is your line of work, Bill?
Oh, I've had many jobs, Groucho. I've worked as a grocery delivery man. I've delivered circulars.
Do you have a job now, Bill?
I have a part-time job now, delivering telephone directories.
Oh, classified or just the other kind?
Mostly the other kind.
Well, do you find this is better than the classified?
Yeah. Yeah, I think so.
Why is that?
Well, it covers more territory.
Well, that's a pretty baffling answer. Now, is that all you do? Just deliver the classified telephone?
Oh no, I'm a singer too.
Do you sing while you're delivering these books?
No.
Well, have you had any experience as a singer?
Yes, I have. I've sung. I had a little bit of experience as a singer. I've sung with Wally Stouffer's orchestra and Ken Harris's orchestra, and I sung in a nightclub in Lowell, Massachusetts. And
they have a nightclub in Lowell, Massachusetts?
Yes, they do.
When does it operate? In the daytime? Now, Zale, do you have any hobbies? For example, what do you like to do on weekends?
On weekends, I skin dive, Groucho.
You dive in your skin?
Skin diving is a sport that has just been introduced. And to skin dive...
Oh, I'm pleased to meet you.
To skin dive, Groucho, it's just going beneath the surface, not more than 30 feet, with either an aqualung or just holding your breath and swimming around along with the fish. True, we spear them and also take many movies.
How far down can you dive with this rig?
With the aqualung, I dove to 209 feet.
Well, I admire you, Zale. It must take a lot of courage to go down that deep. I get panicky when the barber puts my head in the sink for a shampoo. Isn't that getting in pretty deep for a young girl like you?
Yes, it is, Groucho. It's the women's world record.
Well, congratulations. Let me shake your hand, Zale. Zale.
Zale.
I've always wanted to meet the girl who's sunk lower than any other woman in the world. You know, last October, we had a woman on our show who's been higher than any other woman in the world. Did you know that?
No, I
Her name is Mrs. Dianfirth, I think, some name like that. She climbed some mountain in China. Now, if we could only get a woman who's never done anything, we could close for the season right now. Well, it's been a devastating experience talking to you two. Now let's see how much money you can win. You're going to play You Bet Your Life. Now, we start you off with $100. You try to increase your bankroll by answering 4 questions. You understand that?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you selected capitals of foreign countries. What are you going to start?
$100.
$100. Well, you are the one, Zale. Huh? All right. What is the capital of Ethiopia?
Addis Ababa.
Addis Ababa's right. Addis Ababa.
Off to a good start. You have $200.
Hey, you really are a courageous one, you two. Now you have how much?
$200.
$200. Now what are you going to do?
90. Fine, 90.
Okay, 90. What is the capital of Venezuela?
Caracas.
Caracas is right, huh?
You now have $290.
80's fine.
Okay. What is the capital of Romania?
Bucharest.
Bucharest is right.
I have $370.
Now, what are you going to do this time? Here's your last chance to beat the other couple.
Yeah, that's fine.
$70. What is the capital of Panama?
Panama.
Oh, brother, this fellow is sharp. Panama City. Well, we give it to you.
And you wind up with $440.
Thank you very much.
Before we went on the air, our studio audience selected Miss Gwen Anderson. Her partner is Mr. Patrick Cunningham. So, folks, would you come in, please, and meet Groucho Marx.
Say the secret word and divide $100. It's a common word, something you see every day. Gwen Anderson. Well, you're a fine-looking gal. How old are you, Gwen?
29.
29. Mm-hmm. Well, you look pretty good for 29. Even look good for 39. You have a husband, eh?
Oh, yes.
What sort of work does your husband do?
Well, he's electronic technician at Hughes.
You have a job?
Yes, I'm a crane operator, Groucho.
You're a what?
I'm a crane operator.
Crane? You mean with birds in the zoo?
No. I run an electric overhead bridge crane.
And you operate on these cranes?
Well, we pick up...
Steam shovel, you mean?
No, it's not a steam shovel. It's a crane. And we pick up different shapes and...
Crane in Jewish is horseradish. Did you know that?
Well, it isn't at Harvey Aluminum.
Well, you say this isn't a steam shovel?
No, it's a crane.
Well, what is the difference between a crane and a steam shovel?
Well, a steam shovel runs on the ground and scoops stuff out from the ground, and the crane runs up in the air, picks stuff up on top of the ground.
Well, do you ever get butterfingers and drop a ton or two on somebody's foot?
Well, I've never dropped anything with the man-saver, but I've dropped stuff with the bells. However, sometimes you pick up something more than you want.
No, I've done that frequently. It's always ended disastrously for me. Well, now, let's see. Who are you again? You're Gwen Anderson, huh?
No, I'm Pat Cunningham.
You're Pat Cunningham. Well, who's Glen Anderson?
I think this young lady...
Oh, you're Gwen. Oh, it's Gwen Anderson. I thought I was talking to him all the time. Boy, you certainly can get confused up here. Well, you're a handsome and patient young man, and if you ever like a ride on a crane, I'm sure we can arrange it. How old are you, Pat?
I'm 28 years old. Yes.
28. Are you married?
Not yet, no.
Now, what sort of work do you do, Pat?
Well, Groucho, I own and operate a sporting goods store, and I'm a bullfighter.
You're a bullfighter?
Yes.
In the store, you have a bull? Or...
Not in the store, no.
Is this true?
Yes, sir. I've been fighting bulls for 2 years. I started over in Spain last year.
Well, that's a fairly normal job for a young man at 28, especially if he has no desire to be 29. Well, how did you happen to become a bullfighter? Did you get tired standing in line at the butcher shop?
No, I went down to Tijuana, and I met some people down there, aficionados, and I met some matadors down there, and I got interested in it from there. I didn't decide just like that. It took me a while, and...
Well, what happened then? You rushed out and kicked the first billboard with Elsie the cow on it, huh?
No, I went over to Spain, and Seville, that's where I went.
You went in the civil service? Well, I've been to bullfights in Mexico City. I never understood why they cut off the bull's ear. Could you explain that?
Yeah, it's an award that they give. For example, if the bullfighter is done well...
This is after the coup de grace, of course, huh?
Yeah. Well, see, it depends a lot on the kill, too. I mean, if he kills on the first thrust and has a pretty good faena, that's with the muleta and with the cape or capote, they'll probably give him an ear. And it progresses. If he does exceptionally well, they give him 2 ears, and if he does sensational, they give him 2 ears and a tail, and if he almost commits suicide, they throw in the hoof. They give him the ears, the tail, and the hoof.
Now that's life. You knock yourself out and wind up with a couple of ears, the tail, and the hoof. And 2 guys named Armour and Swift, who had nothing to do with it, get the stakes. Well, you're a charming couple, and it's been an experience talking to you two. Now, let's play You Bet Your Life.
In the race for the $1,500, the first couple won $440, and the secret word is tree.
You selected sports, and this, you ought to be easy. Good for you. You have a sporting goods store. Remember, the more the question is worth, the harder it is. Now, one answer between you on everything. Now, what do you want to start with?
Start at 50.
50. In golf, when a player finishes a hole and 1 under par, what do you call that score?
That's a birdie.
That's right. A birdie is right.
You now have $150.
Now then, what are you going to go for?
60.
60. The fastest recorded time for a certain track event is 3 minutes, 58 seconds. What is the event?
The mile.
The mile run with Bannister.
You now have $210.
Now then, $210, what are you going to go for?
We'll go for the door right now. 70?
70.
All right. 70. What famous racetrack is located in the Miami area?
Santa something. Wait a minute. Vilmar?
No, Hialeah.
You lost half your $210. You now have $105.
Okay, now don't get discouraged.
80.
We'll take the 80.
$80. In what sport is Olympic champion Pat McCormick famous?
Well, that's a girl bullfighter, but this is diving.
Swimming and diving is correct.
And you wind up with $185. Something pretty unusual for you now. Usually, as you remember, we have just 2 people on a team. But these people sort of go together, all 4 of them. So we think it'd be a shame to split them up. So will Herman and Harmon and Leela and Lola Lovelace please come in and meet Groucho Marx?
Say the secret word, and divide $100. It's a common, something, you, see, every day. George, you're kidding. There's no such people as these. Would somebody mind tell me what's going on here? Speak up, somebody.
We're 2 pairs of twins. Twins married to twins.
Could you identify yourselves and tell me who you're married to? Why don't you, on the end, you start.
I'm Herman.
You're Herman?
I'm married to Leela.
Where's Leela?
I'm Leela, married to Herman. And I'm Lola, married to Herman.
I'm Harmon, married to Lola.
Yeah, I sure thought you were Leela. Well, I'm Groucho, and I'm leaving. Simon, where are you from? St. Paul and Minneapolis, the Twin Cities?
No, Carthage, Missouri.
Carthage?
Carthage, Missouri. Harmon and I were raised there.
Oh. Lola? Now, where were you? Which one is Lola?
I'm Lola.
You're Lola.
And Leela
You sure
and
you're
I-
not Herman, huh?
No, I'm really Lola.
How old is your sister, Leela?
She's 59.
And you?
I'm 59.
How old are you, Herman?
I'm 59. I'm Herman over here.
Now, you may be Herman over there, but he's Herman over here.
I'm 59.
How long have you been married, Leela?
We've been married 35 years, and we had a double ceremony.
I bet the judge had a double scotch right after. Lola, you and your sister look exactly alike to me. Is there any birthmark or vaccination to distinguish you?
Yes, I have a vaccination scar, and she doesn't.
She doesn't?
She doesn't.
Is Herman aware of this?
But I don't know whether Herman is, but Harmon's aware of it.
Herman, is that how you tell them apart?
I'm Herman over here.
You may be Herman over there, but he's Herman over here. If you want to be Herman, you'll have to come over here. Everybody on this side is Herman. What do you do for a living, Harmon?
I'm a veterinarian. I work for the government.
Oh, veterinarian. You never ate meat in your whole life?
I said veterinarian, not vegetarian.
Oh. I don't hear very well. My glasses need fixing. Well, what is your job, Harmon?
I'm Herman. And I'm a veterinarian, too. I work for the government.
We're all doomed, I think. Leela, did you both live in the same town?
Yes, we do, in Modesto, California, in the same house.
Same house?
In the same house.
Say, it's a good thing there's a vaccination there. Well, could you tell us something about the way you live, Leila?
We?
No, I didn't mean you. I meant this one.
Lola, I'm Lola.
Weren't you Hyman a little while ago?
I think I'm still Lola.
I think I'm Leila. I know I'm loony. I don't know about
We live as one family.
Is one family?
Yes, we do. We have just one bank account. We all write checks on it. We have just one family car.
Oh, I think it's admirable that you can all live together in perfect harmony. However, if you ever did have a battle, it'd be confusing, wouldn't it? Nobody know who was slugging who. You know, they always say that variety is the spice of life. In addition to being a theatrical weekly. Now, Hyman, or Harmon, don't you ever get sick of looking at Hyman after all these years of being so close? I'll be honest now.
I'm Herman.
I don't care who you are. Don't you get sick of looking at him?
No, I think the Harmon's a very nice looking fellow.
How about you? Did you get sick of looking at your brother?
Oh, no, never.
Well, what about when you shave? You don't need a mirror. You just stand in front of each other. Well, you're a couple of pretty cute-looking gals.
We thank you.
Pretty cute-looking guys, too.
Thank you.
And now we're going to play You Bet Your Life. Do you all know how to play this game?
Yes.
I don't think it'd be fair to our other couples if all four of you had a crack at the answers. Why don't you elect two of you to represent all of you, and the other two can remain as the ambassadors or plenipotentiaries. One girl and one boy, or?
No. I think
We're going to see if, well, we found out who the brains are in this family.
They just passed off.
Okay, you two are elected. Now, don't let them push you around at home anymore. You notice that they're relying on you. They don't know the answers. Think of the arguments there'll be in the next 20 years. All right, let's see how much money you can make.
In the race for the $1,500, the first couple is still leading with $440.
You selected the animal kingdom, and remember, the more the question is worth, the harder it is. And your partners, so one answer between you. All right, what do you want to start with? 10, 20, 30, all the way up to 100. The bigger the money, the harder the question.
He wants to go $100.
$100? Well, all right. What is the name of the gluttonous seabird used by the Chinese to catch fish? This is for $100. Talk it over. What is the name of the gluttonous seabird used by the Chinese to catch fish?
Pelican.
No, it's not a pelican. It's a cormorant. Cormorant.
I know what they are.
You lost half your 100. You still have $50.
All right, don't get discouraged. Now, what are you going to go for?
Let's take 80.
80. What is the name of the aquatic bird of northern parts of the United States that has a weird laughing cry?
Is that the Goonie bird? Goonie?
Goonie bird?
Goonie.
Goonie bird, they say. This isn't what I got. I have loon.
Loon?
Well, you lost half your 50. You now have $25.
Well, keep plugging away now, kids. All right, what are you going to go for? 70?
Oh,
60?
yes, so. 70 will be all right.
All right, what is another name for the spotted coach dog?
Dalmatian?
Dalmatian is right.
You now have $95.
Well, what are you going to go for?
90.
90? What is the name of the South American animal whose protection is a bony plate of armor? Some of them have migrated as far north as the United States.
The armadillo.
Armadillo is right.
And you wind up with $185.
Thank you,
Groucho.
Here we go for $1,500. I'll give you 15 seconds to decide on a single answer between you. Think carefully and please no help from the audience. Scotland Yard is the famous criminal investigation agency of England. For $1,500, what is the famous criminal investigation agency of France? All right, what is the answer you two have decided upon? Take a guess.
30-day police.
Sorte is right. We're going diving tomorrow, huh? Well, you win $1,500. So, how much in the quiz, George?
$440 in the quiz.
That gives them a total of how much, George?
$1,940.
Oh, no. George, you're as sharp as a mushroom. Huh? What do you do with all that swag? You're going to split almost $2,000.
Well, with my share, I would like to go to Paris and meet the first men fish, Cousteau and Dumas, and enjoy with them the Mediterranean. Too, if there's any left, I'd like to dive in the tropical waters.
You mean with $1,000 you're going around looking for fish? Men aren't good enough for you, huh? What about you? What are you going to look for?
Well, Grouch, I've been trying so hard to get into show business, and I've been trying to get an agent, and I just haven't been able to get one, so I've decided I'm going to take some of that money and open up my own record company, put my voice in record, and try to exploit myself.
Well, I hate to see a fellow throw his money away like that.
Well, this concludes another stream. I want to thank you all for listening with me, and I hope you enjoyed these shows that represent, in my opinion, some of the best of old-time radio. Join me again tomorrow night at 8 p.m. Thank you for listening, and have a good day.